Meng Hao knew that all of the others had not awakened the way he had. As of the state they were in now, it was impossible to tell. Without hesitation, Meng Hao sent out his divine sense to scan the area. Moments later, his face grew grim. In the outside world, his divine sense had a range of 29,999 meters. Here, however, it was only 299 meters. It had been reduced down by a full 100 times. The primordial demon Immortal plane opens once every 1,000 years. The chosen from other sects will no doubt have inside information, and therefore understand the area quite a bit better than me. My understanding, on the other hand, will be significantly less in comparison. Right now, I need to do everything possible to understand the situation as it is. Then I can go look for some fortune. His eyes glittered as he looked up into the air. After a moment of careful consideration, he did not rashly fly up into the air, but rather proceeded forward on foot. The ground in the area was covered with crack-filled limestone. Ancient bloodstains could be seen that had clearly been there for countless years. There were also corpses lying about, the sight of which left Meng Hao shocked. There were collapsed buildings, broken pillars, and occasionally deep craters. At first, it seemed as if this place were relatively close to the second peak. But soon, Meng Hao realized that he was actually quite some distance away. In a short period of roughly 2 hours, Meng Hao saw thousands of corpses. Some were large, some were small. Some were complete, some were not. Some were cultivators, some were demons. As far as bags of holding were concerned, he saw several dozen. However, when he scanned them with divine sense, they instantly turned into ash. Clearly, they had long since decayed during the years that had passed since primordial times. The items inside those bags of holding became ash as well. That these bags of holding turned into ash shows what an incredible amount of time has passed since the ancient demon Immortal sect still existed. However, these corpses, although merely broken remains, are still here. I wonder if there is something special about them. He squatted thoughtfully down next to one particular corpse that was half human, half beast. Although this cultivator had been dead for ages, Meng Hao was still able to sense incredible power within its fleshly body. Muttering to himself, he reached out with his right hand to grab the corpse's arm. He exerted a bit of pressure, then more, until he was using all the power he possessed within in the first anima. Despite that, he could not move or damage the corpse's arm in any way. This left Meng Hao visibly shaken. His eyes flickered as he jumped directly into the fourth anima. He twisted on the arm again, and the result was only a tiny crack. Meng Hao left the fourth anima and stood up thoughtfully. Then he quickly headed off. As he proceeded, he would stop to inspect every corpse he came across. By the time he had inspected roughly 1,000, he finally sighed, and his eyes shone with a strange light. For one corpse to possess an incredible fleshly body is one thing. Maybe you could take it to be unique. But all 1,000 of these corpses are the same. There wasn't a single exception. The cultivation practiced by this ancient sect is clearly very different than the cultivation practiced today. They didn't just practice internal cultivation, but also cultivation of the fleshly body. Even after being dead for such a long time, these corpses can even cause problems for my fourth anima. There were even a few that I think could resist my sixth anima without being damaged. If they were alive, I wouldn't be a match for them even in the seventh anima. Such incredible power. And there are thousands just like this, perhaps even tens of thousands. Or hundreds of thousands. Meng Hao smiled somewhat bitterly as he finally realized just how fearsome the disciples of this ancient sect were. Most relevant of all, these people had died during a vicious attack that had actually caused many of the bodies to be split up into pieces. From the look of them, these were not inner sect disciples. Most of them were ordinary disciples. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine brightly, and his interest in the ancient demon Immortal sect continued to increase rapidly. Originally, he had chosen to come here because of Xianxia and demon weapon Lonely Tomb. Now, though, there was something else that drew him to this place. He wanted to know what technique these demon Immortal sect disciples cultivated, and whether related legacies still existed. If I could acquire a legacy from ancient times. Meng Hao's heart was palpitating with eagerness. His eyes flashed as he continued onward at top speed. Time passed. When Meng Hao had arrived here, it was around noon. By now, evening was falling. Looking up, Meng Hao was unable to see any similarities between this sky and the sky of South Heaven. It really seemed as if he were in a different world, a world that belonged solely to the ancient demon Immortal sect. As he walked along, Meng Hao would occasionally look up at the darkening evening sky or around at his surroundings. The entire sect is a world. I wonder how many majestic sects like this exist in heaven and earth or out in the starry skies. Perhaps because the ancient demon Immortal sect was so incredibly large, or maybe for other reasons, Meng Hao did not encounter any other South Heaven cultivators. The only thing he saw was collapsed temples and corpses. The richly ornamented buildings were long gone. The once luxurious and elegant halls were now nothing more than ruins. There were some locations that clearly were covered by restrictive spells. Although many years had passed, the power of those spells was still shocking enough to give Meng Hao pause. According to his speculations, even someone as powerful as Patriarch Huyan would be instantly killed beyond the shadow of a doubt if he touched those spells. The demon Immortal sect has the character Immortal in it. Don't tell me that all the members of the sect were actually immortals? The mere thought of that possibility shook Meng Hao. His eyes glittered as he proceeded on cautiously. He continued to see more and more restrictive spells. Some were more powerful, some were weaker. However, even the weakest were enough that Meng Hao had no chance against them. At one point he caught sight of an Immortal's cave that seemed to be completely intact. However, the sense he got from the incredible restrictive spell was similar to that he had sensed from the 8 Immortals he had encountered when going to the realm of the bridge ruins. Evening was fading into the darkness of night when Meng Hao suddenly stopped in place. He looked off into the distance, toward a crumbled palace. Shockingly, on opposite sides of the palace ruins, 2 women could be seen. One of them was the exact same blue-robed woman within whose bosom Meng Hao's face had encountered such incredible softness. Even when her eyes were closed, she had seemed cold. Now that her eyes were opened, they flashed with killing intent. When Meng Hao saw the woman next to her, he frowned. Other than Zhixiang, there was no woman in existence whom he would rather see less. Fang Yu. This exceedingly violent young woman had left a deep impression on Meng Hao that year. The quaking and craters left behind by her punch, the intense desire to do battle which shone in her eyes, all caused Meng Hao to feel as if a frigid air was washing over him. This was not only the most violent woman he had ever met, but also the person he least wanted to run into again in his entire life. Meng Hao cleared his throat and subconsciously began to back away. He didn't want to face either of these women. One had blocked his line of sight like some tall mountain. The other was a cultivator who, without speaking even a single word, could transform into an explosive dragon. However, in the exact same moment in which Meng Hao caught sight of them, they both turned to look at him. The icy woman in the blue gown glanced him over. Seeing that he was at the great circle of the nascent soul stage, she looked away disdainfully to stare once again at Fang Yu. In her opinion, the great circle of the nascent soul stage was definitely beyond ordinary. However, in the G-clan, a cultivation base like that, although it could get you into the array, would put you in one of the lowest positions possible. This woman, although she was not truly of the spirit severing stage, had performed half of a severing. She was one of the 9 people in the G-clan in the last 1,000 years who had the most hope of breaking through into the immortal realm. Her main competition, other than the other 8 members of her own clan, was the chosen of the Fang clan, against whom she faced this moment. When Fang Yu caught sight of Meng Hao, she gaped in shock. Regardless of anything, she would never have possibly guessed that she would run into Meng Hao in this place. As soon as she saw that he was backing up, she quickly called out, "Don't go anywhere!" If she hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have left. However, as soon as she spoke, he turned on his heel and began to flee. "You really dare to disobey me?" she cried, her eyes wide with anger. She was just about to offer pursuit, when the icy-cold woman, who had just been watching in shock, gave a cold laugh and then vanished. When she reappeared, she was blocking Fang Yu's way. "Ji Xiao Xiao, you slut! Why don't you go screw off?" Fang Yu pulled her arm back and then slammed a fist down into the ground. A shocking boom rattled out, causing the ground to shatter in successive layers. A shockwave attack proceeded to blast out in all directions. As Meng Hao fled, he felt the explosive discharge of energy coming from behind him, and he instantly increased his speed. He had no desire whatsoever to exchange blows with this explosive dragon, and it had nothing to do with a question of who was strong and who was weak. There was no enmity between the two of them, and if they started fighting, it would be of no benefit to Meng Hao or his plans in this place. Roaring echoed about as the attack spread out. The land in the area was destroyed, and as ripples of power spread out in all directions, the cold woman waved her hand to block. As for Fang Yu, she glanced at fleeing Meng Hao for a moment and then got even angrier. Gritting her teeth, she instantly produced a glove from her bag of holding which she slipped onto her hand. She then viciously smashed her fist out toward the other woman. She shot forward, punching the entire time. The air filled with a red glow, and the cold woman's face instantly fell. She dashed backward, waving her hand to resist the power of 7 or 8 punches before finally vanishing. She reappeared some distance off, blood oozing from her mouth. Fang Yu, are you insane? We might not like each other much, and I did steal your jade pendant back in Chang'an. But that doesn't mean you have to go all out the instant you see me. Screw OFF, roared Fang Yu, her anger raging as she shot off to chase Meng Hao. Apparently she didn't care at all about Ji Xiaoxiao. Ji Xiaoxiao gaped in astonishment as she looked off in the direction which Meng Hao had fled. Suddenly, she smiled. When she did, her icy prettiness seemed to blossom into shocking beauty. Fang Yu has always been proud and arrogant. She has a bad temper, but I don't think I've ever seen her so mad at a man. I wonder what sort of relationship she has with him. Humph. Ever since we were small, it's been the same. Whatever the two of us see, we end up fighting over it. Well, this time, it's no different. Ji Xiaoxiao's eyes were like crescent moons that shone with radiant beauty. Her slender frame flickered as she shot off in pursuit. Meng Hao fled at top speed, sighing inwardly at his own bad luck. The fact that the cold woman had completely disregarded him was actually somewhat excessive. However, he was used to such things. Under normal circumstances, he would have just dealt with the situation. It wasn't really that bad. After all, it wasn't intentional on her part. Therefore, it could be forgiven. Meng Hao knew that, as a scholarly person, he should be magnanimous and tolerant. However, how could he have imagined that he would actually run into Fang Yu? When he thought of her violent disposition, he took a deep breath and pushed himself even faster. Behind him, he heard a whistling sound nearing him. A mighty whirlwind was approaching, and in the middle of it was the furious Fang Yu. Fundamentally speaking, Fang Yu had a beautiful voice. To Meng Hao, though, she currently sounded more like an evil poltergeist. Meng Hao, you stop this instant. Do you really dare to disobey me? I'm gonna beat you to death. Do you hear me? Boom! The ground off to the side suddenly exploded, smashed by a fist blow from Fang Yu. The explosion turned into an attack of its own, which instantly slammed into Meng Hao. Without hesitation, he entered the second anima, increasing his speed dramatically. He sighed. Stop chasing me. There is neither gratitude nor grudge between us. Why are you acting like this? Besides, there's no guarantee that you could win out over me. What did you just say? She roared. She suddenly slapped her bag of holding to produce a bottle of medicinal pills. She popped one into her mouth, and her body erupted in flames. At the same time, her speed increased dramatically. Yet again, her fist descended. Although she was furious, this strike was not a deadly one. It slammed through the air in an attempt to get Meng Hao to stop. However, even as the power of the fist strike descended, Meng Hao entered the third anima. As his speed exploded, he transformed into a green smoke and shot off into the distance. Fang Yu's fist attack struck nothing. She stared for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. You little bum. In all the years I haven't seen you, it seems you really have developed some skill. Even as she spoke, she continued to pursue him. They moved with incredible speed. Every time Fang Yu got close, Meng Hao would explode out with even greater speed. It made it impossible for her to actually catch up to him. However, it also served to allow her temper to cool down. Eventually, a happy smile appeared on her face. She would throw out occasional punches, and, seeing Meng Hao increase his speed even more, she finally started laughing. Fang Yu laughed happily. Meng Hao smiled bitterly. Why did I have to end up pissing off a girl like this? Thought Meng Hao. 100 years have passed and she's actually almost in the spirit-severing stage. As far as Meng Hao was concerned, it just didn't seem fair. He had spent 100 difficult years in secluded meditation, had transmigrated into the Violet Sea, had formed 7 nascent souls, had experienced multiple heavenly tribulations, and had slowly achieved perfection. Even despite all of that, he was still only halfway to spirit severing. And yet, Fang Yu was the same as him. Chosen of the great clans are all like this, he sighed. Then he realized that even when he saw her more than 100 years ago, her level of power had been incredible, and things seemed a bit more balanced. Even as the two of them proceeded along, one pursuing, one fleeing, they began to near the second peak. Suddenly, a beam of green light appeared in midair and shot toward Fang Yu. The speed with which it moved caused Fang Yu's face to flicker. She immediately turned and punched out with her right hand. A bang could be heard, and then Fang Yu retreated backward several paces. The green beam of light was sent spinning backward, during which time it transformed into a whip. Simultaneously, a man appeared out of thin air. He was tall and thin, with long hair and a handsome face. A long mark could be seen on his forehead that glittered brightly. It almost looked like lightning. He wore a green-colored robe, and upon his shoulder perched a crow. The crow was bizarre in appearance. It had 3 eyes, all of which were staring coldly at Fang Yu. In addition to the crow, a white-colored wolf stood next to the man, emanating a piercing aura as it stared around coldly. The instant the man appeared, 8 pillars of light suddenly rose around Fang Yu. They shot up with incredible speed, causing the entire sky to fill with colorful lights. 8-point illumination, the green-robed man said, his voice cool. The 8 pillars of light immediately transformed into a seal, which firmly locked Fang Yu in place. Ji Mingfeng, said Fang Yu, her face falling. A cold snort could be heard from behind her. It was none other than Ji Xiaoxiao, who approached slowly, her phoenix-like eyes flickering with killing intent. Don't tell me your Fang clan ancestors neglected to tell you that you can't simply run around wildly in the primordial demon immortal plane? Said Ji Xiaoxiao. Fang Yu, did you really forget that Ji clan Dao children are adept at augury arts? The fact that we ran into each other was coincidental. If you had left immediately, then I couldn't have done anything. Instead, though, you gave me a chance to notify Mingfeng. With his skill in augury, pinpointing your position was no problem. Meng Hao had stopped moving already and was observing coldly from off in the distance. Seeing that Fang Yu had been ambushed and sealed, he frowned. Do you really dare to hurt me? Replied Fang Yu calmly. There was no anger visible in her eyes. Rather, a fearsome aura emanated out from her which continued to grow more and more intense. Hurt you? Why? Said Ji Xiaoxiao with a slight smile. The Fang clan might be all alone here in the lands of South Heaven, but on planet East Victory, they are the most illustrious #1 clan. We don't need to hurt you, just trap you for 3 days. Then your path back into ancient times will be cut off. Preventing you from finding a host body is good enough. Off to the side, Ji Mingfeng was also smiling. He said nothing, but even from his position off in the distance, Meng Hao could tell that he was much more dangerous than Ji Xiaoxiao. In fact, when looking at Ji Mingfeng, Meng Hao felt as if there was a needle poking into his back. Ji Xiaoxiao looked at Fang Yu for another moment and then turned to look at Meng Hao. She smiled broadly and said, Many thanks, fellow Taoist. It seems we were fated to meet this day. Unfortunately, there's no time to properly entertain you today, but if karma wills it, we will meet again one day. Ji Mingfeng glanced over at Meng Hao, smiled and nodded. However, Meng Hao could clearly see the scorn in his gaze. Fang Yu also looked over at Meng Hao. He stood there silently for a moment before turning to leave. He had no desire to participate in what was happening. Fang Yu's being sealed didn't put her life in danger. Considering she was neither kith nor kin, it would not be worthwhile for him to take any action. Besides, he wasn't completely confident in being able to take on 2 members of the Ji clan at the same time. That was especially so considering that Ji Mingfeng gave Meng Hao the same sense of danger that Patriarch Huyan had. As he turned around, the smile on Ji Xiaoxiao's face grew even wider. Her smile right now made her seem vastly different than the cold version from earlier. When she saw the complex emotions in Fang Yu's eyes, the despair and the pain, she grew even happier. She looked at Meng Hao walking away, and admiration could be seen in her eyes. The thought suddenly popped into her mind that in the future, she could use him to continue to provoke Fang Yu. Meng Hao took 3 steps, then suddenly looked back at Fang Yu. He saw the despair and complex emotions in her eyes, as well as the pain. There was nothing romantic about the pain. Actually, it seemed to be more the type of pain one might feel when being abandoned by a family member. The look caused Meng Hao's mind to suddenly tremble. He said nothing, but his eyes suddenly began to shine brightly. For some reason, he couldn't just brush aside the pain he saw in her eyes. He wasn't sure why, but in that instant he made a decision. The killing intent inside of him instantly shot up. Ji Xiaoxiao frowned. Next to her, Ji Mingfeng's lips turned up in a cold smile. It was in this moment that Meng Hao entered the 7th anima. Boom! His body instantly swelled. His hair grew longer and his aura rocketed up. 2 times, 8 times, 16 times. All the way until his battle prowess was equivalent to 64 Great Circle nascent souls. A brief instant was all it took for the explosive power to cause a whirlwind to scream into existence, filling the entire area with clouds of dust. Meng Hao was now several heads taller. He was taller, and his demeanor was thoroughly that of an devil immortal. Ji Xiaoxiao's face fell, and Ji Mingfeng's pupils constricted. Fang Yu's eyes began to glow brightly. A roaring sound exploded out from Meng Hao as he shot forward with all the speed he could muster. He was upon them in the blink of an eye. Ji Xiaoxiao lifted up her hand and pointed forward, causing an enormous bubble to appear in front of her. It instantly shattered in Meng Hao's face. Bam! The shattering of the bubble caused Meng Hao to tremble, but it didn't cause him to pause even the least bit. As he pressed forward, Ji Mingfeng casually pointed out, causing the white wolf to lift its head up and howl. As it pounced toward Meng Hao, the mastiff turned into a beam of red light that suddenly appeared at Meng Hao's side. It lashed out toward the white wolf, which instantly started quivering. Before the wolf could do anything in reaction, crunching sounds could be heard as the mastiff chomped it up into its mouth. Everything happened so fast that Ji Mingfeng could only gape in astonishment. Next, intense killing intent appeared in his eyes. Ji Xiaoxiao was flabbergasted. The mastiff spirit severing aura caused her face to fall immediately. At the same time, Meng Hao reached the seal which was holding Fang Yu. He glanced at her, and she back at him, and they almost seemed to be communicating. Fang Yu clenched her hand into a fist, and then her aura exploded up as she punched directly toward the seal. Meng Hao's fist also slammed down. Their fists simultaneously punched down onto the exact same pillar of light, in exactly the same position. The pillar immediately began to shake. Cracking sounds echoed out, and in the blink of an eye, the pillar exploded. In response to the explosion of the first pillar, the other 7 pillars began to automatically reinforce themselves. Fang Yu, filled with rage, instantly shot out from within. She charged toward Ji Xiaoxiao, punching her before she could even react. Ji Xiaoxiao fell back, blood spraying from her mouth. Ji Mingfeng gave Meng Hao a deep glance, then smiled and turned, taking Ji Xiaoxiao with him as he headed off into the distance. Fang Yu was about to give chase when Meng Hao blocked her way. She turned to look at him and, her tone one of rebuke, said, "What are you holding me back for? You have no respect for your elders. And don't you know that showing off your full power so early will lose you any advantage you have?" Meng Hao shook his head and smiled wryly. "Fine, fellow Taoist Fang. If you want to chase after them, I won't stop you. Don't take that tone with me." she said, glaring at him. And what kind of address is that? Call me Big Sis. Meng Hao gave another wry smile. He suddenly had the feeling that rescuing her had been a mistake. Not gonna call me Big Sis? She said. Her hands clenched into fists, and cracking sounds could be heard. A dangerous glow could be seen coming from her face, as if she might turn into an explosive dragon at any moment. Big Sis, he said with a sigh, backing up a few steps. Happy? That's better. Doesn't hurt, does it? As she spoke, her eyes slowly began to fill with gentleness, although her tone of voice still seemed angry. Meng Hao had no idea where that anger came from. All right, she continued. Forget about that for now. How did you end up here? Did you decide which host body you're going to pick? Host body? Said Meng Hao, gaping. It was the second time he had heard such a term, the first being when Ji Xiaoxiao said it. His eyes glittered as he suddenly thought of the resurrection lily's parasitic existence. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure if that had anything to do with the term host body mentioned by Fang Yu. He intentionally made his expression one of confusion, but inwardly, he was extremely vigilant. Seeing his expression, Fang Yu frowned for a moment. Then she reached her hand up as if to smack him on the head. The movement seemed incredibly practiced, as if it was something she did all the time. Without even thinking about it, Meng Hao backed up a few steps. Fang Yu glared at him, but eventually lowered her hand. You don't know anything, she said angrily, and yet dare to come to the primordial demon immortal plane? You... After a moment, she finally started to explain to him what she meant by host body. As he listened to her explanation, his eyes slowly began to glow brightly. According to her description, every time the primordial demon immortal plane opened, it meant fortune for those who entered. However, the extent of that good fortune depended on how far any given participant was able to get into the various planes. When the primordial demon immortal plane opens, Fang Yu explained, there are initially two different planes. The first plane is where we are now, the ruins of the ancient demon immortal sect. Here, virtually all the locations which contain good fortune are protected by restrictive spells. This plane will only remain open for 72 hours. In the first plane, none of the participants will find any techniques or legacies, nor will they find even the tiniest treasure. Well, that's not a hard and fast rule, but basically, considering how many times the primordial demon immortal plane has opened, anything that could have been taken away has long since disappeared into the hands of people in the past. The only thing we can do here is related to the fundamental purpose of the first plane. And that is, we have to find a proper host body. Such host bodies are none other than the corpses you see around you. Each and every one of these corpses could be a host body. 72 hours is all the time we cultivators have to find a proper host body. After the 72 hours, the second plane will automatically open, and we will be able to recall ancient times. Seeing that Meng Hao seemed to be paying rapt attention to her, Fang Yu couldn't help but smile. She continued on to explain in further details, not concealing anything at all from Meng Hao. What she didn't know was that Meng Hao was actually only half paying attention to her. The other half of his attention was focused on Fang Yu herself, as he tried to determine why exactly she was expending such special effort to help him. She couldn't possibly have fallen in love with me, could she? He thought. He suddenly felt an icy feeling tingling up his spine. The more he thought about it, though, the less likely it seemed. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but subconsciously rub his right hand as he thought about the first time the two of them had met. The second plane is sort of like a hallucination that we will all experience at the same time, Fang Yu continued. However, it's incredibly realistic. During that time, we will enter the once flourishing demon immortal sect. As for which specific era we visit, that cannot be determined. It will be almost as if we have actually returned to ancient times. Furthermore, when inside the ancient demon immortal sect, we will not be ourselves. Instead, we will assume the identity of whichever body we have chosen as a host. Using that person's identity, we can search for good fortune in the chimerical version of ancient times. Fang Yu's eyes began to gleam with anticipation. Therefore, One's choice of host body is extremely important. If the host body status is high, then naturally you will be presented with better opportunities, maybe even heaven-defying ones. The host body is the key to it all. With the right status, the good fortune you can acquire defies imagination. By this point, the anticipation in her eyes was incredibly strong. Having heard the explanation up to this point, Meng Hao's eyes flickered. An ancient dreamland, he said. If it's just a dreamland, then can there really be so much good fortune? The fact that it is a dreamland has been confirmed by those who entered in the past, Fang Yu said earnestly. Also, once inside, anything is possible. The existence of the demon immortal sect spanned many years, replied Meng Hao. Also, there is a vast difference between the ages of the various disciples. Some might have just joined the sect at the time of their death, others might have been around for 10,000 years. Since that's the case, how could it be possible for everyone to enter the same era? Hearing this question caused Fang Yu's eyes to gleam with admiration. She was obviously quite pleased to hear such a question. It all depends on your luck. In past generations, people who got unlucky ended up selecting host bodies of disciples that didn't exist in ancient times. Unfortunately for them, they were unable to enter the second plane and were cast out early. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether you are worried about your chances of seizing good fortune, or even just the opportunity to enter the second plane, you have to find a corpse that had been around a long time before dying. Meng Hao thought about this for a moment. It's just like I said before, Fang Yu went on. Selecting a host body is incredibly important. You might as well forget about getting a host body of a sect elder or priest, or one of the 7 incredible elite apprentices. That likelihood is incredibly small. It's even rare to find a conclave disciple. Even if you went looking, you wouldn't be able to find one except by chance. The best thing to do is to fight for one of the inner sect disciples. Throughout the years in which the primordial demon immortal plane has opened, the Ji clan has come to occupy the best position. They have located the corpses of 5 inner sect disciples and 1 conclave disciple. As for the Fang clan, we have only been able to locate 4 inner sect disciples. Most of the rest of the sects in South Heaven, she said calmly, only have records of 1 or 2 inner sect disciples. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Now he fully understood the importance of the host body. A host body with a high status meant better chances for good fortune in the second plane. Some ancient legacies and techniques would only be available to people with special positions. Furthermore, said Fang Yu, upon entering the second plane, all of us will temporarily lose all of our memories. For a short period of time, we will believe ourselves to be whoever the host body is. However, based on the skill and ability of each individual, we will awaken within a matter of hours or days. That period of time is the most dangerous. When she reached this point, Fang Yu's voice was very serious. The reason is because if you wake up too slowly, you lose out on certain opportunities. Furthermore, your life will be in danger because of others who wake up before you. The second plane is where the true dangers of the primordial demon immortal plane begin. However, the benefits to be gained are enormous. According to the legends, the ancient demon immortal sect has 1,000 types of Taoist magic, 1,000 orthodoxies, and 1,000 heterodoxies. In total, there are 3,000 great Taos. Each one of these divine abilities and Taoist magics are a legacy. Throughout the years, the greatest legacy ever acquired was when a Ji clan member acquired the identity of a conclave disciple and thus, the underworld seance magic. By gaining enlightenment, he was able to take the technique out with him. Such a divine ability is well suited to the Ji clan Tao of Karma. In the ranking system of the 3,000 great Taos of the demon immortal sect, the underworld seance magic is listed as number 408. That means there are 400 even more powerful divine abilities. That is especially true of the top 10, each of which can be described as a great Tao. According to the legends, the top 10 are powerful enough to rock the heavens and shake the earth. When Meng Hao heard this, his expression was the same as ever, but his heart pounded wildly. He looked at Fang Yu and asked another question. You're talking about the Ji clan of South Heaven? Fang Yu hesitated for a moment and muttered to herself. Finally, she replied, In the 9th mountain and sea, the Ji clan has 5 branches. The branch on South Heaven is not the main branch, but rather one of the subsidiary branches. Okay, said Meng Hao. Seeing that Fang Yu apparently didn't want to talk about the Ji clan, he decided to ask a question about something else he was curious about. So, about those top 10 divine abilities and Taoist magics. What exactly are they? I'm not sure, replied Fang Yu, shaking her head. I just know that the number 1 position is occupied by the mountain and sea scripture. As soon as she spoke the words mountain and sea scripture, her eyes began to glow with a brilliant light. However, even if you had some heaven-defying good luck, it would be impossible to achieve enlightenment regarding it and then take it out. By the way, if you don't achieve enlightenment regarding a given Taoist magic, then it's impossible to brand it, and therefore impossible to remember. Once you leave the dreamland, you would completely forget it. When Meng Hao heard her mention the mountain and sea scripture, he recalled what the parrot had spoken of. According to the parrot, the origin of the 3 classic scriptures was none other than something called the mountain and sea scripture. Point 1. At this point, Meng Hao asked yet another question. You've mentioned a first plane and a second plane. Could it be that there is also a third plane? Yes. However, according to the clan records, the most probable likelihood is that we will not be able to meet the requirements to open the third plane. At a certain point in the second plane, the primordial demon Immortal plane will close. We will all be teleported back to the lands of South Heaven. Throughout history, there have only been 5 occasions in which the requirements were met and the third plane appeared. Meng Hao watched her closely as she continued her explanation. The third plane occurs after awakening from the second plane. All of the restrictive spells throughout the ancient demon Immortal sect will become unstable and even disappear. During that time, anyone can enter those previously sealed areas to acquire treasure left over from the ancient demon Immortal sect. When entering the third plane, the previous identity of the host body will vanish. However, according to the various legacies and techniques learned in the second plane, it would be possible to remove some of the restrictive spells from places that still have them, and acquire shocking good fortune. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He was now much clearer about the various matters regarding the primordial demon Immortal plane. The first plane was about preparation. The second plane was a place to acquire the good fortune of immaterial techniques and legacies. The third plane was a place to take advantage of the good fortune and preparation from the first 2 planes to acquire physical treasures. Everything was connected. So, now you understand what will happen in not so many hours. Right now, time is limited. During the 72 hours that the first plane is open, people will be using information from the secret records of their sect or clan to find various corpses. You come with me. I'll take you to one of the inner sect disciples that the Fang clan knows about. You hide yourself there and wait for the second plane to open. With a final look at Meng Hao, Fang Yu turned and sped off. Meng Hao stood there thoughtfully for a moment. Based on his analysis, about 80% of what Fang Yu had told him was probably true. He was still a cautious person, and was aware that gullibility was a weakness. However, in the end, he chose not to refuse her offer. The 2 of them sped off toward the second mountain peak. Time passed, and the sky grew darker. Meng Hao continued to glance around cautiously, but the ancient demon Immortal sect was simply too big. They didn't run into anyone else. At this point, Meng Hao started to think about who else might have come to the primordial demon Immortal plane from the southern domain. Su Qing, elder brother, Fatty, Chu Yuyan. And then there are the Dao children from the 3 great clans, as well as the other chosen from the sects. I wonder who I might run into here. He thought about these things as he and Fang Yu continued to speed along until dawn of the following morning. By this time, they had traversed about 30% of the path between the second and third peaks. Everywhere they passed, they saw wreckage and corpses, as well as areas with restrictive spells that glowed brightly in the darkness. The dangerous, flickering auras of the restrictive spells were things that even Fang Yu would not be immune to. At one point, Fang Yu said something that caused Meng Hao's eyes to go wide. Ever since we were small, Ji Xiaoxiao was always trying to compete with me. That's why I yelled out to you earlier, to get her to notice you. If my plan works, she'll definitely take a liking to you. Heh. Little bro, you have to help me turn the tables on her and screw her over royally. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Meng Hao felt as if a cold wind had just gusted down his throat. He coughed dryly a few times and looked up ahead at Fang Yu. Inwardly, he felt even more assured that this woman was someone he should not provoke in the future. She might be overbearing and have a fiery temper, but those things didn't matter. Just now, she had set up a huge con for Xianxia to fall into, all without letting out a single hint or clue. It immediately caused Meng Hao's back to feel ice cold. Throughout his years of cultivation, Meng Hao had conned people left and right, starting from the very beginning in the Reliance sect. Of course, he actually had no idea how many people would gnash their teeth in hatred whenever they thought of him and how he had conned them. What was even more frightening was that Meng Hao's lack of awareness regarding this point meant that he didn't really think of himself as conning people. To him, conning people had become a habit, and then that habit had turned into instinct. For such an instinct to appear led to a fearsome outcome. As soon as he encountered an opportunity to con someone, he would immediately begin to do so. That's, big sis, that's probably not a good idea, he said, clearing his throat. No need to be bashful, she said with an enigmatic smile. Do you really think your big sis didn't notice what part of Xianxia you looked at when you saw her for the first time? Meng Hao almost felt as if he were being stabbed by her words. He wanted to explain himself, but he knew that the more he tried to explain matters, the more it would make them worse. He finally just gave a wry smile. You help me con her, she said, her eyes shining more brightly than ever. And you won't be sorry. Xianxia may be a shameless, narrow-minded, devious, vicious tart, but she's still quite pretty and also self-respecting. She would make a good concubine for you. I have to admit that I approve. She really seemed to think her plan was a good one. Then she noticed Meng Hao's wry smile, and her eyes went wide. Fine. It's settled. We're doing it. Meng Hao was about to respond when Fang Yu shot off up ahead, leaving Meng Hao behind in the dust. A complacent smile could be seen on her face, and her eyes shone brightly. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she truly was shrewd and intelligent. She really had set up that damnable Xianxia to be viciously conned. Meng Hao continued to smile wryly and pretend that he hadn't heard what she said in the end. He sped along after her, his expression amiable, but inwardly on guard. After all, he had long since learned to hide his true state. Instead, he usually kept a light smile on his face to prevent others from knowing what he was truly thinking. She truly isn't on guard against me at all, he thought. Or is that just an act? A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes as he thought back to the scene from outside the rebirth cave that year. Again, he subconsciously looked down at the back of his right hand. More uncertainties bubbled up in his heart. Maybe everything will be made clear once we arrive at this corpse. I can make my final decision then. An imperceptible gleam flickered within Meng Hao's eyes. Dawn had fully broken, and the primordial demon Immortal plane was no longer dark. Rays of sunshine climbed up into the sky as Meng Hao and Fang Yu reached a stretch of ruins that existed in the middle of the second and third peaks. The damage to the place was considerable. Corpses lay about everywhere, and a pervasive sensation of ancientness filled the air, along with an aura of decay that seemed unwilling to depart. The limestone that covered the ground had long since been crushed into countless pieces. The richly ornamented buildings looked as if they had been shattered by some giant palm slamming down from up above. The force had completely shattered the buildings, and then turned into a shockwave which caused everything for tens of thousands of meters in all directions to be destroyed. Okay, we're here, said Fang Yu. Only 3 members of the Fang clan came this time. I'll notify the other 2 not to select this place. This is the corpse of an inner sect disciple with a relatively high position. Although it's not a conclave disciple, the previous generations of Fang clan cultivators who came here said that this person had a lot of friends. If you play your cards right, you should be able to find some good fortune. With that, she took out a jade slip and handed it over. Recorded in this jade slip are 7 paths taken by various members of the previous generations of the Fang clan. Everything they did and said is inside. Because the time period we're traveling to is not set, the contents will most likely not relate directly to you. However, you might want to study it nonetheless. With that, Fang Yu looked around, studying the area before proceeding forward. As they moved, Fang Yu explained everything in detail. Pay attention to the path I take. For example, see there? That's a protective spell formation which is very difficult to penetrate. It should actually keep you safe. Oh, don't touch that. There's a hidden restrictive spell in there. Don't touch this either. You have to wait here for the amount of time it takes an incense stick to burn. Pay attention to the shadows on the ground. Meng Hao nodded in response to her explanations. Inwardly, his suspicions continued to increase as he realized that Fang Yu really wasn't concealing anything from him. They took a circuitous route into the center of the ruins. A few hours later, when it was afternoon, Meng Hao suddenly stopped in place and looked off into the distance. There, in the middle of some wreckage, was a jade slip that emanated a bright blue light. It was floating above the ground, surrounded by countless streams of magical symbols. At first glance, it was extremely beautiful. Surrounding it for dozens of meters in all directions was the glow of a restrictive spell. Don't even think about it, said Fang Yu. From the Fang clan's very first records of the primordial demon Immortal plane down, until now no one has been able to get past that restrictive spell. If you pay attention closely, you can sense that the Taoist magic contained in that jade slip is definitely in the top 1,000 legacies and divine abilities. She sounded as if she viewed this to be quite a pity. See all the corpses around the glowing light? Quite a few of those are people from past generations who got greedy and tried to break through the restrictive spell. When Meng Hao heard this, he nodded calmly. He had long since noticed that some of the corpses in the area looked different than the corpses of the members of the Demon Immortal sect. How many times has the primordial demon Immortal plane opened? He asked suddenly. Is it possible that there are still members of the sect left alive in here? Impossible, replied Fang Yu, shaking her head. Everyone is dead. Other than a few people who managed to escape before the calamity struck. Everyone died. Although everything happened long, long ago, the ancient records offer clear proof that the entire sect was wiped out. If it opens every 1,000 years, isn't it possible that people returned and then stayed? He followed up, his eyes flickering. Fang Yu didn't seem to be the least bit fazed by Meng Hao's question. The only people who can stay behind are the dead. Anyone else who enters gets expelled when the plane closes. It's no coincidence that I happen to know this. I was curious about the very same thing, and the person who answered my question happened to be the only remaining elderly member of the clan who had been to this place. Meng Hao asked no more questions. He turned back and followed Fang Yu as she proceeded forward. This time, they walked for about 2 hours before they finally reached one particular house that was only half collapsed. After looking around for a moment, Fang Yu produced a jade slip which she then crushed. Immediately, a blurriness surrounded the house. When the blurriness faded into clarity, the house was gone. In its place was an enormous crater. This didn't surprise Meng Hao at all. During the course of their journey, he had watched Fang Yu do this same thing about 7 or 8 times. She had also done other things to ensure that they weren't being followed. In the middle of the crater was a corpse. Upon nearing, it became clear that the muscles and blood had long since faded away. What remained was essentially a mummified corpse, with its head turned to look up into the air. It seemed that before it died, it had been looking up into the sky. Despite the long passage of time, the look of fear and aloneness on its face was still clear to Meng Hao. His name was Su Long, and he was a member of the Demon Immortal sect for a long time. He started in the outer sect to eventually be promoted to the inner sect. He ended up sacrificing his life during the calamity. Were it not for the calamity, he may have eventually become a conclave disciple. Fang Yu held out her hand, in which could be seen 8 jade slips, all of which contained information regarding the primordial demon Immortal plane. One by one, she handed them over to Meng Hao. It won't be much longer now, she said. You should be safe here. I'm gonna go find a corpse in a different location. Fang Yu gave Meng Hao a deep look, making no attempt to hide the thoughtfulness in her eyes. Meng Hao looked at the jade slips and then watched as Fang Yu turned and made her way off. After a long moment, he took some time to examine his surroundings. Clearly, there were no real dangers in the immediate vicinity. Obviously, this was a place that few people came to in search of a host body. "Don't tell me that she really didn't have any ill intentions," he murmured softly. He turned to look at the corpse, then walked over thoughtfully and squatted down to examine it closely. Gradually, his expression changed, and it was clear that he was moved inwardly. This corpse was actually far, far more powerful than any of the ones he had seen before. Even after entering the seventh anima, he couldn't even put the tiniest crack in its skull. This caused his mind to reel. He was even able to sense a slight pressure emanating off of the corpse, which caused his hair to stand on end. His entire body felt as if it were filled with coldness, and an indescribable weight pushed down onto his heart. After a long moment, he awoke from his reverie and stepped back a few paces, cold sweat dripping down his face. He looked down at the corpse, his face grim. "So this is an inner sect disciple of the ancient demon Immortal sect. It's completely different than the other corpses I inspected. It's far, far more powerful. That must mean that all the corpses I saw on the way here were nothing more than outer sect disciples." He took a deep breath as he sat down cross-legged. Fang Yu really didn't have any evil designs. Interesting. Well, as of now, there are only about 40 hours left. If I stay here, then there is a high likelihood that I will be able to get into the second plane. However, his eyes glittered as he looked in the direction of the third and fourth peaks. There was no way that he could forget everything he had seen after awaking in the River of Stars as it made its way here to the primordial demon Immortal plane, especially the man he had seen on the peak of the fourth mountain. He wasn't sure how many times the primordial demon Immortal plane had opened in the past, nor how many cultivators had entered it through the generations. Among those people, had anyone ever woken up in the manner that he had? If there were, it would certainly have been an incredibly rare occurrence. After all, he was very much convinced that he had only awoken because of the help of Han Shan. Furthermore, even if there really were people who had awoken in the past, it didn't necessarily mean that they would have seen the same man that he had. It was entirely possible that Meng Hao himself was the only person to have ever stayed awake and then seen the man. That is my advantage, the place where my unique opportunity lies. If I wait here, I might be out of danger. But that means I'll be giving up my chance to seize a unique chance. He felt hesitant. That person on the fourth peak. Who was he? After a long moment's thought, Meng Hao's eyes filled with the glow of determination. Meng Hao stood up and looked at the corpse of inner sect disciple Su Long for a moment. Then, he didn't hesitate any longer. He turned and, following the same path he had to get to this location, sped away. He just could not resign himself to ignoring that strange person. The primordial demon Immortal plane might be a dangerous place, but he was here. Picking a path of danger was well in line with the expression, "Rewards come only with risk." The only way to continue to maintain an advantage in the second plane was to make a difficult choice such as this right now. If he was more concerned with safety and unwilling to take risks, why had he come to this place to begin with? To stare at a mountain of treasure while wringing one's hands would cause even mortals to sigh in regret, let alone cultivators. Meng Hao would much rather go all out in risk than worry about safety, especially when he had a chance to fight for good fortune. Who could possibly settle for mediocrity? Members of the Fang clan had long since experimented with the identity of inner sect disciple Su Long, and of course acquired good fortune, although they had not done so perfectly. Regarding the potential different time periods, and the 7 paths taken with Su Long as a host body, all of that information was recorded in the Jade Slip. After glancing it over, Meng Hao wasn't certain that he could do any better than the others had. Therefore, if he chose to go with this inner sect disciple's identity, all he might acquire was Taoist magic that the Fang clan had long since already acquired. Anything else would be very difficult. Many times, one's starting point will determine one's final destination. The successive generations of the Fang clan were clearly intelligent, and had already done all that could be done. Any further gain would come only from good luck. As far as that was concerned, Meng Hao would rather rely on his own luck to gain his own opportunity. Therefore, he chose to abandon the path of inner sect disciple Su Long. There wasn't a single scrap of hesitation as he used Feng Yu's method to safely leave the area. It took him about 4 hours before he was finally clear. Without even looking back, he headed toward the 4th peak. After calculating the time, he thought to himself, I still have 34 hours left. Employing all the speed that was possible, he cautiously made his way through the various ruins and corpses. Time passed. 10 hours later, he was at the 3rd peak. He didn't see anyone the entire time, which didn't cause him any pause for thought. More than half of the 72-hour period had passed, and presumably, most of the other had already found the host bodies they were looking for, and were waiting there. 24 hours left, he thought, looking toward the 4th peak far off in the distance. He pushed himself faster. 10 more hours went by, and he had already passed the halfway point between the 3rd peak and the 4th peak. Suddenly, a rumbling broke the silence. Based on how faint it was obviously coming from quite some distance away. However, Meng Hao could feel it instantly. Mixed in with the sound were pulsating ripples of divine abilities and magical techniques. By the time they reached Meng Hao, they were very weak, but he was still able to sense a familiar aura within them. He stopped in his tracks for a moment and then frowned. After examining the aura further, his frown deepened. He knew who this aura belonged to. Zhao Feng of the Great Cloud Sky Tribe. He looked off in the distance, a thoughtful look in his eye. Currently there were only 14 hours left until the first plane closed. He could tell that he needed 10 hours just to get from his current location to the 4th mountain. That meant he would only have 4 hours to get to the top of peak. Time was tight and he couldn't afford to waste it. He proceeded forward. However, after going about 300 meters, he suddenly turned and headed in the direction of Zhao Feng's aura, his expression extremely cold. He had made a promise to Patriarch Cloud Sky, and they had a deal. The extent to which he followed up on his promise was the extent to which the other party would respect the agreement. There was no one around to police the arrangement, but it existed in his heart. Conducting oneself properly often amounts to maintaining a clear conscience. He shot through the air at top speed for the amount of time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Soon he caught sight of 2 cultivators locked in battle in the ruins up ahead. One of them was Zhao Feng. He was clearly in a very poor position. His expression was one of fury. His clothes were stained with blood and his face was pale. Clearly, he had been injured. He was fighting a man who wore a white robe and had long, voluminous hair. He was slender and handsome, and was clearly the type of man whom any woman would cast glances at. 3 flying spikes circulated around him, leaving behind trails of colorful lights as they flew through the air. They also emanated a penetrating aura that made the white-robed man seem even more elegant. Actually, there weren't just 2 people up ahead. About 30 meters or so behind the white-robed man was a woman in a violet garment. She was beautiful, with a shrewd smile and an intelligent air to her. Anyone who looked at her would instantly be able to tell that she was cunning and resourceful. She watched the magical combat with a smile on her face. She made no move to attack, but when she looked at the white-robed man, a profound look occasionally flickered within her eyes. It was not romantic admiration, but something else. "This host body belongs to the Great Cloud Sky Tribe," cried Zhao Feng. "You want to steal it from me? Despotic." Another boom could be heard. Zhao Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. He glared at the man in the white robe, killing intent flickering in his eyes. As he had said, the Great Cloud Sky Tribe had discovered this location. However, almost as soon as he had arrived, this man and woman appeared and attacked him. Obviously, they wanted to take control of the location. If it weren't for the fact that the woman had ceased hostilities after her initial sneak attack, he would surely have been dead already. "Nobody owns anything in the demon Immortal sect," said the white-robed man coolly, looking at Zhao Feng with a look of coldness and disdain. "If you insist that I, Wang, am stealing it, then so be it. Why don't you just screw off? If you attack me one more time, I'll kill you." Zhao Feng had the most latent talent of anyone in the Great Cloud Sky Tribe. Although luck was important in the ancient demon immortal sect, so was latent talent. The greater the latent talent, the easier it would be to gain enlightenment regarding various techniques and legacies. Before being sent here, Zhao Feng was in the mid-nascent soul stage. Just before leaving, though, the patriarch had personally used various magical techniques to temporarily raise him to the peak of the late nascent soul stage, a state which would last for 3 months. The corpse that he was defending was no ordinary inner sect disciple. It was much rarer, a disciple who was halfway into the conclave status. The reason was that this particular disciple had a relative of the elder generation who was already a conclave disciple. The information regarding that relationship was something the great Cloud Sky tribe had expended much effort to acquire. Zhao Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Unfortunately, the man he faced up against currently really was of the late nascent soul stage, whereas he himself had reached that level only by the use of force. He could fight back, but his opponent had too many magical items, and he knew that he wasn't a match. That was not even to mention the woman. Although she was only at the early nascent soul stage, Zhao Feng sensed something even more threatening about her than the man. It was a strange feeling that filled him with shock. Just as Zhao Feng was gritting his teeth and angrily resigning himself to the fact that he would have to leave, a popping sound could suddenly be heard. Dust was kicked up in all directions, followed by a pulsating pressure that caused the white-robed man's face to fall and his eyes to widen. The violet-robed woman's beautiful face was also filled with a look of shock. She cocked her head to look into the distance. Zhao Feng gaped as a green smoke shot through the air, within which was a black moon. It moved with incredible speed as it approached. As soon as he caught sight of the black moon, Zhao Feng nearly went wild with joy. In the last moments before leaving for the primordial demon immortal plane, Patriarch Cloud Sky had transmitted information to him regarding Meng Hao's agreement to help. Elder brother Meng, please help me. Almost in the same moment that his words rang out, the green smoke and black moon arrived. The moon vanished and the smoke dissipated to reveal Meng Hao, wearing a green robe. He stood there looking around coldly at the 3 people present. When the violet-robed woman saw Meng Hao, her eyes went as wide as saucers. A look of astonishment and disbelief appeared on her face, as well as something that rarely could be seen on her features: intense emotion and confusion. Meng Hao, she said, her voice hoarse, her mind filled with great waves of roaring. When the white-robed man saw Meng Hao, he also stared blankly. Apparently he found Meng Hao's features to be familiar, but couldn't place where he had seen him before. However, when he heard what the woman said, he suddenly realized who Meng Hao was. Zhao Feng's heart was pounding, not having expected these two to be familiar with Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was one of indifference as he looked over at the violet-robed woman. After a moment, he smiled. Long time no see, fellow Taoist Han Bei. You look as graceful as ever. This violet-robed woman was none other than the bizarre Han Bei of the Black Civ sect. She stood there breathing heavily, a look of disbelief on her face when she heard Meng Hao's words. Is it really you? She said. She had been left with a profound impression of Meng Hao all those years ago. In her memory, he had brought about one miracle after the next. First, there were the events inside the square cauldron in the Black Civ sect's blessed land. Then his activities within the Black Civ sect itself as Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. And finally what happened outside the Rebirth Cave when he killed the Li Clan Dao Child and the Quasi-Array member of the Ji Clan. All of these things caused great waves of change to sweep across the southern domain. Each one of those events had left Han Bei completely in shock. Although many years had passed, the impression left was still deep and intense. Of course, much of that had to do with the warnings and analysis of the soul of the Han Clan Patriarch. Your cultivation base, she said, her mind spinning. The shock she felt after sensing the level of his cultivation base was even more intense than before. Meng Hao was actually of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. She well knew that of the current generation of Dao children in the sects and clans of the southern domain, most were in the early nascent soul stage. A few were in the mid-nascent soul stage, and only Wang Clan Dao child Wang Lihai was of the late nascent soul stage, although he concealed that fact most of the time, and had revealed it only in the primordial demon immortal plane. Once word spread into the southern domain, Wang Lihai's status would be propelled to the #1 person of his generation. And yet, here stood Meng Hao. Han Bei was shaken and could scarcely believe her eyes. Meng Hao looked over at the white-robed man, who looked just as shocked as Han Bei. Considering how much this man's face resembled that of Wang Tengfei, Meng Hao instantly knew who he was. This was Wang Tengfei's older brother, Wang Clan Dao Child, the person who had feigned death in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. Wang Lihai. Meng Hao was no longer a novice in the cultivation world. He now understood a lot more about the Dao children and chosen of the sects and clans. Although his understanding wasn't absolutely correct in terms of every single detail, he now had a general understanding of what a Dao child was and what a chosen was. Actually, Dao child and chosen were merely titles, an indication of approval and status. Such approval was evidence of that person's ability to maintain their strength within the sect. It was also proof to the outside world as to the future good prospects of the sect itself. If a sect had many chosen, it would be possible to predict that it would experience incredible growth in the future. Regarding Dao children, that was a title given to the most illustrious of any given stage of cultivation within a sect or clan. They would represent the sect or clan when it came to dealing with most affairs on the outside. Every sect and clan would have 3 Dao children and no more. A foundation establishment Dao child, a core formation Dao child, and a nascent soul Dao child. There could only be 1 Dao child in any given stage, and because of their special status, sects and clans would usually dispatch powerful Dao protectors along with such individuals when they ventured outside. In the outside world, Dao children were incredibly impressive, even famous. They had a status that would cause all other cultivators to be endlessly envious. However, when a Dao child entered a new stage, then it meant 2 Dao children existed, which would result in brutal competition. Generally speaking, unless the original Dao child of that particular stage ceded their position, it would be difficult for the newcomer to maintain their status. Because of this reality, Dao children were proud and arrogant when in the outside world. However, within the sect or clan, they had to tread as carefully as if they were walking on thin ice. If a Dao child wanted to maintain their status, they would constantly be forced to take advantage of cultivation resources from other cultivators. They might even need to rely on the power and influence of other experts within the sect to improve their cultivation base and become more powerful. That was the only way to maintain their position above other members of their generation, and perhaps even exceed their predecessors. Regarding chosen, the competition was even more ruthless. The grandeur of their status in the outside world was second only to that of Dao children, and they received more and better resources from their clan or sect. At the same time, they had to deal with the possibility of being stripped of their title due to falling behind in the rankings or not advancing fast enough in their cultivation. Also, they had to compete with other experts of the same stage for resources. Because of all of that, chosen also found themselves treading on thin ice, and had no other choice but to work as hard as possible to grow more powerful. Naturally, all sects and clans had different rules. However, the general situation was always one of competition. Of course, killing was strictly prohibited. Wang Lihai was, of course, a Dao child of one of the 3 great clans of the southern domain, the Wang clan. He was a patient person, and didn't make a practice of showing off in his cultivation. Back when rumors of his demise were circulating in the southern domain, he was the foundation establishment Dao child of the Wang clan. Upon reaching core formation, he actually lost his status. However, after patiently waiting for many years, he suddenly made his comeback, defeating the Wang clan's nascent soul Dao child in a single blow. When he reclaimed the position of Dao child, it caused quite a commotion in the southern domain. Currently, Meng Hao held a jade slip in his hand. The moment he had decided to intervene in the situation, he had pulled out this very jade slip to make a record of everything that was happening. He looked over Wang Lihai and thought back to the events outside the ancient Dao geyser, when he had challenged this very same Wang clan Dao child. He actually looked much the same as he had back then, except that the feeling of time on his body was much stronger. When Meng Hao looked at him, Wang Lihai's mind trembled, and he felt jittery with fear. Were it not for his iron will, he would have already lost control of himself. His pupils constricted as he stared at Meng Hao. His heart felt anything but calm. He now recognized who Meng Hao was, and he also thought back to their battle all those years ago. A battle he had lost. Of the 3 times in his life that he had lost a fight, that was the first. It was also one of the reasons he had been so persistent in his practice of cultivation over the years. Before, he had viewed himself as powerful enough to sweep over anyone in the same stage as him. He thought that he was at the pinnacle, above even the other Dao children in the southern domain, the number 1 person. But now that he saw Meng Hao, and felt the power of his cultivation base, Wang Lihai's mind began to spin. His pride crumbled. His self-confidence felt as if it were being crushed. He took a deep breath, then clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. "It's been years, elder brother Meng. You look as dignified as ever." Off to the side, Han Bei, although she had regained some of her composure, was still breathing heavily. Images of past encounters with Meng Hao floated in her mind. Their initial encounter, their meeting in the Song clan when they had almost touched faces. There were other things too, all of which made it impossible for her to stay completely calm. Meng Hao stood there, his long green robes rippling like water. His expression was one of indifference as he looked at Wang Lihai, and then nodded. "Since we're old friends, I'll allow you to take your leave," he said calmly. Han Bei breathed in deeply. She clasped hands, bowed, and then looked Meng Hao deep in the eyes. Her expression was one of shrewdness, and her eyes flickered with beauty. "Elder brother Meng, we've just met, and you're already sending us away?" She placed her hand over her mouth as she chuckled. "You really don't want to chat about old times with me? Very well, then. I'll take my leave." Completely ignoring Zhao Fong and Wang Lihai, she turned and flew up into the air like a beautiful swallow. "Elder brother Meng, the news about fellow Taoist Zhao's tribe finding the location of this corpse had already spread far and wide. Even if the 2 of us leave, it's hard to say whether or not others will come." The softness of her voice seemed to indicate that she had completely recovered from her shock from earlier. As she began to fly off into the distance, she added another thought. "One more thing, elder brother Meng," she said, her voice filled with a strange tone. "I have a final gift I'd like to give you. I'm not too sure who else came here from the southern domain. However, there was one person who came with me. That is, Su Qing." Chuckling, she disappeared off into the distance. Meng Hao seemed surprised, but didn't say anything. He looked back at Wang Lihai. Wang Lihai stared at Meng Hao, and as their gazes met, Wang Lihai's eyes suddenly flickered with the desire to do battle. He took a step forward, and his aura exploded up. He looked at Meng Hao, clasped hands and bowed. "Elder brother Meng, considering your words, I naturally rescind any claim on this place. However, multiple 60-year cycles have passed since our match that year. Since we happen to have run into each other again here, elder brother Meng, I hope you can give me some pointers." With that, his aura shot up with even more intensity. Meng Hao frowned. Time was limited, and he didn't have much to spare. Almost the same moment in which Wang Lihai expressed himself, Meng Hao flicked his wide sleeve and took a step forward. The incredible pressure of the great cycle of the nascent soul stage instantly shoved down onto Wang Lihai. Boom! Wang Lihai instantly fell back 7 or 8 steps, his face pale. With a final deep look at Meng Hao, he turned and left. Meng Hao watched Wang Lihai leave. The man had left quite an impression on him, this Wang clan Dao child. "My first anima puts me an entire phase above someone in the late nascent soul stage," mused Meng Hao thoughtfully. His face paled, that was it. No blood. It seems Wang Lihai's battle prowess is actually equivalent to someone of the Great Circle. Finally, he turned to look at Zhao Fong. Zhao Fong immediately began to get nervous. He knew how fearsome Meng Hao was. After all, he could hold his own against Patriarch Huyen. Could it be possible that the tiger, having driven away the wolf, would now eat the man? Stepping back a few paces, Zhao Fong began to speak, choosing his words carefully. "Senior Meng, many thanks for your kindness in saving me. I of the younger generation will definitely report this matter to the Patriarch. He will assuredly reward you handsomely, Senior." Of course he didn't dare to refer to Meng Hao as elder brother, and thus chose a more respectful form of address. Meng Hao understood the meaning behind Zhao Feng's words. However, considering that Meng Hao had abandoned the inner sect disciple provided to him by Feng Yu, he certainly wouldn't be interested in the corpse here, even if it was slightly higher in status. I promised Patriarch Cloud Sky to take care of you as best I could. It seems I've already accomplished that task. This place isn't safe. If you chose to stay here, you need to prepare to defend your own life. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, and then steeled himself. Many thanks for your concern, Senior. I know my limits, and the Patriarch also helped me to make some special preparations. Meng Hao looked at Zhao Feng for a moment, which made Zhao Feng feel even more nervous. Meng Hao finally nodded. I can't stay here. If that's your decision, then do your best to take care of yourself. With that, he put away the jade slip. Within was a complete record of everything that had happened, which he would provide later to Patriarch Cloud Sky as proof of what had occurred. Paying no more attention to Zhao Feng, Meng Hao turned and made his way off. Seeing that Meng Hao had truly left, Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around the area cautiously, and a bit hesitantly. Finally, he clenched his jaw and decided not to leave. He would stick to his original plan and methods to conceal himself near the corpse and wait nervously for time to pass. Meng Hao continued on without pause toward the fourth peak. Han Bei's words continued to echo out in his head. A warm light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Is Su Qing really here too? Meng Hao looked around thoughtfully at the demon Immortal sect and then increased his speed. Several hours later, the third day was almost gone. There were now only 4 hours left until the first plane closed. It was at this point that Meng Hao reached the foot of the fourth mountain. He looked up toward the towering mountain in front of him. It was huge, so big that he couldn't see the top. He was like a tiny insect, completely insignificant. However, a brilliant light glowed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and then began to ascend the mountain. Most of the locations within the first plane of the primordial demon Immortal plane contained restrictive spells. Simply touching one would give birth to deadly danger. As he ascended the mountain, Meng Hao encountered many such an area, forcing him to take a meandering route. More than 2 hours later, he finally caught sight of the peak of the mountain. I still have 1 hour left, he said. He was currently standing on a crag that jutted out from the side of the mountain, looking up at the peak. He suddenly felt a bit of hesitation. Time was almost up, and as of now, he wasn't sure if he had made the right choice. If it was the wrong choice, everything was for naught. Before leaving the corpse of Su Long, he had attempted to physically bring the corpse with him. However, he had quickly discovered that the corpse was apparently locked in place permanently. Nothing he did could move it even a bit. What's mine is mine completely. I won't accept things from others even if begged. At the very least, I won't have any regrets. He let out a casual laugh and then stopped worrying about matters of gain or loss. He used his last hour to continue on toward the top of the mountain. As he moved, he looked around at the ruins, taking in all the former grandeur of the demon Immortal sect. Because he wasn't worried about winning or losing, he no longer felt nervous, and took his time. By the time he reached the top of the fourth peak, there were only 100 breaths of time left. He stepped onto the stone dais located at the top of the fourth peak. From a distance, this part of the mountain looked sharp and pointed, but in actuality it was flat. It was like a large square, surrounded by 9 huge cauldrons, all covered with fissures. In the direct center of it all was a wooden coffin. The coffin was lidless, and was carved, not with magical symbols, but with ancient depictions of auspicious clouds and beasts. There were also mountains and rivers, even a vast starry sky. At first glance, the carvings seemed very complicated, but after closer inspection one could find simplicity within the complexity. It gave one an indescribable feeling of both contradiction and harmony. Meng Hao approached the coffin and, nearing the side of, looked down inside. It was empty. There was no corpse, no remains, nothing. There was no host body here. As of this moment, only 80 breaths of time remained until the opening of the second plane. Meng Hao stood next to the coffin and looked down silently at the emptiness. Then he sighed. It would be impossible for him to say that he wasn't disappointed. He had abandoned the inner sect disciple host body provided by Feng Yu. He had stuck with his own ideas, and the brutal reality made it so that he could only sigh and stand there with complex emotions filling his heart. Silently, he turned his gaze to the scene below the mountain. There were now only 70 breaths of time left. There was no way he would be able to find another suitable corpse now. On his way here, he found that about halfway up the mountain, there were absolutely no corpses to be seen. From his vantage point atop the mountain, he could now see that the entire mountain was covered with dense restrictive spells. They were so tightly packed that it almost seemed as if the entire mountain were covered with one gigantic restrictive spell that would prevent anyone from reaching the top. Any one of the various restrictive spells would have completely destroyed Meng Hao had he even touched them. The sight of the densely packed spells caused Meng Hao to feel somewhat confused. How did I actually make it up here? It was the first time he had considered the question. During the journey up the mountain, he hadn't really paid attention. The 4-hour trip up from the foot of the mountain had seemed relatively easy. Now that he looked back down, though, the entire mountain seemed like a forbidden zone that no one could even enter. He could see that it would take astonishing luck to be able to traverse a path successfully and not trigger even a single restrictive spell. Unless there was someone that allowed me to come here, he thought, his eyes glittering. As of this moment, only 30 breaths of time remained. Meng Hao looked away from the fourth peak toward the temple on top of the distant first peak. According to what he remembered after waking up, he was now standing in the same position as the man he had seen. He looked off in the distance, his hair and robes fluttering gently in the wind. When only 10 breaths of time remained, determination appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. "You let me see you," he said. "And you allowed me to successfully reach the top of this mountain. Perhaps your identity isn't even important at this point." 5 breaths of time remained. He turned and strode over to the coffin. After taking a deep breath, he crawled in calmly, laid down and closed his eyes. 3 breaths, 2 breaths, 1 breath. Rumble! A massive rumbling sound suddenly filled the air of the ancient demon Immortal sect. It far exceeded the sound of thunder as it rolled about the entire world. Ripples suddenly spread out from the sky, covering everything as far as the eye could see. With the exception of Meng Hao, everyone else who had come to this world sat closed-eyed and cross-legged next to the various host bodies they had selected. When the ripples reached them, the corpses began to glow. Ghost images of both the host bodies and the cultivators sprang up and then began to superimpose and merge together. As for Meng Hao, he lay there with his eyes closed. As the rumbling filled the sky, he lost consciousness. The ripples that spread out throughout the primordial demon Immortal plane did not seem to affect him at all. However, it was at this moment that a white-robed man appeared, standing in exactly the same spot Meng Hao had just been standing, which was also the same spot Meng Hao had noticed when he awoke in the River of Stars. The man's hair was disheveled, and his long white robe was spattered with bloodstains. His hair covered his face, making it was impossible to see his facial features. The only thing that was possible to distinguish was that he was not a woman. As the wind blew, his hair lifted up a bit, revealing 2 ancient eyes filled with both perplexity and regret. The aura of decay that rose up from him seemed to fuse with that of the entire primordial demon Immortal plane, making it impossible to distinguish between the two. The man looked over in the direction of the 5th peak. His eyes awash with memories of the past, he softly said, "Knight, let him in, okay?" As the words left his mouth, the entire ancient demon Immortal sect trembled. A droning voice suddenly echoed out. It sounded almost as if it weren't awake, like the words were spoken by someone who was dreaming. "That does not conform with the rules. He is the only person to see me after all these years. Perhaps it is some destined karma. Allow him to represent me in the past. Allow him to speak those words to the old man. The words that I didn't understand how to say back then." The white-robed man's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were warm. However, within that warmth was an ancient thoughtfulness, a yearning and deep regret that he clearly could not free himself from. "I've been keeping those words buried in my heart for 90,000 years already," the old man said softly. The entire world was quiet for a very long moment. Finally, the droning voice could be heard once again. The sound of the voice rose and fell like the waves of the ocean. "He has no identity. Give him my identity," replied the white-robed man. The world once again went silent. Make time pass back into that year. The white-robed man closed his eyes, covering over the pain that lay inside. Unfortunately, he was not able to cover the sorrow and longing within in his heart. Rumble! Each bit of light in the world suddenly came from all directions to pour into Meng Hao. He gradually grew transparent and then disappeared. In that instant, a huge sound, like endless thunder, echoed about. At the same time, a warm glow spread out to fill the entire ancient demon Immortal sect. Suddenly, a new world became visible within the glow, a world that was a memory of ancient times. The manner in which Meng Hao vanished was entirely different from that of the other cultivators from the lands of South Heaven. All of them fused with host bodies, whereas Meng Hao actually entered the second plane with his own body. The others were merely borrowing the identity of someone else. As for Meng Hao, he was not borrowing another identity. He was acquiring it. Borrowing and acquiring are two very different things. As the light spread out to fill the ancient demon Immortal sect, the white-haired man stood in place, back toward the first peak, just like before. What he saw in his mind's eye was an old man, looking at him with a smile on his face. "I can see in your eyes that you will forgive me of anything, forgive for any mistakes I make. It's as if you are always watching over me, waiting to silently correct all of my blunders. Back then, if I made a mistake, one word of criticism from you would send me into a rage. Back then, I ran amok with the silk pants and acted tyrannically. I never saw the wrinkles in the corners of your eyes, nor the look of disappointment in your gaze. Back then, I unhesitatingly gave a precious sect treasure to a woman, but didn't notice that your once proud head was now bowed in shame toward the rest of the sect. Back then, I would polish my sword to flaunt my identity. I never noticed that you had suddenly grown old. Finally, one day, you passed away in meditation. Your body turned into ash." I cried. My heart broke. My world was gone. Heaven and earth were no more. Father, you were gone. I can see your aged face, and I can see how you doted upon me. I can see that throughout all the years, it didn't matter what mistakes I made, you always forgave me. I realize now that I have always owed you a certain commitment. I have always owed you some special words. Those words have been waiting with me for 90,000 years. The sky in ancient times was blue. When Meng Hao opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that blue sky. Then he saw white cranes flying about. Auspicious beasts circled about in the air. A din of conversation and activity could be heard everywhere, echoing about. He saw countless enormous pillars of light rising up into the sky. Everything was bright and colorful. Beams of light shot through the air in all directions. Off in the distance was a mountain. It was green and full of life and vigor. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly heard an ancient voice ringing out to fill the world. "I give a sermon regarding the Tao every 10,000 years. This time I will speak to you of a legend. The legend tells of a true spirit whose name is Night. When he closes his eyes to sleep, the world is his dream. When he opens his eyes, he awakens from the dream. Heaven and earth are boundless." The ancient voice slowly grew softer. It seemed as if it was only a murmuring in the ear, but at the same time, echoing throughout the world. Time is like a dream. It's impossible to tell what is true and what is false. When you dream, you see others. Perhaps in the world of others, the dream version of you appears. Or perhaps our lives are like an invisible bubble that could pop at any time and cause us to awaken. Who dreams of you, and who you dream of? This is truly a difficult riddle to explain. The voice of a young woman could suddenly be heard in Meng Hao's ears. "Eldest brother?" The voice sounded both astonished and anxious. "Eldest brother." A tremor ran through Meng Hao's body, as if his soul were suddenly returning from outside. When it slammed into him, he felt as if he were being torn apart. Pain pulsed through him and ghost images sprang up everywhere. He panted as the sensation went on for the space of several breaths. When it vanished, the sky was blue again, and the world once again appeared. Eldest brother, what are you doing? In front of Meng Hao stood a young woman wearing a long pink garment. Her eyes were wide and filled with confusion. She appeared to be both puzzled and also furious as she looked at Meng Hao. He looked down at himself. He was wearing a white robe and had long hair, and was seated cross-legged on top of an altar that was located at the peak of a mountain. He was surrounded by 9 cauldrons, from which green smoke slowly ascended. This was the very top of the 4th peak. Meng Hao's mind trembled. Although his head was filled with splitting pain, his eyes shone brightly. As of this moment he knew that he had entered the 2nd plane. What caused him the most shock, however, was that he actually had not lost his memories the way Feng Yu said would happen. Furthermore, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind, announcing his identity as clear as day. Kujusi of the 4th peak, one of the 7 elite apprentices of the demon Immortal sect. Meng Hao sat cross-legged at the top of the 4th peak, wearing a long white robe. He rubbed the bridge of his nose for a moment. It felt as if extra memories were suddenly available inside his head. The memories were not his, and were rather obscure. The addition of these new memories caused Meng Hao's head to ache and be filled with an intense muddle-headedness. A gentle breeze pulled at his hair and caused his robes to ripple. However, he was unable to dispel the incredible shock that filled him, nor the absent-mindedness he felt because of this new identity. One of the 7 great elite apprentices. He remembered from what Feng Yu had told him that acquiring an identity like this was virtually impossible. In the demon Immortal sect, a person with a status like this could summon wind and rain, so to speak, and stir up a lot of trouble. They were above other disciples in all ways, and even wielded the power over life and death. From the very beginning of the primordial demon Immortal plane until now, no one had ever acquired such a fearsome identity. Regardless of who it was in the past, the very highest identity ever acquired was that of a conclave disciple. However, in the face of the identity Meng Hao currently possessed, conclave disciples were like insects. Such an identity only existed in legend, and really was impossible to acquire. The demon Immortal sect had legacy apprentices, which were also referred to as elite apprentices, 7 of them in total. Elite apprentices actually outranked sect elders, and were second only to eminently respected grand elders and sect priest paragons of the various peaks. Meng Hao's heart trembled. He truly had never imagined that he would be able to acquire fortune such as this. He now possessed an identity that was fearsome to the extreme, had never been acquired before in the past, and most likely never would be again in the future. It was absolutely one of a kind. Elite apprentice of the 4th peak, Kujusi. Apparently, that person I saw before was none other than Kujusi. Even after the demon Immortal sect was destroyed, he didn't die. He gave me his identity, but for what purpose, I wonder? Meng Hao's eyes glittered and his throat felt tight. Eldest brew there. Based on her tone of voice, the woman seemed extremely irritated. She was almost screaming by the time she finally interrupted Meng Hao's train of thought. He raised his head to look at her, seemingly completely dissatisfied with his reaction. The woman stamped her foot and then turned to leave. Her leaving didn't faze Meng Hao at all. He was still in shock regarding his identity. After a long moment passed, he sighed and looked around. The mountain peak was beautiful, covered with lush vegetation. The blue sky up above looked almost like lake water. The air was filled with thick spiritual energy, and countless disciples could be seen, meditating, dueling, and chatting. The entire place was buzzing with activity. Up in the sky, an enormous, resplendent flying rain dragon flew back and forth. Everywhere it passed, wind gusted. There were all sorts of immortal beasts that soared about. Truly looked like a place of immortals. Far off in the distance, an old man was visible, floating cross-legged in the air above the 3rd peak. He was giving a sermon regarding the Tao, and speaking of truths of various scriptures. It all looked exactly like the blurry scene he had witnessed earlier when entered the primordial demon Immortal plane. The only difference was, Meng Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. He had just noticed that high up in the sky, shockingly, 3 inverted mountains could be seen. Each of these 3 mountains almost seemed bigger than all the lands beneath. Unless you looked at them from a distance, you wouldn't be able to take in the entire sight. Green vines hung down from them, and each of them seemed like 3 worlds unto themselves. He had seen nothing similar to them in the first plane. Upon first glance, all he could do was gape in astonishment. Of the 3 mountains, one appeared to be an ice mountain covered with frost. Another looked like a lava-filled volcano. The third mountain was crimson, almost as if it were a mountain of blood. Meng Hao once again kneaded the bridge of his nose. The 3 mountains were bizarre, and his memories were fuzzy and mixed. He couldn't quite get himself to think straight at the moment. Muttering to himself, he looked away. The demon Immortal sect. I wonder what unforeseen things might happen because of my status as a demon sealer? Also, I wonder if demon weapon Lonely Tomb exists in this era. A mysterious glow flickered deep within Meng Hao's eyes. Eldest brother, what's wrong? Have you thought back to what you did? Apparently, the young woman who had left earlier had returned. She stood in front of him, seeming to be a bit unwilling to be there. Meng Hao took a deep breath to collect his thoughts. With a smile, he said, "Thought back to what I did? I'm not really sure. I think I was dreaming just now." "Dreaming? Of what?" she responded, sounding even more curious. "Now that I've woken up, I can't remember," he said. Seeing that the woman was about to ask more questions, Meng Hao looked at her with a solemn expression and said, "You are about to reach a critical point in your cultivation. I think you need to go meditate." Hearing his words caused the woman's eyes to go wide. "You dare to lecture me? Humph! You've got yourself into a lot of trouble this time. The sect priest sent me here to ask you if you'll admit your mistake." With that, the woman gave him a wink, then turned to leave. Seeing the woman making her way off, Meng Hao frowned. He actually understood her deeper meaning. Fang Yu said that when people enter the second plane, they don't awaken for a few hours at the soonest, and sometimes even a few days. In the time before everyone else wakes up, my advantage is virtually limitless. He rubbed the bridge of his nose as he thought no more regarding what the woman had said just now, and instead thought about this ancient, illusory world. Considering my status, none of the others are even close to being a match for me. If I find any of them, I could see them dead with a mere thought. A cold glow appeared in his eyes. Regarding the exact rights enjoyed by an elite apprentice, the chaos of his memories made it impossible for him to recall all the details clearly. However, he had a general sense. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what host bodies were selected by the others. Although, I do know that the best one would be that of the G-clan, the Conclave disciple. In that case, I'll go find that one, and bring that person to ruin. With that, Meng Hao stood up. However, in the instant he rose to his feet, thunderclaps filled the sky as 8 lightning bolts shot down toward him. Instantly, they slammed into him. The lighting fell too quickly, causing his entire body to tremble as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He instantly fell down onto the ground, a look of shock on his face. The intense power of the lightning was fearsome. Despite the fact that this world was illusory, he still felt a sense of deadly crisis that caused him to gasp. "What's going on?" he thought. He quickly looked up into the sky. It was as blue as ever, except the area surrounding him was filled with various disciples of the demon Immortal sect. Some were human, others had the bodies of demons. All of them wore strange expressions. Some of them even appeared to be gloating in his misfortune. Those ones also appeared to be stifling rage, although they apparently hoped that he wouldn't notice. They quickly put looks of indifference on their faces and then departed. Meng Hao gaped. Something didn't seem to be right. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and then quickly rose to his feet. Instantly, the surrounding 9 cauldrons began to emit a buzzing sound. 9 chains of lightning appeared, quickly binding Meng Hao and then raising him up into the air. Meng Hao's scalp went numb. Up in midair, 8 lightning bolts boomed down to slam onto him. Blood sprayed from his mouth and his face went pale. It was at this point that he noticed all of the demon immortal disciples in the area staring at him. Each one wore a strange expression. Some seemed to be enjoying themselves. Others appeared to be venting their anger. All of them seemed quite happy to watch him be struck with lightning. Some even looked like they were on the verge of bursting into applause. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Aren't I an elite apprentice? What's happening? By this point Meng Hao was really starting to get scared. The power of the second round of lightning was such that his body felt as if it were on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, he recalled what the woman had said earlier about thinking back to something he did. She had also mentioned he'd gotten himself in a lot of trouble. At the moment, he really did seem to be in a lot of trouble. In fact, it seemed quite apparent that he was being punished. At the moment, quite a few cultivators were now approaching the fourth peak at top speed. Hundreds of people arrived, all of them looking quite nervous, even pained. When they saw Meng Hao, they all began to talk. Eldest brother, don't fight back. You're really in a lot of trouble this time. You still won't admit it, huh? Yeah, eldest brother. The sect priest is really furious this time. AI, you really should not have gone through with it. I can't believe you dared to steal the precious treasure of the sixth peak to give to that demoness of the Zhao clan. Nonsense. Eldest brother was obviously seduced into wrongdoing by that demoness. The person in the wrong isn't eldest brother. It's the damned demoness. As their voices drifted out, Meng Hao's mind spun. All of a sudden, memories began to awaken in his mind. Now that the memories were clear, Meng Hao understood that originally, Kujusi of the fourth peak didn't always have that name. Some people think 3 times before they act. However, Kujusi's father, in his fury, had changed his son's name to Jusi, which meant think 9 times. He had hoped that changing the name would remind his son to thoroughly consider all matters before taking action. Clearly, though, a change of name did not have any effect whatsoever on Kujusi. In the demon immortal sect, he was an arrogant silkpants who ran amok at will. Even if you changed his name to Kujubei-sai, think 900 times, it still wouldn't do any good. Yes, he was an elite apprentice. However, he had the lowest cultivation base of all the elite apprentices. Furthermore, of all the elite apprentices, he was the one who embraced his silkpants lifestyle the most. There wasn't a single person in the entire demon immortal sect who didn't know that he had a violent temper, got into fights easily, acted tyrannically, and was known as the #1 demon immortal sect bully. He had earned such a reputation that his name alone was enough to cause any outer sect disciple to drop to the ground and kowtow. Even inner sect disciples became terror-stricken when hearing of him, and conclave disciples would tremble. The other elite apprentices frowned because of him, and all the elders in the sects, as well as the 7 great sect priests, all felt headaches coming on whenever they heard his name mentioned. His life up to now had been filled with countless preposterous events. The things he did forced his father, Kuyun Hai, sect priest and paragon of the fourth peak, to constantly be remedying his blunders. All of the disputes caused by him ended up being mediated by his father. A few days ago, he had stolen a precious treasure from the sixth peak and given it to an outsider. The matter could be considering poking the heavens in the eye. Even his father had been unable to do anything but let go of his pride to smooth the matter over. Meng Hao could only smile bitterly as the lightning chains once again pulled him back down to the center of the platform. After a moment, the chains vanished. However, Meng Hao knew that if he dared to stand up again, the movement would cause more lightning to fall. Little patriarch, eldest brother, just admit your fault. Don't butt heads with the sect priest. The other disciples neared, looking at Meng Hao with expressions of pain on their faces. Although Kujusi ran wild on the outside as a silkpants, in the fourth peak, he was viewed almost like a child. Everyone held deep feelings for him. More and more disciples were rushing toward the fourth peak to try to convince Meng Hao of what to do. His face was pale, and he suddenly felt deeply depressed. How could he ever have imagined that things would end up in this way? You think you can convince me to say I'm wrong? Forget about it. But then, Meng Hao's eyes filled with determination. He quickly took a deep breath, and then hurriedly continued, Juicy was wrong. This time, Juicy really was wrong. The words instantly caused everything to go quiet. Everyone's eyes went wide as they stared in disbelief at Meng Hao. Although they had all been trying to convince him to admit his fault, they were well aware of the little patriarch's temperament. He would rather die before admitting he was wrong. And yet, he just had. It wasn't just them who were staring in shock. Suddenly, a violent wind whipped down from mid-air in the shape of a gigantic illusory hand. The hand reached down to grab the shocked Meng Hao, wrenching him up toward an immortal's cave on the fourth mountain. At the same time, an ancient voice, filled with wrath and even pain, echoed out throughout the demon immortal sect. Old Sixth, my son admitted his fault. From now on, if anyone breathes even half a word of this matter, don't blame me for flipping out. The voice was filled with an intensely domineering air as it rumbled out in all directions. The gigantic wind hand dragged Meng Hao into a spacious immortal's cave, then slammed him violently onto the ground. When he landed, however, the power dissipated so that, although he tumbled a bit, he wasn't hurt at all. His eyes rolled around, and his brain spun in circles. Inwardly, he was worried that his cover might be blown. However, after reminding himself that this was an illusory world, he felt a bit more at ease. Dusting himself off, he stood up and looked around. The Immortal's cave was so simple that it couldn't possibly be any more simple. It was large, but only contained a single stone bed. Sitting cross-legged on top of the bed was a middle-aged man. This was the lord of the fourth peak of the demon immortal sect. He was one of the paragons of the first heaven, a person famous in all the ninth mountain. Kuyunhai. Next to him was an oil lamp that flickered brightly, completely illuminating the entire immortal's cave. If you looked closely, you would be able to see that the wick of the lamp was, shockingly, a phoenix, shrunken down so small that it was roughly the size of a finger. The oil lamp was not crafted from bronze, but rather was made of a shrunken-down golden dragon. This was a real golden dragon, its mouth open, its whiskers undulating. The entire dragon had been transformed into an oil lamp, with a dragon as the lamp and a phoenix as the wick. Were an object like this to be revealed in Meng Hao's era, it would cause a huge commotion throughout all the lands of South Heaven. It might even cause shock among the starry skies. The man sitting on the stone bed had handsome features. It was obvious that when he was young, he had been even more dashing. Right now, his expression was dignified, and he wore a long gray robe. Currently, he was frowning a bit helplessly at Meng Hao. "Did it hurt?" he asked softly. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment and then, with great caution, nodded his head. Seeing Meng Hao's response caused Kuyunha to give an exasperated chortle. "Do you know anything about fear? Isn't there anyone you're afraid of? Quit pulling this kind of crap with me. Fine. For the time being, don't go near the sixth peak. And keep a low profile, too. Juicy, stop fooling around so much. You're not a kid anymore. Soon, it will be time to find you a beloved and pass on the Taoist magic of mind that you've mastered. Got it?" The more he spoke, the more angry he seemed. However, when he looked at his son, he couldn't help but sigh. His gaze softened, and his anger passed. "Very well," he said, his tone warm. "I want you to demonstrate some of the Taoist magic I've passed on to you. Go ahead, show it off." Meng Hao swallowed hard. He was actually very nervous at the moment, so nervous that he couldn't control himself. As far back as he could remember, he had never felt such nervousness. As he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, he couldn't help but think of his own father. The memories were blurry, but still there. "What's wrong?" asked Kuyunha, frowning. I forgot," replied Meng Hao, bracing himself. There was really nothing he could do. Juicy's memories really did not contain any Taoist magic. Kuyunhai stared at Meng Hao for a very long time before sighing again. His eyes flickered with disappointment. However, seemingly worried that his expression would hurt Juicy, he caused a warm look to cover his face. "Juicy, you can't be like this." As he spoke, he waved his finger through the air, causing the spiritual energy in the area to condense together. It formed into countless magical symbols in front of him. which then transformed into a jade slip that came to hover in front of Meng Hao. This is the soul divergence incantation. Go gain enlightenment regarding it. Go. As Yunhai stared at him, Meng Hao's heart began to beat rapidly. He thought about his identity and all the good fortune that was available within this ancient demon immortal sect. How could he ever have imagined that he would receive some so quickly? He took the jade slip, then bowed his head and clasped hands. When he turned to leave, Yunhai's voice could suddenly be heard again, filled with exhaustion and an indescribable feeling of age. Lord Li's heavenly decree dictates a limit on the longevity of living things. Your father will not be able to accompany you for your whole life. You need start acting a bit more sensibly. The love in his words was palpable. Clearly, he carried deep longing that his son succeed in life. Meng Hao stopped in place. For some reason, he felt moved inwardly. He looked back at Yunhai and suddenly noticed that just in this short period of time, some of the man's hair had turned white. Go, said Yunhai with a smile. I'm fine. Go find those friends of yours and have some fun. He waved his hand dismissively. Meng Hao's heart trembled, and he left silently. After emerging from the Immortal's cave, he looked off into the sky toward the temple of the first peak. He suddenly had the feeling he understood why the man he had seen on the fourth peak of the ancient demon immortal sect had allowed him to come here. Was it because of regret? He murmured. Moments later, a grim light flickered in his eyes that had nothing to do with Yunhai or Jusi, but rather, the other South Heaven cultivators. The world of the ancient demon immortal sect is all about competition. Since I've acquired this identity, then I should do everything I can to anyone who might be a menace to me. Smother them before they have a chance to sprout. The only sad thing is that each one of the peaks has tens of thousands of inner sect disciples. It would be impossible to search all of them. However, the Ji clan has a conclave disciple, so I should be able to pick up on some clues. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he recalled the brief scuffle involving Ji Mingfeng. Before leaving, he had smiled. However, apparently because Meng Hao had ruined his plans, a bit of killing intent had shown through in that smile. You want to kill me? Then you'd better hope I don't find you first, smiled Meng Hao. As he continued on his way, quite a few people came to ask about his well-being. Eventually, he was surrounded by a group of more than 30. Meng Hao was unable to see the cultivation base of any of these people. However, what he could sense was unbelievable power. Some of them even had strong killing intent. Many of them had demonic chi which swirled around them freely. Some of them appeared to be ordinary cultivators, while others were demonic cultivators. Those ones had bodies covered with scales or fur, and looked extremely fierce. Let's go around to all the peaks, he said suddenly. There's a conclave disciple who offended me, and then got away. We're gonna find him. The surrounded crowd smiled, as if they didn't find this strange at all. Obviously, they were used to such things. Rumbling filled the air as Meng Hao and his junior brothers and sisters grouped together and shot up into the air toward the third peak. En route, quite a few people flew out from the third peak, all of whom had arrogant and despotic bearings. Clearly very familiar with Meng Hao, they looked toward him and offered greetings, then joined the group. Meng Hao then thought back to what Yunhai had said about finding his friends and having some fun. It seemed these friends of his were other silk pants from the demon immortal sect. A young man with a fish scale on his forehead seemed eager to get into action. Juicy, should we call some others? I heard there's a conclave disciple who offended you. Who the hell does that moronic fool think he is to dare to provoke you? Meng Hao immediately nodded in agreement. Call everyone. Just now when I was getting struck by lightning, he was laughing the hardest. The cultivator from the third peak instantly smiled and waved his hands. Immediately, an enormous white lotus appeared up above in the sky, radiating light. As soon as the white lotus appeared, all of the disciples in the demon immortal sect who saw it felt their hearts trembling. They immediately ducked their heads down as if they had important matters to attend to, and then headed back to their residences. They understood that when the white lotus appeared, the silk pants fiends were about to appear. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 beams of light appeared coming from each of the mountain peaks of the demon immortal sect. There were men and women, all of whom wore luxurious garments. They were people with incredible status, each one of different appearance. Some had wings on their backs, others had enormous swishing tails, and some were incredibly beautiful or handsome demons. Each and every one of them had ancestors who were powerful experts within the sect. When they saw the white lotus, smiles appeared on their faces, and they headed in its direction. Back on the 4th peak, Ku Yunhai sat cross-legged on his stone bed. He looked up, saw the white lotus, and shook his head. His expression grew a bit more weary, and his hair a bit more white. Not too much time passed before 70 or 80 people neared Meng Hao. He was shocked by this, but it didn't last long. His eyes glistened as he looked over the people who were under the sway of his power. As of this point, he knew that he really did have the qualifications to sweep over the other South Heaven cultivators who had come to this place. Here, with Kujusi's identity, he thought, even getting the mountain and sea scripture does not count as an impossibility. He instantly started to breathe heavily, and his eyes glowed. However, the demon immortal sect has 3,000 Taoist magics. With the exception of the top 100, the rest can be acquired by performing meritorious service to the sect. Deeds such as that are not easy to accomplish. All of this information resided within the memories of Kujusi that existed within his head. He had quite a good understanding of the demon immortal sect. The Taoist magics he referred to were not weak, and thus required deeds of merit to acquire. Unfortunately, unless a war was going on, even a conclave disciple who accumulated merit for years would perhaps be able to acquire 2 or 3 at the most. As far as inter-sect disciples, it didn't matter how many meritorious deeds they accumulated. They would never be able to acquire anything other than fundamental techniques. If it's difficult for me, then others will find it even harder, he thought. It seems the second plane of the demon immortal sect all depends on meritorious service in order to get techniques and legacies. He continued to think about the matter as he led the group closer to the 3rd peak. In the vast stretch of land between the 4th and 3rd peaks, there was an enormous pit in the ground that emanated pulsing coldness up into the air. As he flew through mid-air, Meng Hao noticed it immediately. Even more eye-catching were the numerous green vines that could be seen near the pit. They glowed almost like treasures, each one as wide as a person and bursting with incredible power. What's in that pit, I wonder, he thought. Meng Hao wasn't sure why, but when he looked in the direction of the deep pit, he suddenly felt a sensation that made it seem like the entire world was blurry and overlapping on itself. Although his mind quickly returned to normal, he was still left completely shocked. Gradually, because of his identity as a demon sealer and his sensitivity to demonic qi, he came to realize that the entire demon immortal sect was filled with shocking demonic qi. Furthermore, the demonic qi in the giant pit was even more astonishing. Back in the first plane, when I went from the 3rd peak to the 4th, I didn't see any bizarre pit like that. Meng Hao's eyes glittered when he realized that Kujusi's memories also did not contain any information regarding the pit. Flying next to Meng Hao was a young girl as pretty as silk with pointed ears. Her eyes glittered with a charm that seemed capable of seducing any soul into wrongdoing. When she saw Meng Hao looking at the pit, she said, "Juicy, don't attract the attention of the demon chasm." Next to the young woman was a handsome young man with 2 black wings that flapped silently as he flew. Sighing, he said, "Last time we went to the demon chasm, we wasted a lot of treasures, but only managed to get the vines to extend a few thousand meters. Who knows how deep it actually is?" On the other side of Meng Hao was a young man whose fingers intermittently sprouted sharp claws. He shook his head and said, "According to legend, that pit is the dwelling place of the demon divinity who protects the 1st heaven of the demon immortal sect." Meng Hao nodded thoughtfully. Everyone put thoughts of the demon chasm aside as they proceeded onward toward the 3rd peak. As they neared, the 3rd peak silk pants immediately began to call out to the conclave disciples. Regardless of whether or not they were willing, when the sect's number 1 bully showed up, they had to come out. Meng Hao glanced over the several thousand people in front of him, frowning slightly. He didn't recognize any of them as being the G-clan host body. Muttering to himself, he moved a bit closer. After looking them over one more time, he led his group on to the second peak. Eventually, he reached the first peak, but despite looking at thousands of conclave disciples, he still had met no success, causing him to sigh inwardly. By this time, several hours had passed, and no doubt, many of the others were beginning to wake up. Just in the moment when Meng Hao was about to make his way to the fifth peak, as he flew over the congregated conclave disciples, suddenly, a weak rippling sensation appeared in Meng Hao's mind. He was instantly shaken to the core and stopped in his tracks. He looked down toward all of the conclave disciples. He inched closer to them, and his gaze fell onto the body of one particular young man. His features were handsome, and he stood there expressionless. When Meng Hao looked at him, he gaped back, seemingly apprehensive. "That's the one!" cried Meng Hao. As he neared the young man, the faint feeling grew more noticeable. Although Meng Hao couldn't be sure of the details, he was sure the feeling had something to do with host bodies. The young man's face was pale as he stammered, "Fourth little patriarch, I..." Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. However, the shadow of his punishment earlier still loomed heavy around him. He didn't want to kill anyone out in the open. After all, sect rules strictly prohibited such an act. It would lead to a lot of problems. The young man suddenly started trembling, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. At the same time, a unique aura that no one else could sense suddenly seemed to awaken within him. Meng Hao could instantly see a vague, shadowy image appear behind the young man. The image was that of a handsome man with a crow perched on his shoulder. The unique aura of the G-clan emanated off of him. Meng Hao instantly recognized him. "Ji Mingfeng," he thought. The killing intent suddenly flickered in his eyes as he realized that the man was about to wake up. "There's no time," thought Meng Hao, looking at the man. "Once he wakes up, too many unforeseen circumstances could unfold. When it comes to the G-clan, killing two is no different than killing one. G-clan Dao child. Huh? Ji Mingfeng. You will have no chance to awaken." Meng Hao acted with complete decisiveness. His body flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of Ji Mingfeng. To the shock of everyone watching, he instantly slammed his palm into the young man's chest. Considering the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, a palm strike like this was fundamentally not capable of harming the host body. However, the image of Ji Mingfeng, which only Meng Hao could see, was trembling and visibly struggling to open his eyes. This was the demon Immortal sect. Sect rules were strict and rigid. In the past, Kajusi, despite being a silk pants, would never go beyond fighting someone in public. Although he had killed people, it was always in secret. If he had conflicts with people, he would use his status to get them outside of the sect, where he would then kill them. Therefore, Meng Hao's actions now led only to some cries of alarm. In fact, the over 100 people who had followed him here were chatting and laughing, and did nothing to stop the goings-on. Even the other conclave disciples of the first peak simply frowned. They knew of Kojusi's dark reputation within the sect, and that he was someone who should never be provoked. After all, any large sect like this would have people like Kojusi. It was something unavoidable. All sects were the same. However, when Meng Hao's palm landed on the Ji Mingfeng's host body, the young man trembled violently and tumbled backward. The faces of all the surrounding cultivators instantly flickered. They could tell that the soul of this first peak conclave disciple was on the verge of being destroyed. Such a thing left everyone completely astonished. Destruction of the soul is different than the death of the fleshly body. When the soul is destroyed, the only thing left behind is a living corpse. In many ways, it is more terrifying than true death. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He could see that Ji Mingfeng's soul was trembling violently, and that he was on the verge of opening his eyes. Meng Hao gave a cold snort, approached him again, and then struck out with another palm. Booming rose up as Ji Mingfeng's host body once again shook violently. At first, it didn't seem to cause him any cause for concern. However, the illusory image of Ji Mingfeng's soul was now even more unstable. It trembled violently and let out soundless howls. It was apparently sparing no effort whatsoever in the attempt to wake up. Meng Hao was about to strike out again when the other First Peak Conclave disciples moved to block his way. Even some of his own followers moved to hold him back. Juicy, you can't do this. Juicy, don't attack again. We can find a chance another time to pin this guy down for good. Why kill him in front of all these people? Meng Hao looked at the people trying to obstruct his way. The aura of Ji Mingfeng's awakening soul was growing stronger and stronger. In fact, his eyes were beginning to glow with light. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew cold. This guy colluded with that demoness to bewitch me. He tried to get me punished on purpose. I swear that I will not stop until he is dead. Today, the Silk Pants disciples behind him hesitated. After a moment, though, they ground their teeth and once again blocked his way. As Meng Hao frowned at them, the dozen or so that were blocking his way transmitted messages via divine will. Are you sure he has to die? He must die, was Meng Hao's resolute response. Fine. You just received punishment. But, regardless of why you need this guy dead, we'll do it together. It doesn't matter if we get punished too. We'll share the responsibility. That will be better than you taking all the blame yourself. These dozen or so rogues were Meng Hao's closest friends in the sect. As soon as they made their decision, they turned and shot toward Ji Mingfeng. Meng Hao gaped in astonishment for a moment and then moved to follow. They easily swept over the First Peak disciples who were blocking the way, and then appeared around Ji Mingfeng. The instant in which his soul's eyes finally snapped open, booming sounds echoed out. Both Ji Mingfeng and his host body instantly were inundating with roaring sounds. As for Ji Mingfeng, the moment in which he opened his eyes, he let out a piercing cry that only Meng Hao could hear. His soul grew blurry, and his expression was one of confusion and fear. He stared around wide-eyed for a moment until his eyes came to rest on Meng Hao. In that instant, his pupils constricted. It's you! In that instant, roaring once again filled the air. The attacks slammed down like storm winds. Ji Mingfeng's host body exploded, transformed into nothing but ash by the astonishing divine abilities levied against it. Ji Mingfeng's soul was being torn into shreds. The blood-curdling scream which only Meng Hao could hear echoed about. Meng Hao's right hand snatched the soul and then crushed into dust. A popping sound could be heard as this Dao child of the Ji clan, a blazing son of his generation, an array member upon whom many hopes of the clan rested, was thoroughly destroyed in this illusory ancient world, the second plane of the primordial demon Immortal planes. Death in this place was true death of the soul. In the moment in which Ji Mingfeng died, outside of the demon Immortal sect, back in the lands of South Heaven, in the ancestral mansion of the Ji clan was a tall altar. Sitting cross-legged on the altar was the first patriarch of the South Heaven Ji clan, the same youthful-looking cultivator who had seen the Ji clan members off to the primordial demon Immortal plane. His closed eyes suddenly snapped open. In that instant, bizarre clouds began to churn in the sky above the lands of all of South Heaven. Everything dimmed and changed color. The young man slowly lifted his head up to look at the 9 jade slips in front of him. He stretched his left hand out to grab the first one up, but before he could even touch it, cracking sounds could be heard, and the jade slip shattered. The young man's hand stopped moving. His face instantly grew incredibly dark. At the same time, lightning crackled in the air above the eastern lands, the southern domain, and the northern reaches. It was as if the changes to the young man's expression caused endless black clouds to roil up. "Perished," he murmured. His voice was hoarse, and his face slowly filled with disbelief. Considering his cultivation base and position, such a change in facial expression was something that hadn't happened for a very long time. This chapter was sponsored by Dang Quang Tran. How could he have perished? The young man's face grew even grimmer. As he looked off into the distance, lightning seemed to dance within his eyes, as if his body was filled with roaring thunder and electricity. The primordial demon Immortal plane isn't very dangerous, thought the young man. There may be disputes in the first plane when it comes to selecting a host body, but who is there that would dare to provoke the Ji clan? Based on the look in his eyes, it was clear that he truly didn't understand. Also visible in his eyes were deep pain and fury. Ji Mingfeng was the best of the best in the younger generation. Many hopes had been placed in him. Who could ever have possibly imagined that he would die in the demon immortal sect? The second plane is an illusory realm. It might seem dangerous, but the chances of truly life-threatening situations are extremely small, and could only come about by chance or coincidence. If my calculations are correct, the second plane should have just opened. Considering Mingfeng's latent talent, he should have been one of the first ones to awaken. How could he have perished? Throughout the tens of thousands of years in which the Ji clan has sent our cultivators into the primordial demon immortal plane, no one has ever died. Mingfeng, how could you have perished? The young man sat there silently, his eyes radiating such icy coldness that snowflakes began to fall upon the entirety of South Heaven. Without speaking a word, he stretched out his right hand, within which appeared a feng shui compass. In the center of the feng shui compass was black-colored sun, which caused the compass itself to emanate a black glow. He stared down at the compass as he used his left hand to make various adjustments. The glow of augury appeared in his eyes. Within the space of a few breaths, his expression changed. A cracking sound could be heard from the feng shui compass as a huge fissure appeared on its surface. The young man gasped, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. An anomaly. The only thing I can determine is that in this particular instance of the primordial demon immortal plane, an anomaly has appeared which has never before existed within the last 90,000 years. This anomaly could possibly influence the passage of time. It might even affect events that have already occurred and have flowed past in the great river of time. What could be the cause of this? Meanwhile, back in the demon immortal sect in the second plane on the first peak, because of the death of Ji Mingfeng's host body, everything was absolutely quiet. All of the first peak's conclave disciples looked on silently, an icy glow rising up in their eyes. The people who had come with Meng Hao, but had not taken action just now, also looked on with expressions of shock, their minds spinning. Everything had happened far too quickly, such that they didn't even have time to think about what consequences might result because of what happened. Then, their minds began to reel as they realized that the death of a first peak conclave disciple was nothing other than a complete disaster. Meng Hao hovered there in midair, looking around at the dozen or so others who had joined him in the attack. They were all silk pants from the various other peaks, and were about the same age as Meng Hao. They were his gang of scoundrels, and after all their ridiculous antics throughout the years, a strong friendship had developed between them. Meng Hao looked at them and they looked back. Then they started laughing. An hour later, bells tolled throughout the demon immortal sect. At the same time, an enormous screen appeared in mid-air upon within which could be seen a cage. In that cage were Meng Hao and the dozen or so of his friends who had joined him, all of them bound up tightly. All of the disciples in the sect were watching the proceedings. Floating there in mid-air, his eyes closed, was a burly, bare-chested man. After the bells tolled a fifth time, the burly man's eyes snapped open. They shone with an oppressive glow as he lifted his right hand up into the air and made a grasping motion. A black whip suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was fully 3,000 meters long, and as it undulated, the air itself was shattered. Lightning danced on its surface, and it emitted astonishing crackling sounds throughout the entirety of the sect. According to sect rules, the punishment for murdering a fellow disciple is death, said the burly man, his voice cool. However, considering the services rendered to the sect by your various ancestors, you will be spared death, but not punishment. According to the orders of the 7 great paragons, Kujusi will be stripped of his title of elite apprentice. Su Tianhai, Chun Mingyun, all the rest of you sub-elite apprentices will be demoted to the inner sect. Your positions will not be restored for 10,000 years. You will also receive 3 lashes from the purgatory whip. Each lash could be fatal. This is your punishment. As for Kojusi, he will receive 4 lashes. If such a crime should be committed again in the future, you will compensate with your lives. As his words echoed out through the sect, Those who heard were shocked. Such a punishment was incredibly severe. Their titles were stripped for 10,000 years, although that could be considered secondary. Most severe of all was the purgatory whip. Few people withstand more than 2 lashes from it. In the memories of everyone present, a punishment of 3 lashes had not been doled out for 1,000 years. As for Kujusi's special punishment of 4 lashes, that type of punishment had not been seen for at least 3,000 years. As of this moment, all of the disciples within the sect were completely quiet. They looked up at the scene playing out in mid-air, especially those from the first peak, within whose eyes hatred flickered. When Meng Hao and the dozen or so others heard the burly man's words, their faces immediately fell. What the fudge? This is messed up. 3 lashes. Ha! I was the one who struck the first blow. 3 lashes? Who cares? Sub-elite apprentice? PSSHHH. If I want some techniques or legacies or even treasures, all I have to do is ask. I don't give a crap about what level of disciple I am. Juicy, we're brothers. So we'll accept the punishment together. Those old fogies can only hurt our flesh, they can't really kill us. Although, you still need to tell me, why exactly did we have to kill that first peak conclave disciple? Meng Hao looked around at his dozen or so friends. He knew that this world was illusory, but he was still moved nonetheless. He could tell that these were the kind of people who would stick with him through thick and thin. It almost made him want to forget that this place wasn't real, and that he wasn't really Kujusi. Except, he wasn't sure exactly how to respond to the question. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth. That punk seduced one of my junior sisters. Strange looks filled the faces of the others. After a moment passed, they all started laughing. As their laughter rang out, the burly man coldly said, "First lash." With that, he raised his hand, and the whip flew out, causing distortions to ripple out in the air. Piercing crack rang out. The sound of it was crisp and clear, and echoed back and forth at least 10 times, accompanied by shocking rumbling like that of thunder. One whip blow slashed across Meng Hao and the others. Meng Hao's entire body shook, and it felt as if his soul were about to explode out of his body. Indescribable pain surged through him, stabbing into his mind, causing his vision to swim. At the same time, miserable cries could be heard around him. Meanwhile, off in the distance, 7 figures could be seen standing on the 7th peak. They looked like 7 blazing suns. One of their number was Ku Yunhai. His face was somber, and his fury burned to the heavens. His gaze was fixed on Meng Hao, who was being whipped to the point that it seemed as if he wanted to die. Standing near Ku Yunhai was a middle-aged woman. Her body emanated a beautiful glow, and as she stood there, it seemed as if she were fused with heaven and earth. She was the paragon of the 6th peak. Her expression cool, she turned to Ku Yunhai and said, "Lord Li is sleeping now, but we are all still subject to his heavenly will. The Tao realm is sealed and cut off from us. However, momentous events will soon occur. If you are too kind, elder brother Ku, then in the future, your son will definitely fall into great calamity." The paragon of the 3rd peak was an old man with a long face. His entire person radiated ancientness as he shook his head and said, "Elder brother Ku, your son really is... Well, if he wants to break sect rules, that is his concern, but why does he have to get others in trouble too? I guess that's just his character." The paragon of the 1st peak was a handsome young man with long, narrow eyes. His body emanated a golden light that made it seem as if he were surrounded by countless swords that in turn transformed into a bright sun. His voice itself sounded like sharp, stabbing swords as he calmly said, "This kid is clearly a deviant at heart. For years now he's bullied his way around. There have been at least 10 or more disciples who have died by his hand. The only reason we didn't go after him for those deaths was for your sake, elder brother Ku. For him to brazenly kill someone in the open, though, that is far too excessive." After the 3 other paragons spoke, Ku Yunhai's enraged voice could be heard. "Rebel! Rebel! The instant I let him go, he goes and does something completely devoid of conscience. I don't care if he gets whipped to death. At least I wouldn't have to deal with this only son of mine. If he doesn't die, then he'll drive me to my death eventually. Because of Lord Li's heavenly decree, living creatures all have lifespan limitations. The Tao realm cannot be tread. My longevity is withering away, and the time of my death approaches. Fellow Taoists, your patience regarding my deviant son has not been forgotten. Let him die. Because of the endless slaughtering which occurred in the 9 wars of the mountains and seas, of my 15 sons, only he is left. His entire life he was spoiled, so it's no wonder he turned out to be a disaster. Forget it. Just forget it. Let him die. Yunhai turned away, and as he did, his entire body seemed to age. The death aura which spread out all around him grew even stronger. The other 6 paragons stood by silently. The paragon of the 7th peak was an ancient, white-haired man with the bearing of a transcendent being. He sighed softly as he looked off into the distance at the burly man with the whip. The burly raised the whip up into the air and then paused for a moment. Then he delivered the second lash. The sound that rang out was intense and shocking to the extreme. However, it was clear that the blow had not been delivered with as much force as the previous one. By the time the third lash fell, the skin of Meng Hao and the dozen or so others was completely torn and lacerated. Their expressions were haggard, and they could barely lift their heads. They bitterly looked over at Meng Hao, knowing that he was about to receive a 4th lash. Meng Hao chuckled bitterly as the 4th blow descended. It slammed onto his body and his alone. At the same time, the furious words spoken by Yunhai suddenly echoed into his ears. Still won't cry out? Meng Hao gaped for a moment before letting out a scream that was tragic beyond description. When his companions heard the sound, they were astonished. The punishment was over, and people came from the various peaks to support Meng Hao and the others as they left. They were quickly taken away to have their wounds treated. Soon, Meng Hao was back at the 4th peak, where he heard Yunhai's voice echoing throughout the mountain. Don't help him. Screw off, you rebel. The 4th peak disciples who were helping him hesitated for a moment. However, Meng Hao indicated to them that they should release him. He smiled bitterly, but inwardly felt warm at heart. Sighing, he began walking up toward Yunhai's Immortal's cave. Meng Hao felt as if this identity he had acquired did come with its advantages, but also a lot of pressure. As a silk pants, he could act virtually without the slightest scruple. However, this was an enormous sect, and sect rules could not be blithely ignored. It's too bad I couldn't find Patriarch Huyen. I won't be able to track down any of the others anytime soon either. In that case, there's no need to work so hard to try to find them. I'll just focus on acquiring Taoist magic legacies right here. When he entered the Immortal's cave, Yunhai was sitting cross-legged on his stone bed. He looked at Meng Hao and gave a cold harumph. Do you know what your mistake was this time? Asked Yunhai, his voice cold. Meng Hao looked back at him but didn't say anything. Your mistake was that you shouldn't have brazenly killed a fellow disciple, continued Yunhai slowly. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Your mistake was that you should have picked some other time to attack. Yunhai waved his hand dismissively, clearly disappointed that Meng Hao was like iron who had failed to turn into steel, and had completely fallen below his expectations. Killing is nothing, he continued. I've killed countless people in my life. When we cultivators practice cultivation, we must do so with a clear conscience. You surely had a good reason to kill him that I know. You normally act with cleverness, but in this situation, were crude and rash. Did you need to get rid of him in fear that he would go into hiding? Well, whatever your enmity with him, considering your status, you can't simply go killing people in broad daylight in front of a big crowd. As Meng Hao looked at Yunhai, his heart trembled. The trembling originated from his very soul, and from the vague image of his own father that existed within his memories. Suddenly, he laughed. Perhaps he had forgotten for a moment that he wasn't really Kujusi. Perhaps Kujusi wanted to remind him that he wasn't really a member of the demon Immortal sect. After all, I am Meng Hao and I am also Kujusi. He suddenly spoke. I think my real mistake was attacking with my own hand. said Kuyunhai, looking at Meng Hao. I shouldn't have killed him myself, said Meng Hao softly. I should have talked to you about it, sir. A word from you and he would have been dead. Then things wouldn't have been so problematic. Kuyunhai stared at him with wide eyes. After a moment, he started chuckling. His chuckling grew louder and louder until it wasn't clear whether he was furious or actually laughing uproariously. He suddenly waved his hand, causing a gentle breeze to spring up that healed all of Meng Hao's wounds. After that, he sighed deeply, and then made a grasping motion toward that oil lamp that had the body of a dragon and the wick of a phoenix. Instantly, 2 glimmering streams of light shot out. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth in the area grew intense to the extreme. It began to converge, forming together in front of Kuyunhai as if weapons were being constructed. Soon, 2 large stone statues could be seen. Each of the 2 statues were as tall as a person and pitch black. They held great swords in hand and looked like the type of soldiers buried with dead bodies in tombs. Banging sounds could be heard as they dropped down to slam onto the ground. Their aura was enough to cause Meng Hao to begin to pant. He felt an incredible pressure weighing down on him that exceeded that from any powerful expert he had ever felt. At the same time, Kuyunhai pointed at Meng Hao. His forehead suddenly split, and 2 drops of blood flew out. They swirled through the air toward the 2 statues, then merged into them. As soon as that happened, the eyes of the stone soldiers flickered, as if they now possessed consciousness. As Meng Hao looked at them, he got the feeling that, with a mere thought on his part, he could control these 2 terrifying soldiers. These 2 stone soldiers have your soul blood inside of them, he said, giving Meng Hao a deep look. No matter how many tens of thousands of years pass, no matter how many difficult situations they go through, no matter how many masters they have, when you stand in front of them, they will recognize you as their most supreme and ultimate master. Kuyunhai's face was a bit ruddy, and his hair seemed a bit more gray, even white. When the Ku clan kills people, we don't ask for help from outsiders. Now get out of here. Do your best to gain enlightenment regarding the soul divergence incantation. Oh, and don't cause any more problems for your old man. Okay? You're not a kid anymore. Try to act a bit more mature. He sighed. Meng Hao coughed dryly and nodded. His eyes were glowing with a strange light as he suddenly looked up at Kuyunhai, a bashful expression on his face. Dad, do you have the mountain and sea scripture? Kuyunhai stared in shock, then slammed his palm down onto the stone bed. You little brat. The mountain and sea scripture? Do you think I founded the demon Immortal sect? Oh, well, even just a bit of information about it would do, Meng Hao replied quickly. You can't even get the mountain and sea scripture from the 3 great demon mountains of the 2nd heaven, or the 2 holy lands of the 3rd heaven, he said angrily. Do you really think that your dad, mere lord of the 4th peak of the 1st heaven, could really request the mountain and sea scripture from the slumbering Lord Li in the 4th heaven? If you really want the mountain and sea scripture, there's only one way to get it, and that is to acquire the legacy of Lord Li that he left behind before going into slumber. Whoever can reach the 4th heaven and stand directly in front of Lord Li can get that legacy. With that, he waved his hand dismissively. If you don't have the mountain and sea scripture, that's okay, said Meng Hao quickly. He didn't mind settling for second best. Dad, you know those 3,000 Taoist magics that you can only get through meritorious service to the sect? Do you think you could use your influence to get them for me? Kuyunhai's eyes widened, and he stared in shock at Meng Hao. 3,000 Taoist magics? Kuyunhai spluttered furiously. Do you really actually believe that the demon Immortal sect was founded by me? 2,999 would also be okay, but not any less than that, replied Meng Hao, grinding his teeth. Screw off. I don't have them, roared Kuyunhai, waving his right hand. If you give me enough techniques, then I can focus on calmly practicing cultivation on the 4th peak, said Meng Hao, using his trump card. When he said this, Kuyunhai's hand suddenly stopped moving. He hesitated for a moment as he looked at Meng Hao. Then he let out a long sigh. Considering my status, the best I can do is give you 300 Taoist magics. If you can fully gain enlightenment of all of them, Then I'll see what else I can do. Shaking his head, he made another grasping motion. His hand seemed to disappear into the air, and he closed his eyes for a moment. When he pulled his hand back, it was holding a jade slip. He tossed it toward Meng Hao, and then waved his wide sleeve, causing a raging wind to pick up Meng Hao and the two stone soldiers and send them out of the Immortal's cave. In the middle section of the fourth peak was a luxurious area filled with glittering lights and exotic plants. The large door of the Immortal's cave there was imposing to the extreme. This was none other than Kujusi's Immortal's cave. Meng Hao's heart was beating with excitement as he carried the jade slip toward the Immortal's cave, as well as the two stone soldiers, which had shrunk down and now fit in his palm. There were about a dozen footmen waiting for him inside. Once they caught sight of him, they all smiled and clasped hands in greeting. Meng Hao quickly found that no matter what he wanted to do inside his Immortal's cave, there would always be someone to help him. He couldn't help but sigh emotionally. He had never experienced such luxury, not even when he was a Violet Furnace Lord back in the Violet Fate sect. It was something he couldn't quite get used to. After a bit of time, he sent the footmen away. Finally alone in his huge Immortal's cave, he sat down cross-legged to examine the stone soldiers and the jade slip. Even after trying, he was not able to put any of them into his bag of holding. However, he was able to take items from within his bag of holding and bring them out. At first he hadn't noticed anything unusual about his bag of holding. However, after he thought about it, he realized that there was something odd about Ji Mingfeng. What was odd was that he had no bag of holding. In fact, Ji Mingfeng had been nothing but a soul. His soul had fused with the host body, but was still nothing more than that, a soul fusion. Muttering, Meng Hao thought about what Kuyunhai had told him about Lord Li, the three great demon mountains, and the two holy lands. The information regarding those things contained in Kujusi's memories were rather vague. I remember Zhixiang also told me a few things. Eyes glittering, he committed the new information to memory to think about another time. As for Zhixiang, he was confident that she would come looking for him eventually. After all, Zhixiang was a true disciple of the demon Immortal sect. When that time comes, I can get answers to everything. He didn't consider the matter anymore. Currently, there were quite a few strange things going on with his body. His cultivation base was only of the great circle of the nascent soul stage, which was actually quite weak in the demon Immortal sect. And yet, neither Kuyunhai nor anyone else seemed to notice that. When they looked at him, they didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were other strange things that Meng Hao could only attribute to the fact that this was the second plane of an ancient illusory world. This was all just a dream of the demon Immortal sect. Although the dream seemed incredibly realistic and was filled with limitless possibilities, a dream was still just a dream, not reality. A thought suddenly sprang into being in Meng Hao's mind. What if it could be real? What if all of this could be made real? What if all of it could become true? What if actual changes could be made to the great river that is the flow of time? Then he looked at the stone soldiers, which clearly could not be put into his bag of holding, and he sighed. He knew that such an outcome was impossible. After all, this place was just a dreamland. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pity regarding the two stone soldiers. If he could take them out with him after he left the primordial demon Immortal plane, it would make him incredibly happy. Taoist magic legacies are the most important part of the second plane, he thought, his eyes glowing with determination. Forgetting about the impractical matters, he took out the jade slip, closed his eyes, and began to attempt to gain enlightenment. After a moment, his eyes opened, and they were filled with blankness. Lightning Spirit Incantation. Borrow the will of heavenly lightning. Fuse it into the body to create a soul. Use the soul of lightning to refine a spirit of lightning. Transmogrify the fleshly body to form a bolt of lightning of heaven and earth. Benefit from an eternally indestructible divinity. Muttering to himself, Meng Hao continued to study the jade slip. His expression grew more and more serious, and he was breathing heavily. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, shocked by what he had learned of the various Taoist magics. He had never imagined that there would be such a variety of divine abilities and magical techniques in the world, and that they could be so unimaginable. There was one magic that could take the rainbows which appear after the rain and transform them into a seven-colored fish. With that fish, one could leap into the starry sky and swim about the mountains and seas as a greater demon. There was another that focused on observing the clouds and wind to perform augury within the earth and the yellow springs. By using an imperial will, one could understand the will of heaven. By understanding the will of heaven, the natural law of heaven and earth could be changed. Planets could be destroyed, and a mere thought could shatter even the most ancient of things. There was an entire host of divine abilities and magical techniques. One of them was called the fish rock will. It was entirely based on the use of divine will. When the myriad of transformations were cultivated to the very peak, one's body could become that of a rock. The technique made him think of the strange rock in the rebirth cave. Everything filled Meng Hao with an unimaginably fantastic feeling. As time passed, he gradually came to realize that of the techniques of the demon immortal sect, more than half were actually demon magic. Cultivators could cultivate this so-called demon magic. In fact, any living thing could. However, the end result was that one would become a greater demon. Meng Hao was especially shaken after seeing the mountain-consuming incantation. It was a technique imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. It was no mere embellishment, but rather a technique that could actually consume mountains and rivers. Success could lead to one's own path to immortality and becoming a human immortal. Many of the techniques relied on qi of heaven and earth that was actually demonic qi. There was one technique in which refining demonic qi into the body allowed one to create a personal heavenly demon transformation. There were 19 levels of such transformations. Each one resulted in becoming a greater demon that could shake heaven and earth. Meng Hao studied the information, and soon, an entire night had passed. Dawn was breaking, but he was not even aware that so much time had passed by. The Taoist magics had left him completely shaken. He suddenly realized that within his world, his life, his everything, a door had suddenly been opened. Beyond that door was the true heaven and earth. Such good fortune was something that, in the tens of thousands of years that the primordial demon immortal plan had opened, no one else had acquired. He was the only one, and it was all because of his special identity. In this world of limitless possibilities, he was the first person to ever use such a technique to gain access to 300 Taoist magics. From ancient times until now, from now into the future, he was the first and the last. If the others who had come with him to the primordial demon immortal plane found out that he had 300 Taoist magics, they would surely go crazy. That would even be true for people who had come in past times. Even a single one of these 300 Taoist magics would be something most cultivators from the great lands of South Heaven could only dream about. Even with the most incredible luck, most would have trouble acquiring one. And yet, Meng Hao had 300. Furthermore, he could tell that these were no ordinary techniques. These techniques were definitely from the top 1,000 Taoist magics out of the total of 3,000. There were some that surely were in the top 500. As for the mountain-consuming incantation and the heavenly demon transformation, they were definitely within the top 200. Such divine abilities and Taoist magics would send anyone mad with jealousy. Legacies and good fortune like this were unheard throughout the past tens of thousands of years. Others might acquire random techniques in this place, but even after exerting incredible power, they still might not be able to gain enlightenment. If that happened, then when they left, all memory of the technique would be wiped out, much as if it had just been a dream. After awakening, they would only be able to remember that the technique existed, but not the details. It was the same with Taoist magics. Only by gaining full enlightenment could one truly possess them and remember them after leaving. Therefore, if one had no way to gain enlightenment, then any effort spent would be wasted. The only thing to be done would be to work hard to find an additional Taoist magic to study. Of course, that would be incredibly difficult. However, Meng Hao didn't have to worry about any of those problems. He had 300 Taoist magics. If he couldn't gain enlightenment with one, he could simply move on to the next. Within the 300, there were definitely magics that suited him, ones that he could master and gain enlightenment of. It was afternoon before he finally looked up. Gripping the jade slip tightly, his eyes filled with a strange glow. He took a deep breath and rose to his feet. I'm going to try out this mountain-consuming incantation. The first step in the incantation is to observe a mountain. With that, his body flickered and he sped out from within the Immortal's cave. By this point, he had lost interest in seeking out the other South Heaven cultivators. As of now, killing them was his last priority. The most important thing was to focus on his own good fortune. Although, if he could find Patriarch Huyen, well, he wouldn't violate sect rules. He would instead seek out Kuyun Hai to have him eliminated. By this point, there should be a lot of people who are awake, he thought, as he made his way through the paths of the fourth peak. All of the disciples he encountered smiled and nodded at him. He smiled back as he sped toward his destination. It didn't take long before he finally just flew up to float in midair and look back at the fourth peak. Observe the mountain. Observe the shape of the mountain. Feel its will. The mountain exists in the eyes and is concealed in the heart. Therefore, the body can be incarnated into a mountain. That is the only way to reach the second stage, in which I am the mountain, and the mountain is me. A strange glow appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he looked at the fourth peak. The mountain-consuming incantation floated within his mind's eye. After the second stage, the third stage can be reached and the mountain can be consumed. The will of the mountain can shape my spirit, and the mountain can refine my body. A spirit that conquers mountains and rivers. When I turn away, the mountain may no longer be within my eye, but whether or not it exists in the eyes of others has nothing to do with me. That much would be just a small achievement. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in midair looking at the fourth peak. Several hours passed. He looked at the mountain, and the disciples there looked back at him. More and more disciples of the fourth peak noticed him, this little patriarch of their mountain peak. There were quite a few female disciples who would occasionally look over at him with flirty smiles. The little patriarch is actually practicing cultivation. Oh, that only happens once every few years. Don't tell me that the little patriarch's temperament has actually changed? All of the disciples found the scene quite odd. In fact, many continued to stop their own cultivation to glance over at him hovering there in midair. It was evening at the moment, and there were currently a dozen or so fourth peak outer sect disciples making their way up a set of stone stairs that wound up the fourth peak. It was an arduous task for them, and they were obviously participating in an examination for promotion into the inner sect. There were 9 stages to the examination, and this particular stage, I shall climb to soar in the heavens, was the last of them all. Whether or not they ended up being promoted to be a fourth peak inner sect disciples was based on how long it took them to reach the very top of the mountain, as well as their performance in the previous stages. One of the participants was a young woman wearing the long robe of an outer sect disciple. Her face was pale white, but she gritted her teeth, and despite her incredible exhaustion, pushed forward with unswerving determination. Her vision swam and her body trembled, but she continued on, one stone step at a time. The exam might seem easy, but anyone who participated would understand the incredible pressure and difficulty. There were inner sect disciples overseeing the situation to ensure safety. If anyone gave up, they would quickly be escorted away. The young woman with the pale face stepped up onto another stone step and then happened to look up into the air toward Meng Hao, who sat there cross-legged meditating. Not too far away from her was an inner sect disciple charged with the safety of the outer sect disciples. Having noticed who she was looking at, he coolly said, "That's the little patriarch of our fourth peak." "Little patriarch?" replied the woman, staring. She hadn't been a member of the sect for very long. But how could she not have heard of the little patriarch? The difference between her status and his was incredible, like that between heaven and earth. She glanced at him for only a moment before lowering her head in exhaustion to continue on the path toward promotion. This was the only path she could tread. To get this chance for promotion, she had pawned a precious family heirloom, a magical item. She had also borrowed a lot of demon stones to practice cultivation. If she failed now, it would take many years to pay everything back. In fact, if she failed, those vicious and greedy outer sect disciples who had been pestering her would make her life a living hell. The only option she had was to pass the competition examination and become an inner sect disciple. She took a deep breath and was about to continue climbing when suddenly, Meng Hao's gaze fell on her. The young woman didn't notice, and she wasn't even looking up into the sky anymore. However, Meng Hao's eyes were fixed squarely on her. The instant he had noticed her, his heart had trembled. He was no longer observing the mountain. His full attention was focused on her. She wore the robe of an outer sect disciple, and had eyes filled with determination. Although she was pretty, she was not unmatchably beautiful. However, there was something about her that caused Meng Hao to be deeply drawn to her. It was as if this young woman had a soul on her, a soul from a previous life that hadn't awakened yet. In that previous life, there were ties of karma that affected the whole world. Meng Hao didn't need to examine it closely to know that he was looking at Su Qing. Within Meng Hao's heart was a teardrop. When he was transmigrating into the violet sea, that teardrop sank to the seafloor and then into his mouth. Then, Su Qing's teardrop had fused into his heart. She was a simple young woman who had a simple type of love. There was nothing about such love that could shake heaven and earth. There was no raging fire. Instead, it was like water, calm and tranquil as it passed through the years. Meng Hao looked at the young woman there on the mountain, and it felt as if tidewaters were surging up within his heart. It was as if this woman's appearance caused a huge stone to splash onto the surface of a calm lake. Ripples spread out, causing the calmness to be broken. At the moment, there was nothing he could do except to feel incredible shock. That huge stone was like a catalyst that caused Meng Hao's thoughts and mind to spin. Within his memory, an image appeared. He saw a woman standing on an island above the violet sea. As she looked off into the distance, a tear welled up in the corner of her eye and then fell down. That one tear sent the entire violet sea boiling. The teardrop contained pain, confusion, longing, recollection, as well as an unprecedented, unspoken, profound feeling of attachment. It was the unforgettable look she gave him on Mount Daqing. It was when she suddenly caught sight of him from within the crowd of Black Civ sect disciples. It was the pain felt outside the rebirth cave, when they looked at each other and didn't know when they would see each other again. In the end, all of that transformed into a teardrop, which then turned into massive waves. It was as if everything between them had been ordinary, and yet that ordinariness had at some point turned into a fundamental part of their lives. It was as if, without even realizing it, both of them had suddenly come to exist permanently as a part of each other's hearts. "It's Su Qing," murmured Meng Hao. A smile broke out on his face. It was the smile caused by an imminent reunion after having been parted for more than 100 years. His body suddenly flickered, and he disappeared from the sight of all the disciples present. When he reappeared, shockingly, he was standing on the stone step directly in front of the female outer sect disciple. She almost bumped directly into him. His sudden appearance caused her to subconsciously edge backward a few steps. The nearby inner sect disciple's eyes went wide. His voice hoarse, he said, "Little patriarch, you." He was so close to her that Meng Hao could feel his heart thumping. He looked at the yet still sleeping Su Qing, and softly said, "From now on, you are a conclave disciple of the fourth peak." The woman stared in shock, confusion, and panic. She was nervous, disbelieving, and frightened. She glanced at the inner sect disciple as if to ask for help. The inner sect disciple took a deep breath and then immediately bowed his head in compliance. He immediately produced a jade slip and asked, "What's your name?" Before the woman could respond, Meng Hao's voice could be heard. "Her name is Su Qing. She'll be practicing cultivation in my Immortal's cave from now on." "Huh?" said the girl, her eyes wide. My name is..." In the fourth peak, Meng Hao's status made it so that his words were like the will of heaven. The inner sect disciple nodded, made a brand mark onto the jade slip, then clasped hands and left. Everything happened so quickly that the young woman was left standing there at a loss. She didn't even notice as Meng Hao grabbed her by the arm. That seemed to wake her up. Hey, what are you doing?" she said, her eyes going wide. A look of terror appeared inside of them as she suddenly recalled who this person was, and the stories she had heard told about him within the sect. She was about to struggle against him, when he wrapped his arms around her and flew up into the air. As Meng Hao flew over the fourth peak, the disciples who looked up to see him holding the young woman had strange expressions on their faces. Many of them looked at each other in dismay. Who is the little patriarch holding? I've never seen her before. From her garments, she seems to be an outer sect disciple. No way. He was so peaceful earlier today. The sky isn't even dark, and he's already back to his old self. Meanwhile, up in midair above the fourth peak. Put me down, said the young woman, her face bright red. A look of rage had appeared in her phoenix-like eyes. She continued to struggle against Meng Hao, but he seemed to have no intention of releasing her. She could only look at his face, inches away from her own, her fury growing more and more intense. When the two of them finally landed outside of his immortal's cave, the woman opened her mouth and bit viciously down onto his arm. He looked at her for a moment, smiled, and released her. You're going to practice cultivation here for a while, he said with a smile, giving her a deep look. It will only take a few days for you to realize who I am. You're the eldest brother of the fourth peak, elite apprentice of the sect. Don't tell me that gives you the right to arbitrarily humiliate other disciples. The woman backed up, staring at Meng Hao angrily. I was an elite apprentice yesterday, not today, he said, laughing. With that, he sat down cross-legged and looked at the young woman. That got her even angrier. But then, she thought of his status, and the stories she had heard, and she began to tremble. She backed up further, putting herself even more on guard. She had heard far too many stories about this person. Any one of them was enough to cause an outer sect disciple like her to tremble with terror. Time passed. Soon it was evening and then night. Bright stars twinkled into being up above. They were dim at first, but quickly grew clear and bright. Perhaps it was because of the icy night wind, or the young woman's panic-stricken state. In any case, she shrank into a corner against the stone wall, looking quite helpless. Meng Hao looked at her and then stood up. Don't you move, she cried, suddenly growing even more nervous. Ignoring her demands, Meng Hao walked over to her, retrieved a set of clothing from his bag of holding, and gently laid it over her. The softness of his movement caused her to gape in surprise. He smiled, returned to where he had been sitting before, and continued to meditate. The woman looked at him silently, her expression one of confusion and doubt. Even more confused were the surrounding fourth peak disciples who had hidden themselves in the area to watch the proceedings. They were all whispering to each other curiously about his compassionate action just now. Another person who was completely confused was Ku Yunhai. Has the kid really had a change in personality? He murmured in astonishment. No words were exchanged through the entire night. The young woman was incredibly nervous the entire time. She didn't dare to meditate, nor close her eyes. She was too frightened of what she feared might happen if she did. However, her nervousness, coupled with the exhaustion from climbing the mountain during the test earlier, caused her to unwittingly fall asleep. When the first rays of dawn light touched her face, her eyelashes flickered and she slowly opened her eyes. Then she began to tremble. She quickly rose to her feet, causing the two robes which had been placed on top of her to tumble to the ground. The robes were thick and were obviously quite warm. One of them had been placed on her by Meng Hao when she was awake. As for the other, he had covered her with it after she fell asleep. Just in front of her was a small ball of fire that emanated pulses of heat. The heat was filled with the power of heaven and earth, and relieved some of the exhaustion that had filled her body. Seeing this, the woman stared in astonishment. She looked up at Meng Hao. He was striding down some of the stone steps on the mountain, some fruit in hand. These were spirit fruits, something that outer sect disciples had no qualification to enjoy. Only elite apprentices could have access to them. Meng Hao put one down in front of the young woman. Her expression was complex. After having a night of rest, she seemed to have come to terms with her current situation. She still felt apprehensive, though, unsure of how she had attracted the attention of this chosen of heaven. She also wasn't sure why he had changed her entire fate with that single sentence. "Try the spirit fruits," he said, popping one into his mouth. "The flavor is incredible." He handed another over to her. She hesitated for a moment, then accepted and bit down onto one of the fruits. Suddenly, her eyes began to glow, and when she squinted, they looked like two crescent moons. "Good?" asked Meng Hao with a smile. The young woman's face flushed, and she nodded. "The outer sect is pretty chaotic," he continued, looking up into the sky. "I'll help you pay back the debts you owe." The young woman's hand stopped in mid-air, clutching at a spirit fruit. She bowed her head, saying nothing in response. "Those outer sect disciples who have been treating you poorly have already been taken care of," he went on softly. The young woman's body trembled slightly. After a long moment passed, she looked up at Meng Hao almost in a daze. "Why?" she asked. "Why are you treating me like this? I'm just an ordinary outer sect disciple, and you're—" "Why?" Meng Hao shook his head but didn't say anything. "Is it because of Su Qing?" "Who is she?" the young woman asked. She rose to her feet and looked at him, her gaze filled with stubbornness. She wanted to know the answer. Meng Hao was quiet for a moment. Today was the third day, and unless something unforeseen occurred, Su Qing should be waking up soon. Then this young woman would disappear. After all, she had long since already perished. Seeing the look in her eyes, Meng Hao's eyes slowly grew blank, as if he was recalling the past. In his mind's eye, he saw the events outside the rebirth cave, the killing of Ji Hongdong, and Su Qing's tears. He saw himself raising his hand to wipe them away. He heard those voices from years ago. "We're safe now. No one will know your secret. Meng Hao, will we see each other again? Don't cry. There's a long road ahead. Who knows when it is that we will meet again?" Meng Hao still remembered how he had been about to turn around that day, when a warm, supple body embraced him from behind. "I'll wait for you." Su Qing's voice, filled with determination, was strong enough to last through past, present, and future lives. "You could think of Su Qing as your next life," Meng Hao said softly. "Regarding the two of us, we have an agreement to meet each other in the next life." The young woman seemed to understand the words themselves, but not their true meaning. She looked at Meng Hao silently, then lowered her gaze to the spirit fruit in her hand. After a long moment, she took a few steps back to lean up against the rock wall. She put the fruit in her mouth and ate it. A smile appeared on her face. "I'm not sure what exactly you mean when you say next life," she said with a light smile. "All I do know is that this Su Qing of whom you speak is truly blessed." The wind suddenly tousled her hair, which she tucked behind her ear. Having finished speaking, she sat down and took a deep breath, then closed her eyes. Without any further words, she concealed within her eyes the enlightenment she didn't wish anyone else to see. She was an intelligent young woman, more intelligent than most other young women her age. From the way Meng Hao spoke, she could tell that he was referring to something related to death. "If you and Su Qing have an agreement to meet here," she murmured to herself, "if she is destined to awaken within my body, well then, I am willing to let that happen. I am willing to let you reunite with her here." In this moment, in the demon Immortal sect, during that split second in which she, of her own initiative, expressed such willingness, a rare change suddenly occurred. The cultivators of South Heaven entered the second plane via host bodies. That was something that didn't require the consent of the host bodies themselves. After all, they had long since perished, and were nothing more than corpses on the outside. However, despite having been dead for so many years, the primordial demon Immortal plane was special. Their spirits existed within the plane, and those spirits, if they were willing, could allow the outside cultivators to completely take over their identity. Normally speaking, the techniques cultivated by the host body that they had gained enlightenment regarding would be available to the South Heaven cultivators as vague memories. They could use them but could not take them away. It was like they were outsiders. Except now, something different was happening. A change was underway that would produce something more like An insider. The young woman's eyes were closed hard and did not reopen. Everything was quiet. Meng Hao did not speak. He sat there cross-legged, looking up into the sky, waiting silently as time slipped by, waiting for Su Qing to wake up. Under his protection, nothing would happen to her, and no one would be able to harm her in any way. Meng Hao did not cultivate any techniques. He simply watched as the sunlight grew brighter in the sky. He looked around at the world of the ancient demon Immortal sect. Within his heart, the feeling of being a part of this place only continued to grow stronger. He suddenly felt very envious of Kujusi. He envied the family that Kujusi had in this sect. He envied all of his brothers and sisters. He envied the fact that Kujusi had friends who would even kill for him. However, what he most envied was that Kujusi had such a good father. Kujusi had a father who would bend over backward for him. He would work hard behind the scenes to erase the scrawlings that were the errors committed by his son. He was a father whose tolerant heart could accept any errors on the part of his son. And then, there was the white hair that filled his temples, and the death aura that he did his best to hide. Clearly, Kujusi's father, Paragon of the Fourth Peak, was reaching the end of his life. This is all just a play, and I'm merely observing it, he thought. But if that's true, then why do I want so much to become a part of the play, to become one of the people here? He thought of Kuyunhai and his stern gaze. Deep within that gaze, Meng Hao could sense a deep love that somehow made him lose his way. He thought back to Mount Daqing and Yunjia County. He thought back to his own childhood and his own father and mother. Back then, he had been very happy, completely without a care in the world. But then the violet wind swept through Yunjia County, and everything vanished. Who is my father? He thought. As he gazed off into the sky, his mood sank. Is he still alive in the world? Does he know that his image still exists in my thoughts, in my memories? Submerged as he was in this sea of bitterness, Meng Hao produced a flagon of alcohol from his bag of holding. He lifted it to his lips and took a long drink. Dad, Mom, do you know that I'm already starting to forget what you look like? It's been too many years. The image of your faces is starting to fade away. I don't want it to be that way. It's just what happens when time passes. Sometimes I want to hold on to those images, but I can't. I really envy Kujusi. Meng Hao took another long drink of alcohol. It burned as it slid down his throat and into his anxiety. Meng Hao rarely slipped into a mood such as this. Starting the year his father and mother went missing, he'd had no choice but to learn to be independent and strong. In this moment, though, because of Su Qing, he had started thinking of the past. The memories of the southern domain, of Mount Daqing, and the relationship between Kujusi and Kuyunhai all struck a chord within him. He couldn't help but think of Yunjia County, his happy childhood, and of his parents. He suddenly felt as if he understood this tyrannical silk pants. Kujusi. If Kujusi really was still alive, then perhaps after all the tens of thousands of years, this dead ancient demon Immortal sect was the only place where he truly existed. He had never left. He was here to protect the sect, to protect the Fourth Peak. Year after year, for an eternity, he was here to protect that pure land which existed in his heart. Most likely, the people around Meng Hao in the demon Immortal sect would never be able to imagine what Kujusi would be like tens of thousands of years later. He saw his father die. He watched his sect become desolate. He looked on as his friends perished. In the end, he bore witness to the absolute destruction of the sect. If I were him, what would I do? Thoughtfully, Meng Hao took another long drink. Evening was falling. An entire day had slipped by while Meng Hao wallowed in his emotions. Kujusi sent me back here to the era in which his father was dying. I think I understand what he wants me to do. A look of enlightenment filled his eyes. He was just raising the alcohol flagon to take another drink when suddenly, a hand reached out from behind him to grasp his wrist lightly. As he turned his head, he felt someone embracing him tightly from behind. It felt just like the embrace from back by the rebirth cave, that embrace which was filled with the fear of loss. A smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. He didn't speak, but rather allowed the beautiful woman behind him to embrace him. She pressed up against his back, as if she were trying to hear his heart beating. It was as if the only way she could prove that everything that was happening was real was to hear his heart beating. Perhaps everything around them was a dream, but within that dream, the two of them had each other. I thought that when I saw you, I would have the world. I didn't know that within your dreams you already had me. It was evening, and soft, orange light shone down onto the fourth peak, creating dark shadows on the opposite side of the mountain. Within those dark shadows were two people, embracing each other. They seemed to wish that time could stop forever. Their longing, their promise, were no longer like sand floating in the wind. A long time passed. Soon the sky was dark. Meng Hao looked at the woman in front of him. The features he saw were different from Su Qing's, but the soul was the same ever. "You're awake," he said. Because her soul was different, her facial features suddenly seemed to change a bit. She grew colder, less timid and nervous. She grew more simple, less a stranger. She was Su Qing. She was not intelligent like Han Bei. She was not incredibly beautiful like Chu Yuyan. She was Su Qing, simple and cold like her heart. When she loved someone, she didn't need a reason. She only needed to know that somehow, that person was part of her. She wore the robe of an outer sect disciple and had long, beautiful hair. Her features were delicate, and although they couldn't be described as immaculately beautiful, they caused Meng Hao to think of that one person who was always in his heart, elder sister Su. Su Qing looked at Meng Hao, and a smile broke out on her face. A warmth could be seen in her pupils, as well as longing, and over 100 years of memories. She looked at Meng Hao and recalled their past. He carried the look of someone who had experienced great changes, and was no longer young and inexperienced. She gazed at Meng Hao for a long time. She didn't ask why he was here, nor did she seem surprised to see him here as she woke up. It was as if to Su Qing it didn't matter where she saw Meng Hao or when. Any time she encountered him, she felt at ease, calm. Surrounded by bustling crowds, you look at me, I look at you, and we smile at each other. It was as if such a meeting had happened 1,000,000 times for her already. It was as if from beginning to end, even that time in the Violet Sea, she had complete and utter faith that the two of them would in fact meet again one day. "Not surprised," said Meng Hao, smiling. "Why would I be surprised?" she said, shaking her head and smiling. "You made a promise, and we had an agreement to meet again." As Meng Hao looked at her, much of the bitterness in his heart faded away. His smile grew wider. This was Su Qing, plain and simple Su Qing. She believed that they would meet again. Because of their agreement with each other, it didn't matter when or where it was, she wouldn't be surprised. It was all because of her firm belief. "It's been many years. Have you been well?" she asked softly. To her, Meng Hao might be a few years younger than her. However, despite the fact that more than 100 years had passed, his image never left her heart. She could never forget that time she watched as he leaned out over the edge of the cliff, holding down a rope to Wang Yukai and the others, and at the same time, making fun of them. She could never forget what he looked like in the ancient blessed land, when he stood protectively in front of her during her moment of helplessness. Even more unforgettable was the time in the Black Civ sect when, after merging with Matriarch Phoenix, she had woken up. Meng Hao had been about to leave the sect when he turned and smiled at her. Never in her life would she be capable of forgetting what happened outside the rebirth cave. If secrets could count as accumulated emotions between two people, then she and Meng Hao had many. There were many secrets that only the two of them could understand. "I went to the Black Lands and the Western Desert," Meng Hao said with a smile. As the evening wind blew Su Qing's hair into disarray, Meng Hao reached up and grasped her wrist. She lowered her head, a slight smile tugging at her lips. "So did I," she said, looking back up at him. "I know," he replied, grinning. The soft moonlight shone down on the two of them, covering them like a layer of silver sand. The beautiful wind lifted up their long hair. Su Qing looked at Meng Hao, then suddenly gaped in astonishment as she realized something. Her eyes filled with a strange look. "Wait, why do you look the same as before?" Meng Hao was shocked by Su Qing's words. His eyes flickered and then narrowed. He didn't respond immediately. He focused his attention on examining his physical appearance. His facial features really were his own. There was no change whatsoever. It was at this moment that he realized he had completely overlooked this point. Su Qing, Ji Mingfeng, and most assuredly the rest of the cultivators from the lands of South Heaven all looked completely different. In coming here, their souls had fused with another body. But that was not the case with Meng Hao. He could open his bag of holding and remove items from within. Although he couldn't take things from here and put them inside, he was still clearly in a completely different position than the others. Earlier, he had hesitated a bit regarding this matter, but hadn't given it too much thought. However, Su Qing had just hit the nail on the head with her observation. Meng Hao's heart and mind suddenly felt as if it were being struck by lightning. He began to breathe heavily. Su Qing looked at him and, seeing that he was lost in thought, did not ask any further questions. He was clearly thinking about some matter that was important enough to cause his countenance to change. Meng Hao thought back to what had happened in the first plane. After stepping onto the top of the fourth peak, he had found no corpse, only an empty coffin. Don't tell me that I actually came in person to this place, he thought. Others came by means of a host body, which means that their souls entered into a dream. But I have no host body, which means that I am actually here. Meng Hao almost couldn't believe it, and could think of no possible explanation. But that's the only way to explain why I can open my bag of holding, and why my appearance hasn't changed. Although, if my appearance didn't change, then how much Yunhai and the others didn't notice? After a long moment of thought, an answer occurred to him. Because Yunhai and this place are nothing more than an illusory version of ancient times. He sighed lightly and kneaded the bridge of his nose. There were too many contradictions to be had in all the different aspects of the situation. The only thing he could do was come to this much of an understanding. Complete understanding was beyond him currently. If all of that is true, then when the others wake up, does that mean they will be able to tell who I am? Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a cold light. The light faded away quickly, though, and he suddenly chuckled. Well, who cares if they do? Considering my status, even if they do recognize me, they'll be the ones hiding from me, not the other way around. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao looked at Su Qing and was about to say something when suddenly, an audacious, almost insane, thought occurred to him. As the idea began to develop, Meng Hao realized that it was virtually unthinkable, almost delusional. However, he couldn't stop thinking about it. The idea sank deeper and deeper into his mind, and his eyes began to flow with a fearsome glow. Su Qing looked at him and hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "You." "I'm fine," Meng Hao said with a smile. The glow disappeared from his eyes, to be replaced by a profound expression. "If you have something you want to do, go take care of it," Su Qing said. "You don't need to worry about me." She rose to her feet and then pointed toward the door of the Immortal's cave. "I'll need to use your Immortal's cave," she said. Meng Hao nodded. He retrieved a jade slip from within his robe, the one that contained the 300 Taoist magics from Yunhai. He handed it to Su Qing. "Take a look at these Taoist magics and see which ones you can gain enlightenment regarding," he said. Su Qing took the jade slip and scanned it with divine sense. Her eyes instantly went wide with disbelief. She stared blankly at Meng Hao, her mind spinning. She was well informed about the ancient demon Immortal sect, but that caused her to be even more shocked by the jade slip. These, they are all Taoist magics of the demon Immortal sect," said Meng Hao, chuckling. Su Qing looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. A strange expression could be seen on her face as she began to search through the fused memories of her host body. Finally, she found information regarding Meng Hao's identity. After becoming aware of who she was, Su Qing realized that as far as Meng Hao was concerned, it wasn't necessarily impossible for him to eventually acquire all 3,000 Taoist magics. As Su Qing entered the Immortal's cave, Meng Hao stood there staring out at the lands. A bizarre glow could be seen in his eyes as he rubbed his bag of holding. To everyone else, this is an ancient, illusory world, like a dream. But I am actually here. Does that mean that it's possible to make changes that could affect history? Meng Hao knew that such a prospect was outrageous, and also paradoxical. However, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about the possibility. Although there is a 99% chance that I'm wrong, even that slight possibility. He began to breathe heavily, and his eyes glowed. Even that slight possibility means that a gamble would be worth it. With that, he left the area of his Immortal's cave to search around the fourth peak for what he was looking for. It didn't take long before he ran into an inner sect disciple, floating through the air like a ghost as he patrolled the mountain. When he saw Meng Hao, he instantly stopped in place and clasped hands. "Greetings, little patriarch," he said. Meng Hao may have been stripped of his status as elite apprentice, but in the fourth peak, being an elite apprentice was secondary to his eternal status as little patriarch. "Do you have any medicinal pills?" asked Meng Hao, his eyes gleaming. The disciple seemed a bit confused, but immediately nodded his head and produced a medicinal pill bottle from his bag of holding, which he then handed over to Meng Hao. Meng Hao nodded and departed, leaving the inner sect disciple behind, confused. After returning to his Immortal's cave, he sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath. He opened the medicinal pill bottle, within which were 7 medicinal pills the size of longan fruits, that pulsed with a medicinal fragrance. After smelling them, Meng Hao realized that most of the ingredients were unfamiliar to him. However, he could still reach the general conclusion that these were pills which could increase cultivation base. The quality of the medicinal pills was incredible. They had at least 80% medicinal strength. Most importantly, these pills were no ordinary product. They were medicinal pills belonging to an inner sect disciple of the ancient demon Immortal sect. To cultivators from the lands of South Heaven, they could be described as immortal pills. In fact, if this pill bottle surfaced somewhere within the lands of South Heaven, it would cause a huge commotion even among the various great sects. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth before finally taking one of the pills and putting it into his mouth. Even before the pill could dissolve, a roaring sound filled Meng Hao's mind. At the same time, an indescribable, boundless power completely inundated him. It was like an endless, furious sea, and he was a tiny, leaf-like boat, weak enough to be destroyed with a single blow. Meng Hao immediately spit the pill out of his mouth. A few hours passed, and it was light outside, before he finally opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he checked his cultivation base, and quickly frowned. It hadn't increased even in the slightest. It was as if everything truly was illusory. "Useless," he said, sighing. Although he had assumed this would happen, he still couldn't help but feel some regret. He stood and looked out at the rising sun, and suddenly his heart trembled. Medicinal pills don't work, and I can't increase my cultivation base. However, what about the various techniques and regions of the demon Immortal sect focused on cultivating the fleshly body? It was not very likely that techniques existed that could quickly be learned and used to increase the power of the fleshly body. However, there were areas in the sect specifically set aside for fleshly body cultivation. Meng Hao knew this from Kujusi's memories. One of them was none other than the underworld cave of the fourth peak. Within the underworld cave was an inexhaustible supply of underworld death sand, which came from the underworld river. Any cultivator who entered the underworld cave without a powerful body would have their skin shredded off, their blood and muscles ground into a paste, and their bones crushed. At the same time, because the underworld death sand was filled with the pinnacle of death, that meant it was also filled with the pinnacle of life. It contained the power to cause one's chi and blood to develop with vigor. By practicing cultivation inside the underworld cave, it was possible to cause one's fleshly body to grow stronger and stronger. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he headed toward the cave. As soon as he arrived, the guards, 2 fourth peak conclave disciples, instantly stared in shock. In all the years they had stood guard here, they had never once seen the little patriarch step foot inside. They immediately greeted him with clasped hands. After hearing his demands, the conclave disciples' foreheads began to drip with cold sweat. They immediately tried to advise him against such a course of action, but seeing that he was determined, could only brace themselves and begin to open the cave. Little patriarch, it's very dangerous in there. You could always find some other places to temper your fleshly body, you know? You really shouldn't go inside. Meng Hao nodded in response. As the conclave disciples opened the cave, a glowing light appeared in the stone wall. Meng Hao strode forward into the light. As soon as he entered, everything went pitch black. Before he could see anything clearly, stabbing pain covered his entire body. It seemed as if an innumerable amount of gritty sand covered everything, surrounding his body. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's body was on the verge of collapse. Enduring the pain, he instantly entered the seventh anima. Boom! His body grew larger as the battle prowess of 64 great circle nascent souls filled him. His fleshly body exploded with intense power. However, the pain that he felt only continued to grow stronger. After 10 breaths of time passed, blood spouted from his mouth and he tumbled backward. He shot out of the exit at top speed, leaving the terrifying world of flying sand. As soon as he emerged, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. His entire body was a bloody mess and looked shocking to the extreme. The conclave disciples responsible for the underworld cave felt their hearts pounding with fear that he might unexpectedly pass away. For hours passed. Meng Hao's fleshly body was now completely recovered. He opened his eyes, and although he looked exhausted, he quickly checked his body. An intense light gleamed within his eyes, a look filled with excitement. My fleshly body can be cultivated. Although he wasn't sure he would be able to keep such a powerful fleshly body after he left this place, he did know that the feeling of power he was experiencing in his fleshly body seemed completely real. If I can combine some body-refining techniques like the mountain-consuming incantation or the demon-ominous 9 transformations, then my efficiency would be incredible. His eyes shining with anticipation, he turned and headed back toward the Immortal's cave. The instant he stepped foot inside, Su Qing opened her eyes and looked with excitement at Meng Hao. A warm smile appeared on her face. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had gone by. The fourth peak disciples gradually came to notice that their little patriarch, the number 1 silk pants bully, had experienced a change of temperament recently. Unexpectedly, he hadn't stepped foot out of the fourth peak at all recently. He would spend all day gaining enlightenment of Taoist magic, or would temper his fleshly body in the underworld cave. It was actually so unusual that the fourth peak disciples were alarmed. Even Ku Yunhai could scarcely believe it. After observing Kujusi a few times, a contented smile could be seen on Ku Yunhai's face. Meng Hao was thoroughly immersed in practicing cultivation. He completely ignored all outside matters, even the awakening of all the other South Heaven cultivators. The fleshly body tempering caused him to grow much stronger with each passing day. At the moment, he maintained his place in the first anima, and yet the strength of his fleshly body was equivalent to that when he entered the second anima. Such an increase caused Meng Hao to realize which direction his path lay. If I could reach the point where my fleshly body in the first anima was as strong as it normally is in the seventh anima, then even if I have no change in cultivation base, my fleshly body might be able to reach the point of spirit severing. His heart beat rapidly. As of this point, he truly felt that the fleshly body cultivation of the second plane was just as important as mastering techniques. It was an incredible opportunity available only to him. In the past, there had never been a cultivator who could acquire such good fortune in the second plane. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and a bright glow appeared in his eyes. Recently, he and Su Qing had been spending time gaining enlightenment of the 300 Taoist magics. Of course, they each focused on different specific types of Taoist magic. When Meng Hao came to the conclusion that he couldn't gain enlightenment with one, then he would immediately switch to another. During the 10 days, he managed to look through all 300. In the end, there were 3 that he chose to initially focus his attention on. One was the mountain-consuming incantation, the second was the heavenly demon transformation, and the last was none other than Kujusi's soul divergence incantation. The mountain-consuming incantation is both an internal and external cultivation technique. However, the main focus is cultivation of the fleshly body. By practicing such cultivation to the pinnacle, one could become a human immortal. As for the heavenly demon transformation, it is ranked 96. It's terrifying, a magical technique that requires a demon soul. By fusing the demon soul into one's body, one can incarnate into a greater demon. There are 19 levels, each of which can incarnate a different greater demon of heaven and earth. Regarding the soul divergence incantation, it is an undying Tao. Meng Hao's eyes glowed with a strange light. Of these three Taoist magics, the soul divergence incantation was the most mysterious. It was actually not one of the demon immortal sect's 3,000 Taoist magics, but rather something Ku Yunhai had acquired on his own by chance. Based on his own cultivation base and knowledge, he knew that it could be considered a precious treasure. However, it was not suitable for him in terms of cultivation, which was why he had recommended it to Kujusi. The soul divergence incantation enabled one to cultivate an undying soul. The reincarnation of heaven and earth could do nothing to destroy such a soul. Even when one died, in a matter of years, a flesh and blood body would be reborn. This art defied heaven. The more Meng Hao understood these various techniques, the more he realized how magnificently shocking the demon immortal sect was. During the 10 days that passed, he took time to observe some of the other disciples of the demon immortal sect as they practiced their cultivation. During that time, he was actually able to sense a totemic aura. In fact, there were some of the 300 Taoist magics that, when he examined them more closely, obviously required totem tattoos once a certain level of cultivation was reached. This discovery validated some of Meng Hao's speculations from years ago. It seemed that the totemic neodemons of the Western Desert likely originated somehow from the immortal demon sect. Meng Hao's shock only continued to grow as he learned more about the demon immortal sect. He focused on cultivating the mountain-consuming incantation and the heavenly demon transformation, although he placed the most emphasis on the former. As for the heavenly demon transformation, he didn't intend to thoroughly gain enlightenment of it, although he had noticed some similarities between it and his 7-anonymous soul transformation. As far as the soul divergence incantation went, it was a shocking art, but something that he would be incapable of success when it came to enlightenment. Time passed quickly. Soon, Meng Hao had been in the second plane for a whole month. During that time, Su Qing did not leave the Immortal's cave. She was fully immersed in gaining enlightenment of Taoist magic. Eventually, Meng Hao completely gave up on the soul divergence incantation and the heavenly demon transformation, and instead focused complete attention on cultivating the mountain-consuming incantation. He would also take time to visit the underworld cave, where he continued to temper his fleshly body. By now, he could stay inside the underworld cave for a full 30 breaths of time. The strength of his fleshly body was now quite obvious. In fact, when the other silk pants who had been punished with Meng Hao came to visit him on the 4th peak, they were astonished by the huge change that had occurred in the past month. After getting punished, I thought of something, said Meng Hao. If my fleshly body was strong enough, then maybe that punishment wouldn't have hurt so much. When he saw the strange expressions of the faces of the other silk pants, he cleared his throat and then continued on honestly. I have the feeling that one of these days, I might experience 5 lashes, maybe even 6 or more. If I don't temper my fleshly body enough before that happens, I'll have no choice but to be lashed into a pulp. Hearing this, the other silk pants seemed lost in thought. Apparently, what Meng Hao was saying made sense to them. A while after that, Meng Hao called Su Qing. Together with the other silk pants, they left the 4th peak for the first time in a month. As soon as they appeared outside, a rumbling sound could be heard, and a white lotus appeared up in the air. When other disciples on the various peaks saw the lotus, they lowered their heads vigilantly. They all knew that the sect ruffians who had been quiet for the past month were now going to make another appearance. Meng Hao stood in the crowd, exchanging greetings with the various friends who approached. It didn't take long before he was surrounded by over 100 people. Together, they flew wildly through the demon immortal sect, the sound of their talking and laughing drifting out with the wind. When the others saw that Su Qing was with Meng Hao, they exchanged understanding smiles and did their best to pay special attention to her. Soon, the group neared a squat mountain that was part of the seventh peak of the Demon Immortal sect. This mountain was an unofficial restricted area within the sect. It was not officially a restricted area. It was actually a location that the sect Silk Pants had taken over to serve as their headquarters. Afterwards, it became a restricted area as far as other disciples of the Demon Immortal sect were concerned. On top of the squat mountain was a luxurious temple. Meng Hao sat in the seat of honor, surrounded by a crowd of people. Some arranged themselves in places according to the ranking of their various clan ancestors. Soon, there were roughly 70 or 80 people seated about. They laughed and chatted about gossip from within the sect, or their interesting experiences on the outside. Next to Meng Hao sat a handsome young man with black wings who was embracing a smiling female disciple. "Juicy," he said. "My kid brother knows a few inner sect disciples who want to join our demon entente. I told him to bring them here today for us to have a look at. If there aren't any problems, we might as well let them in." Meng Hao was not unfamiliar with the demon entente. He knew from Kujusi's memories that it was nothing more than an alliance formed by the Silk Pants. All members who joined would enjoy the protection offered by other Silk Pants. Of course, a price needed to be paid, considering that the operation was privately run by the Silk Pants. The Demon Immortal sect turned a blind eye to the matter, and would ignore them, unless they caused too much of a ruckus. After all, the elders of this demon entente were all Silk Pants who had deep roots within the sect. Although they might do a lot of absurd things, when it came to loyalty, theirs was far greater than that of the ordinary disciples. Meng Hao nodded his head in response to the young man's word. He lifted up a glass of alcohol and took a drink. Sitting next to him was Su Qing, who was looking around curiously at the crowds. She still almost couldn't believe the identity Meng Hao had acquired. Not too much time passed before the disciples who wished to join the Demon Entente arrived. They entered the temple trembling, looking nervously at the Silk Pants around them. After quickly handing over the gifts of entry they had brought, they clasped hands and bowed to everyone. One group after another entered. After a bit of time passed, Meng Hao caught sight of a group of 3 cultivators, 2 men and a woman, all of whom seemed very nervous. However, from what Meng Hao could tell, the nervousness was an act. Deep in their eyes, it was possible to sense that they actually despised everyone they were looking at, and Meng Hao could see that. As soon as he saw them, Meng Hao started laughing. It was at this point that the 3 people saw that sitting in the seat of highest authority among the Silk Pants was none other than Meng Hao. When they saw him, the 3 inner sect disciples began to shake, and their eyes filled with disbelief. They recognized Meng Hao, and Meng Hao recognized the aura of their souls. The woman in the group of 3 was none other than Ji Xiaoxiao. One of them was a stranger to Meng Hao, but he gave of a similar feeling as Ji Mingfeng had. Meng Hao was certain that he was a member of the Ji clan. Meng Hao was a bit surprised to see the last person. He had to think for a moment before he realized who it was. Song Yunshu. He was none other than the Dao child of the Song clan of the southern domain. During the Song clan search for a son-in-law, Meng Hao had come in first place, and had actually become the husband of the beloved daughter of the Song clan, Song Jia. Although he had never thought about the matter much, after seeing Song Yunshu here today, he recalled who the man was. "Interesting," said Meng Hao, his eyes shining coldly. "Who would have thought that I would meet the 3 of you here?" Next to Meng Hao, Su Qing smiled as she looked at the group of 3. These 3 could never have imagined that they would run into Meng Hao in this place. Their faces instantly fell. Meng Hao's identity also caused them to be thoroughly astonished. They were well aware of what it meant that Meng Hao was sitting in such a position as he was. However, the more shocked they were, the more difficult they found it to believe. They also were completely astonished when they realized that Meng Hao's appearance hadn't changed. He actually acquired the identity of an elite apprentice, thought Ji Xiaoxiao, her eyes widening. Kujusi. To get Kujusi as a host body, that's impossible. Elite apprentice. That's the kind of host body that exists only in legend. She began to pant as her mind reeled. Next to her was the other member of the Ji clan. He didn't know Meng Hao, but he knew that the person sitting in that position could only be the legendary number 1 bully of the sect, Kujusi. His heart trembled as he realized that Meng Hao was just like him, an outsider. That, in itself, was enough to leave him flabbergasted. However, even more shocking was that he suddenly recalled that Kujusi had killed a conclave disciple of the First Peak nearly a month ago. Instantly, he began to put the pieces of the puzzle together. He killed Ji Mingfeng, he cried inwardly. This is bad. If he knows that I know, he'll kill me to shut me up. The Ji clan member's face fell. In actuality, he had wanted Ji Mingfeng dead more than anybody else. But nobody knew that. Song Yunshu stood there in a daze. Although Meng Hao's appearance hadn't changed, he instantly began to suspect if what he was seeing was true. But then Meng Hao laughed. That expression caused Song Yunshu to recall the image from that year of the person who had become his brother-in-law, Meng Hao. Elite apprentice. He's actually an elite apprentice. The young man with the black wings was named Yu Xinglong. He looked thoughtfully at the group of three for a moment, then turned to Meng Hao. Juicy, do you know them? The others surrounding Silk Pants naturally looked over at the strange scene, their eyes glittering. They were now no longer chatting. Instantly, the entire temple hall grew silent. Within the silence, Ji Xiaoxiao and the other two felt an intense pressure, causing an unprecedented sense of deadly crisis to fill them. Cheater, thought Ji Xiaoxiao. He's a cheater. Otherwise, he could never become an elite apprentice? How are other people supposed to acquire legacies here? How are other people supposed to survive? Her eyes were wide and sweat poured down her forehead. She looked like she was about to cry as she edged backward. However, the looks being given to her by the surrounding Silk Pants, who in her view were already dead, caused the sense of deadly crisis within her to climb to the pinnacle. The male member of the Ji clan was proud to the extreme, but at the moment, he couldn't summon a scrap of pride. This isn't fair, he thought. How did he get his hands on such an identity? How are the rest of us supposed to acquire any good fortune? Just from the look on his face you can tell that if he gets pissed off, he can say a word and we'll all be dead. If our souls die in here, then we're truly dead. Of course I know them, said Meng Hao, smiling and standing up. Close the doors. As soon as the words left his mouth, the main doors of the temple hall slammed shut. Glowing lights enveloped the doors, and at the same time, virtually all of the Silk Pants in the hall rose to their feet. This was the Demon Entente. This was their headquarters. If they killed people here, it wouldn't be without repercussion, and there would certainly be punishments doled out. But they had plenty of measures to evade such punishment. If they wanted to, they could crush these three where they stood. Meng Hao smiled and said, I remember that the third peak has a soul-scorching cave. I can tell the three of us are bound by destiny. That doesn't happen very often. Therefore, I'll send you to the soul-scorching cave to train for a month. If you succeed, you're into the Demon Entente. If you fail, then your death has nothing to do with us. As his voice echoed out throughout the hall, the other Silk Pants burst out laughing. The faces of the three South Heaven cultivators instantly went pale. Song Yunshu reluctantly said, Can we think about it? Think about it? Entering the Demon Entente temple clearly shows your intentions. If you back out now, then you're directly humiliating the Demon Entente. Do you dare to humiliate the Demon Entente? Do you dare to humiliate us? Meng Hao's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke, causing dark looks to appear in the eyes of all the other Silk Pants. Brothers from the third peak, please take them away. As for this one, his eyes fell onto Song Yunshu, and it almost seemed as if he were looking at a dead person. Forget about him. Song Yunshu heaved a sigh of relief. Only a short moment had passed, but his entire body was already soaked with sweat. Laughter filled the air as a dozen or so third peak Silk Pants flew out. They grabbed Ji Xiaoxiao and the other person, and then started to fly off. In this moment of crisis, Ji Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and then anxiously called out, I know where Ji Mingfeng's corpse is. He has a bag of holding with treasures in it. I can take you there. The other Ji clan cultivator's face fell, and he also called out, Ji Mingfeng was unlucky. He picked the wrong time and then died before he came here. Nobody killed him. He died naturally. I witnessed it myself. Since I was there, I couldn't possibly be mistaken. The words spoken by the two of them essentially meant the same thing. They were giving their dark vow to join this shady organization. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he pointed at the male G-clan cultivator and said, "Take him away." The face of the G-clan member flickered, and he was about to offer more explanations when the dozen or so third-peak silk pants, having already been roused into action, whisked the man off before he could do anything further. Song Yunshu's face was pale, and his mind was reeling. Breathing raggedly, Ji Xiaoxiao pushed her hand down onto her forehead, causing a soul strand to fly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked at her with an enigmatic smile and then accepted the soul strand. "Welcome to the demon Entente," said Meng Hao with a smile. The doors of the temple slowly opened. The observing silk pants knew that not all was as it seemed. However, everything was a matter of perspective, and to them, Kujusi was part of their group, whereas everyone else was an outsider. Ji Xiaoxiao forced a smile, then clasped hands and bowed. Inwardly, she sighed. She understood that from now on, she would have to try to convince other members of the Ji clan that Ji Mingfeng had died because of an error in selecting the time period. That was why he had been killed the instant he appeared. If anyone didn't believe her, then as soon as Meng Hao faced any trouble, she too would be in a bad situation. Having reached this conclusion, killing intent flickered in her eyes. Some of it was for Meng Hao, the other was for her fellow clan members. Outside, the sun was beginning to set. As everyone began to depart, Meng Hao noticed Song Yunshu's absent-minded expression and suddenly realized that, considering Ji Xiaoxiao's ruthlessness, this Song clan Dao child was surely heading for a catastrophe. Meng Hao shook his head, then paid the matter no more heed as he headed back toward the fourth peak with Su Qing. More time passed. Everything was peaceful. Each morning at dawn, Meng Hao would go to observe and study the fourth peak to gain enlightenment of the mountain-consuming incantation. Other times, he would go to the underworld cave to practice fleshly body tempering. Another month passed. Meng Hao wasn't sure how the passage of time in the primordial demon immortal plane compared to that in the outside world. In any case, he had acquired quite a bit during these 2 months. The mountain-consuming incantation was now in an embryonic form within him. He had succeeded in branding it into his mind. Furthermore, his fleshly body tempering had also succeeded to quite a degree. By now, his normal body was as tough as it had been in the third anima. It's too bad the soul divergence incantation seems like a normal technique, but actually requires a very special environment. Meng Hao felt it to be somewhat of a pity. He was starting to get the feeling that if he could master the technique, he would be able to make shocking gains within the demon immortal sect. In fact, he was now beginning to suspect that the soul divergence incantation was the reason Kujusi was still alive within the first plane. The cultivation of this art is filled with profound mysteries. An undying soul. As for Su Qing, she was completely submerged in the 300 Taoist magics. Meng Hao did not disturb her. After all, gaining enlightenment of such Taoist magic was the most important thing for her and the others. Meng Hao could tell that Su Qing was extraordinarily qualified to seek enlightenment of the Taoist magic. Some of it had to do with the latent talent of her own soul, and some of it had to do with her host body. Several days later, Meng Hao was floating cross-legged in mid-air, studying the fourth peak. All of a sudden, Ku Yunhai's voice could be heard in his ears. "Come see me," said the low voice. Meng Hao's eyes instantly snapped open. Without hesitation, his body flashed as he headed toward Ku Yunhai's Immortal's cave. It didn't take him long to arrive, and when he entered and saw Ku Yunhai, his face fell. Ku Yunhai now looked nothing like the middle-aged man he had been 2 months ago. He was much older, thoroughly ancient, his head full of white hair. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed, just like he had before. However, the oil lamp next to him was much dimmer than before. When he saw the look on Meng Hao's face, Ku Yunhai said, "Don't worry, your dad isn't dead yet." He smiled, his eyes filled with kindness and expectation, and even more so, a reluctance to part. Meng Hao wasn't sure why he felt the emotions that he did. He had known all along that something like this would happen, but to see Yunhai change into a white-haired old man in front of his own eyes, to see the aura of death around him grow stronger and stronger, it filled his heart with emptiness. Not much time had passed, but the fatherly love from Yunhai that Meng Hao felt made him think of his own father. At the moment, all he could do was stand there silently. "You've done well recently," said Yunhai. "You haven't brought about any more disasters for me to deal with. Since you've decided to focus on body tempering, then let me tell you about one of the 3,000 Taoist magics that should be especially useful to you. It's called the 9 Heavens Treasured Body Seal. It's a Taoist magic that fuses magical items into your fleshly body, turning it into a treasure. By combining it with the mountain-consuming incantation, you can make your body into something like a mountain. In the rankings of the 3,000 Taoist magics, it is number 9. His voice was very dignified by the time he finished speaking. There is another art called fleshly sanctification. It is extremely extraordinary. It would be better to call it a technique than a secret art. If you can master it, then your fleshly body can grow exponentially powerful in the blink of an eye and stay that way forever. Such a mysterious art is extremely rare. In my entire life, I've only heard of 2 such arts. As far the specific details of how much it can strengthen your body, Father doesn't know. What I do know is that among the 3,000 Taoist magics, it is ranked number 7. Regarding the top 10 Taoist magics among the 3,000, even I have no way to acquire them, not even with further service to the sect. Lord Li has set rules regarding the top 10. All of them, with the exception of the Legacy of the Mountain and Sea Scripture, can only be acquired by entering the Demon Immortal Pagoda. It is not easy to open the pagoda. The 7 great sect priests must all join hands to do so. The pagoda has 99 levels. Every 10 levels, there is a chance to acquire a Taoist magic. I've paid a heavy price to convince the other 6 sect priests to agree to open the pagoda for you 2 times. You need to seize these 2 chances and fight to acquire the Taoist magic that you need. Yunhai spoke all these words casually. However, from the fluctuations on his ancient face, Meng Hao could guess that despite his light tone, he really had paid an incredible price. If he hadn't, the other 6 sect priests would never have agreed to open the Demon Immortal Pagoda. Furthermore, continued Yunhai, although both instances of the Demon Immortal Pagoda opening have been arranged specifically for you, in order to cut down on gossip, others will also be allowed to enter. You don't need to worry. Although the difficulty level within the pagoda is extreme, Father has prepared quite a few magical items for you. I spared no cost to give you your chance to get the special body-tempering Taoist magics. As he spoke, a reddish glow appeared in Yunhai's face. The glow was not ordinary, and almost looked like the last glow of light before sunset. He waved his hand, and a beast skin bag flew out in front of Meng Hao. Inside you will find 5,000 magical items, 30,000 demon weapons, 150,000 talismanic seals, and 1,000,000 demon stones. Take them. Even if you have to force your way through, then do it. Get to the top for me. Get those Taoist magics that you need. From the way he looked at Meng Hao as he spoke, it was clear how much he doted upon him. Meng Hao's heart began to tremble as he looked at the beast skin bag. He took it in his hand and then scanned it with divine sense. His entire body shook. It was clear that virtually all of the items inside emanated a fresh, new aura. Within that aura could be sensed a bit of Yunhai. Shockingly, all of these items had been personally forged by Yunhai during the past 2 months. Even as his allocated lifespan reached its end, he had spared no effort to refine all of these objects for his son. Embodied here was the love of a father for his child. After all of the items had been refined with his own life force. When Meng Hao spoke, his voice was not carefully controlled like it had been before. As of this moment, he had forgotten about Jusi. This time, the words came up from the depths of his heart. He was so moved by Yunhai, so envious of this life, felt so many complex thoughts and emotions, that all he could do was look up and softly murmur, "Dad, stop acting like a little kid," said Yunhai. the love in his eyes growing even deeper. Concentrate wholeheartedly on your cultivation. It's a good thing. I just wish that you had started acting like this a bit sooner. Alright, go. The Demon Immortal Pagoda opens in 3 days. If you can get some of what you want, then it won't have been in vain that I got them to open it for you. He gave Meng Hao a deep look. Meng Hao bowed his head, then clasped his hands. Clutching the beast skin bag in his hand, he left, taking his melancholy and other complex emotions with him. As he watched Meng Hao leave, Ku Yunhai's face was no longer ruddy, but pale white. More wrinkles appeared, and the death aura surrounding him grew stronger. It seemed as if his flame of life could be snuffed out at any moment. Juicy, your father can't be with you forever. Soon, you'll have only yourself to rely on. I hope that you can learn to be a bit more sensible. Ku Yunhai only continued to grow older. Originally, his cultivation base had nearly limitless longevity. However, Lord Li had returned the heavenly mandate to the masses. In the end, life would wither and die. As for Ku Yunhai, he had existed for a very, very long time. Currently, he was running out of energy to continue existing. Actually, he should have withered up and died many years ago. However, because of his concern for Kujusi, he continued to endure. Eventually, though, he found that, no matter how much he wanted to continue on, he wouldn't be able to do so for much longer. Lord Li, I will respect your decision. However, are you sure it is the correct one? If we powerful experts do not have limitless life, then what we are cultivating is not longevity. In that case, what is the end purpose of it all? Ku Yunhai sighed and closed his eyes. However, only a moment passed before they opened again. Exhaustion could be seen within, but also a bright glow, like the last flickering of a bright fire before it went out. Now is not the time for me to close my eyes. Before returning to the dust, I need to finish refining that true life-saving treasure for Juicy. I've been working on it for years, and only have a bit more work left. Once it's complete, then even if he hasn't successfully refined the soul divergence incantation, even 9 tribulations couldn't kill him. In fact, it might even help him to finish cultivating the soul divergence incantation. After returning to his own immortal's cave, Meng Hao saw that Su Qing was still sitting there meditating, silently focusing on cultivating enlightenment. Meng Hao sat down and glanced around at the extravagant decorations on the walls of the immortal's cave. After a long time passed, he looked down at the beast skin bag. It actually wasn't very heavy, but for some reason, in Meng Hao's hands, it felt very heavy indeed. What truly filled the bag wasn't actually magical items, but rather, a father's love for his son. It contained his very life, and the truest of his feelings. Finally, Meng Hao sighed. He closed his eyes and thought once again about his own father and mother, and the vague images of them that still existed within his memories. Time passed. 3 days were gone in the blink of an eye. The echoing of bell tolls could be heard throughout the entire demon immortal sect. Countless disciples, awoken from their sleep, flew out of their residences. All of them were astonished and wanted to know what was going on. What they found was that in mid-air above the demon immortal sect, pulsating, multicolored lights had suddenly appeared. Rays of light spread out in all directions, covering the sky. The light made the 3 inverted mountains which hung up above to be even clearer. As the light grew more intense, innumerable cultivators appeared on the 7 peaks of the demon immortal sect. All of them were shaken inwardly. Some were old veterans of the sect, whose expressions slowly began to change, as if they had suddenly recalled something. Their eyes filled with disbelief. The bright glow lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Then, in the very center of the glow appeared an enormous fissure. It looked like a huge mouth with no beginning or end. The instant it appeared, a shocking rumbling sound echoed out as a glowing, bronze pagoda slowly emerged from within the fissure. Each level of the pagoda had 4 iron chains stretching out into the air. There were a total of 99 levels and therefore nearly 400 iron chains. Anyone who laid eyes on such a shocking scene would definitely be left astonished. In the blink of an eye, the enormous pagoda had emerged. Rumbling echoed out in all directions and the ground quaked. The bronze pagoda slowly lowered down from the sky, growing larger and larger, until it seemed to blot out the sky above. Even though it was early morning, it almost seemed like the dead of night. Finally, the enormous pagoda descended toward a spot between the fourth and third peaks, directly above the deep pit, which according to legend, housed the great demon divinity that protected the entire sect. It did not touch down onto the land, but rather hovered up above. A huge shadow filled the sky above the demon Immortal sect. The pagoda appeared to be above the deep pit, but that was actually only the center location. In reality, if you looked at it from a distance, the pagoda seemed to cover the entire demon Immortal sect. Beneath the darkness of the pagoda was not just the deep pit, but all 7 peaks and the lands around them. All of the demon Immortal sect disciples were panting and staring numbly. Shockingly, on the first level of the pagoda was a huge bronze door covered with carvings of countless auspicious beasts, which emanated an archaic and primordial will. The gigantic pagoda was shocking to the extreme. Compared to its huge size, the cultivators below were nothing more than ants. Even the 7 peaks looked like children in comparison. It was at this point that 7 suns, each one a different color, flew out from the 7 peaks. As they slowly flew up into the air, the disciples in the demon Immortal sect all dropped to their knees to kowtow. Within these 7 suns sat 7 cross-legged figures. They were the 7 paragons of the 7 peaks. Within the 4th sun was none other than Kuyunhai. As the 7 paragons flew up into the sky, each one raised a hand and pointed toward the bronze pagoda. Instantly, a roaring sound could be heard as the huge bronze door on the first level suddenly opened slightly. Although the door only opened a crack, this pagoda was enormous. What appeared to be only a tiny sliver was actually 300 meters wide. The deep voice of the 7th peak paragon suddenly rang out. The demon Immortal pagoda has opened. In total, there are 99 levels. There is a chance on every level to acquire one of the 3,000 Taoist magics. Every 10 levels, there is a chance to get one of the top 100. In the higher levels, there is even a chance to acquire Taoist magics from the top 10. The 70th, 80th, and 90th levels all provide that chance. If you pass the 99th level, you may select any of the top 10 Taoist magics, with the exception of the mountain and sea scripture. Every time the pagoda is opened, it requires a vast consumption of sect resources. Today, all of you will have a chance. Whichever of you has good luck will be able to acquire good fortune. The voice echoed throughout the entire demon Immortal sect. As it faded away, a deathly silence spread out among the million disciples of the demon Immortal sect. It only took a moment, though, before an incredible commotion exploded out. The demon Immortal pagoda. Is that the demon Immortal pagoda? Heavens! It's huge. That's the most important pagoda in the first heaven of the demon Immortal sect. It's a precious treasure of the same level as the mountain and sea scripture. Amidst the rise and fall of conversation, there was a female cultivator who stood on the 5th peak, her fists clenched tightly. It was none other than Fangyu, her eyes shining with determination and wild joy. I never thought that there would be such good fortune this time, she thought. The demon Immortal pagoda has actually appeared in this period of time. Her eyes glowed with stubbornness. At the same time, a middle-aged man stood at the foot of the 7th peak. He was an inner sect disciple honor guard in charge of outer sect disciples. He stood, looking up at the enormous demon Immortal pagoda up in the sky, his hands clasped behind his back and a strange light gleaming in his eyes. I thought my good fortune would be restricted to the gains in the 7th peak, and that it would be difficult to acquire at that. But now that the demon Immortal pagoda has appeared, my chances have improved quite a bit. This middle-aged man was the same person Meng Hao had been looking for, Patriarch Huyen. Throughout the demon Immortal sect, Wang Lihai, Han Bei, and the other South Heaven cultivators were all shaken. It didn't matter if they were from the eastern lands, the northern reaches, the southern domain, or the black lands. All of them were astonished. Amongst their number was an inner sect disciple from the 3rd peak. He was a young man who up until this moment had spent his time bowing obsequiously to everyone around him. However, in the blink of an eye he suddenly stood ramrod straight. Within his eyes flickered a bright glow, and an aura that almost seemed to contain the will of a monarch flickered out from his body. This young man was from the northern reaches, and was of the imperial bloodline clan. He was not the only such blazing sun within the demon immortal sect. There were others, all of whom suddenly rose up with lofty wills. One of them was on the sixth peak. It was a young woman who shockingly wore the robes of a conclave disciple. Other than Meng Hao, she had a higher position than anyone else from the southern domain. She blinked a few times as she looked over toward the fourth peak and the demon immortal pagoda. Then she smiled. Meng Hao really does have some pretty good luck. He found the corpse of one of the elite disciples, and in the few months before Ku Yunhai passed away in meditation at that. For the demon immortal pagoda to appear in this second plane of limitless possibilities is nothing strange. It's just like the real world. After all, with the night demon in existence, heaven and earth can create something from nothing. Even the traitorous Lord Ji was rather frightened. Naturally, this woman was Xianxia. The demon immortal pagoda has been opened. As the archaic voice of the seventh peak paragon sounded out, thousands of figures instantly flew up into the air toward the pagoda. Meng Hao and Su Qing walked out of the immortal cave and looked up at the towering pagoda. Su Qing's eyes filled with a glow of determination. She looked down at the jade slip in her hand and chuckled silently. "I won't be going," she said. "These 300 Taoist magics are good enough." Meng Hao nodded. He knew Su Qing's disposition, so he did nothing to try to persuade her to change her mind. He took a deep breath and looked up toward Ku Yunhai's sun up in the sky. He could see the silhouette of the ancient man he had spoken with only 3 days before. After a moment of silent contemplation, his eyes flickered with decisiveness. "Whether it's for me or for Ku Yunhai, I'm going to go absolutely all out." His body flickered as he flew up into the air toward the demon immortal pagoda that had been opened especially for him. Up above, the figures in the seven suns, the seven paragons, all looked at Meng Hao. Within Ku Yunhai's eyes could be seen hope as he watched Meng Hao disappear into the pagoda. At the same time, more and more figures flew up and entered. In a very short period of time, more than 100,000 people had entered the first level of the demon immortal pagoda. Down below were even more people who chose just to watch. Since they only had this one chance, they decided to first observe for a while to see if they could derive any benefits. Back in the sect, there's a detailed description of the demon immortal pagoda, thought Xianxia. The pagoda doesn't test the level of one's cultivation base, nor the quality of one's latent talent. What it tests is a person's overall battle prowess. The level of difficulty is the same for every person, regardless of the level of their cultivation base. A cultivator in the qi condensation stage and an immortal would both have the same chance. Each participant will face different opponents, based on their own strength. I'm curious how far that brat Meng Hao will get. What level will he reach? Xianxia didn't immediately enter the pagoda. As far as she was concerned, while it was shocking enough to shake heaven and earth, at the same time, it wasn't something very important to her. Her main purpose here was not to seek out Taoist magic. No, she was here for the number 1 battle body of the demon immortal sect, that which could shake the 9th mountain and sea. The demon immortal body. Regardless of past times or present, the demon immortal body was incredible and illustrious. In fact, Lord Li possessed such a body in the past. According to hearsay, if one wished to acquire the mountain and sea scripture, one had to possess the demon immortal body. Xianxia made her decision. When the matter with the pagoda is over, I'll go find that brat. Outside the demon immortal pagoda, 1,000,000 cultivators scattered to the area outside of the various mountain peaks. That was the only place where they could view its exterior. 1,000,000 disciples formed a ring around the pagoda, which they all stared at fixedly. What they saw was nearly 100,000 bright dots of light appear on the first level of the pagoda. They were densely packed together, and each one represented a disciple of the demon immortal sect. I wonder what it's like inside? murmured a conclave disciple from the first peak as he looked at the dots of light. Similar questions were going through the minds of all the disciples who were watching the demon immortal pagoda. However, before they could put much thought to it, roughly half of the 100,000 dots of light suddenly vanished. A moment later, tens of thousands of cultivators were ejected out into the air, blood spraying from their mouths as they tumbled backward. There were even some who were knocked completely unconscious. The sight immediately caused everyone to gasp. However, at the same time, a dot of light appeared on the previously dark second level. Someone made it past the first level. How much time has passed? Someone already made it past the first level. The buzz of conversation filled the air. Fang Yu's pupils constricted as she watched on silently. Wang Lihai was also in the crowds of people, frowning. The young man from the northern reaches stood there, his eyes glittering brightly. Generally speaking, South Heaven cultivators would not be the first ones to rush into the demon immortal pagoda. Most would wait on the outside to observe. After the first person made it to the second level, gradually more lights began to appear. All of the observers settled their chi and calmed their minds as they focused completely on the proceedings. Some, feeling confident in their ability and experience, decided to enter the pagoda. When Meng Hao entered the first level of the pagoda, the first thing he saw was a land covered in blackness. The reek of blood wafted through the air, as if he were standing on some ancient battlefield. Looking around, he suddenly noticed that the air up ahead was rippling. 10 figures appeared, all of them blurry and unclear. However, their cultivation bases were all at the great circle of the nascent soul stage. The 10 figures emanated a raging killing intent as they charged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and suddenly he laughed as he realized what was being tested in the demon immortal pagoda. As the 10 figures neared, he did not retreat, but instead shot forward to meet them. Rumbling echoed out as Meng Hao transformed into a green smoke. All it took was a fist or a finger attack. The 10 great circle nascent soul figures were incapable of fighting back. In the blink of an eye they were destroyed. All of it lasted only the space of 5 breaths, and 10 opponents were slaughtered. Next, however, black smoke began to rise up from their bodies. It seethed and churned, forming together into one single pitch-black figure. He wore a long black robe and a black mask. His black hair floated up into the air, and an aura emanated out from him that caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict. Even more shocking was that although this man also had a cultivation base at the great circle of the nascent soul stage, it was completely different than those of the figures from before. If you liken those figures to fierce dogs, this man was a lone wolf. He eyed Meng Hao coldly, then suddenly raised his hand up. Shockingly, a mountain appeared above his hand. The instant the mountain appeared, Meng Hao recognized it. This was the mountain-consuming incantation. Next, the mountain vanished, and the man appeared directly in front of Meng Hao. Palm strike descended. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. It was as if he saw a mountain rushing directly toward him. A great circle nascent soul expert from ancient times. Meng Hao's eyes shone with the desire to do battle. Any of the items inside the beast skin bag he carried could instantly wipe out this expert. However, Meng Hao just couldn't make himself use the items given to him by Kuyun Hai on the first level. Without even entering the second anima, he struck out with his fist. He wanted to use this opportunity to test out exactly how strong or weak he was compared to a person of the same stage as himself, except from ancient times. A booming rang out as the two of them fought back and forth. Divine abilities and magical techniques caused multicolored light to explode out shockingly in all directions. A moment later, the black-robed figure turned and then made a strange writhing movement to appear directly in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao laughed, not retreating, but rather punching out with full force. The two of them fought back and forth within the first level of the demon immortal pagoda. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, an explosion could be heard. The black-robed figure shook and then collapsed into pieces. It transformed into a stream of magical symbols that quickly surrounded Meng Hao. Meng Hao panted a bit, and his eyes glinted as if they contained lightning. The battle hadn't lasted for too long. only the time it takes an incense stick to burn. However, during that short time in which he had battled with the illusory figure, he had gone all out with his magical techniques before finally shaking his opponent and eventually destroying him. Most importantly, Meng Hao's body was currently as strong as it normally would be in the third anima. Were it not for that, he would never have been able to achieve victory while only in the first anima. A powerful nascent soul expert from ancient times. Incredible! Meng Hao took a deep breath as he looked at the magical symbols floating around him. There were thousands of them, flickering between lightness and darkness, emanating fearsome pressure. In the blink of an eye, one of the magical symbols rushed toward Meng Hao. It was as if the symbol had chosen him. Eyes flickering, Meng Hao did nothing to evade the incoming symbol, but rather allowed it to fuse into his body. Gradually, it transformed into a Taoist magic. Demon fire. Meng Hao took some time to feel it out. This art was not one of the 3,000 Taoist magics, but rather a simple miscellaneous technique. Well, it could be called simple as far as the demon Immortal sect was concerned. However, if you revealed such a magical technique to the sects of the lands of South Heaven, even this simple demon fire would be incredible and extraordinary. A strange glow appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. He closed them thoughtfully for a moment, and when they opened, they shone with enlightenment. It was an enlightenment that had nothing to do with the demon fire technique, but rather this examination as a whole. This examination is different for every person, based on the level of their cultivation base. The difficulty will be the same for everybody. If I were in the Tao-seeking stage, then I would have faced 10 Tao-seeking experts. Actually, my true prize from the first level is not the demon fire technique, but rather a look into how the mountain-consuming incantation is used. I never realized that the incantation could be utilized in such a way. With that, his body flashed as he headed toward the second level. Even as Meng Hao stepped into the second level, the disciples surrounding the demon Immortal pagoda were all observing with rapt attention. All of them had looks of determination in their eyes. In order to acquire the good fortune that lay within the demon Immortal pagoda, what was required had nothing to do with cultivation base, but actually destiny. By now, everyone could see that more than half of the remaining dots of light from the first level had already vanished and reappeared on the second level. There were even few that had reached the third level. The greatest cause for envy among the demon Immortal sect disciples, however, was that there were more than 10 dots of light on the fifth level. The scene caused the hearts of the observers to seethe with excitement. Quite a few finally decided to enter the pagoda themselves. The young man from the imperial clan of the northern reaches watched on, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. All these illusory people are actually dead. They don't even know that they don't exist. Yet even in an illusory world, their greed can be aroused. How amusing! Unfortunately, even if somebody does manage to reach the 99th level, only those of us with living souls can actually acquire good fortune for ourselves. A bright light glittered in his eyes as he flew up into the air. An air of scorn emanated off of him as he shot toward the demon Immortal pagoda. Wang Lihai, Han Bei, and Fang Yu all watched with flickering eyes. They didn't fly out toward the pagoda. As for the rest of the cultivators from South Heaven, some hesitated. Some had looks of decisiveness on their faces. Zhao Feng's face was pale, and his eyes glowed with an intense light. The identity he had acquired was not that of the inner sect disciple he had originally been watching over, but rather an outer sect disciple. Even the corpse of this outer sect disciple had been difficult to come by when the critical moment arrived. Although Meng Hao had scared off Wang Lihai, in the end, a cultivator from the northern reaches had come to snatch it away. The hope of my tribe rests on me. I will acquire some Taoist magic. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Feng flew up into the air toward the demon Immortal pagoda. At almost every moment, more disciples flew up from the demon Immortal sect to charge toward the pagoda. As everyone else watched the dots of light on the various levels, Meng Hao finally ascended to the second. As soon as he entered the second level, he instantly found himself surrounded by a huge sea. Massive waves rolled across its surface. Crashing sounds could be heard as 10 statues rose up from within the waters. Shockingly, Each statue seemed as powerful as the black-robed expert he had just faced up against. Apparently, the difficulty level had just increased by a factor of 10. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, exploding with an overflowing will to fight. What he needed right now was an unrestrained, massive battle. He would refine his cultivation base with fire, temper his fleshly body, making it so that the two worked together in perfect harmony. As soon as the statues appeared, their eyes opened. An incredible aura blasted out as they shot toward Meng Hao. Second anima. Bang! Meng Hao's body expanded and his cultivation base exploded out. His battle prowess rocketed up, revealing the power of two great circle nascent souls. As for his fleshly body, it also exploded up in power. Now that he was in the second anima, its strength was comparable to that of the fourth anima. He directly shot toward the incoming statues. The 10 statues were incredibly realistic. Demonic chi roiled out from them. Just barely discernible on their foreheads were totem tattoos. Roaring sounds exploded out across the sea as the battle raged. It lasted for a little less than an hour. One statue after another was crushed by Meng Hao's second anima attacks. Their magical techniques landed onto a body that was comparable to the fourth anima, and were completely blocked. When the last statue exploded into pieces, the seawater which had formed them rose up into the air and formed together into a shocking, enormous mountain peak. The mountain was the color of the sea. This was a sea mountain, and when it appeared, it shone with brilliant, colorful light as it smashed down toward Meng Hao. The mountain neared and the wind raged. A crater-like depression appeared in the seawater below. Meng Hao's hair whipped about, along with his robes. He looked at the descending sea mountain, and his eyes filled with a strange light. The mountain-consuming incantation again? Circulating cross-legged in the air around the demon Immortal pagoda was the paragon of the fourth peak of the demon Immortal sect's first heaven, Ku Yunhai. White hair swirled around him, and his eyes shone with a radiant glow. He seemed to be in high spirits. However, far back within the recesses of his eyes was an imperceptible exhaustion and ancientness. No aura of death emanated out from him. However, deep within his heart existed a sea of death. Outsiders could not observe what was happening within the demon Immortal pagoda. Even the 7 paragons couldn't sense the ripples of what was happening. However, all of them were well aware of why the demon Immortal pagoda had been opened this time. Their gazes swept over the pagoda, and, although they could not see what was happening inside, based on the aura coming from the dots of light, it was possible for them to determine who was who. Ku Yunhai was watching the second level, and his eyes shone with determination. Juicy, your father can only do this much for you. In addition to the 7 paragons, the rest of the disciples in the demon Immortal sect's first heaven were all congregated around the pagoda. One by one, the disciples flew up to enter the pagoda. Everything was in a great commotion. A few moments later, a dot of light appeared on the 7th level, leading to an outburst of discussions. Meng Hao had no way to know about any of this. He was still on the 2nd level, looking at the enormous mountain formed of seawater that was hovering in midair. A bright glow shone from his eyes as the mountain shot toward him. He leaped upward, not in evasion but rather relying completely on the second anima. He charged an attack. A massive boom rose up into the air. Meng Hao didn't destroy the mountain, but rather pierced inside of it. Rumbling filled the seawater mountain, and countless ripples spread out, as if to seal Meng Hao inside. As the ripples surrounded him, he suddenly closed his eyes. Then he waved both arms out in front of him. A boom filled the sea mountain as it exploded apart. Meng Hao shot out from within, his face pale, but his eyes shining with a strange light. Mountain-consuming incantation, he said, panting a little. By this point, Meng Hao could tell that if you looked at the enlightenment of the mountain-consuming incantation in terms of percentage, then he had mastered roughly 5%. As the sea mountain fell apart, no magical technique appeared. Meng Hao looked up as a beam of soft light appeared up in the air in front of him. A mere glance and he understood that this dazzling light was the entrance to the 3rd level. As the light neared, he shot up into the air. He entered the void, and when everything became clear, he was in the 3rd level. The moment he appeared, a towering sea of flames could be seen, as well as 10 enormous figures. Meng Hao shot out from within the flames, his eyes glittering. 3rd anima. Boom! His fleshly body expanded and his cultivation base began to transform. The power of 4 great circle nascent souls instantly exploded out from within him. Fearsome and intense power roared up from him, especially from his fleshly body, as he strode forward. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. Without hesitation, Meng Hao charged up all the way to the 7th level. By this time, he was in the 4th anima. In the outside world, there were simply too many people participating in the event, so few people noticed Meng Hao's dot of light moving up. Most were focused on the 10th level. There was only one dot of light there, attempting to break through. At the moment, just about all of the disciples' eyes were focused there. Their eyes shone brightly as they watched to see what transformations might occur if the 10th level were passed. After all, the Demon Immortal Pagoda had 99 levels, and every 10th level gave a chance at one of the top 100 Taoist magics. Any one of those could be considered a shocking magical technique, enough to cause anyone's heart to pound. That was especially true for the cultivators from South Heaven. They were completely focused on the 10th level, even more so than the other disciples from the Demon Immortal sect. Han Bei and Wang Lihai, the Ji clan, the Fang clan, the cultivators from the eastern lands and the northern reaches, all those who had not entered the pagoda were observing closely. Time passed. Apparently, the 10th level was quite difficult. The cultivator who was there still had not broken through. With the exception of Kuyunhai and Fang Yu, few people had noticed that there was one particular dot of light that had just disappeared from the 7th level and then appeared in the 8th. Then it was in the 9th. Finally, everyone gaped, and their stares focused even more intently on the 10th level, because, suddenly, another dot of light had appeared there. A second dot of light was now in the 10th level. Of course, it was Meng Hao. Who's that? Who could that be? Whoever it was that just entered the 10th level. No one was paying much attention to him before. As the buzz of conversation filled the air, all gazes focused on the dot of light that represented Meng Hao. Meanwhile, back in the 10th level, a golden glow filled the area. The sky was gold, the land was gold. Everything was the color of gold. 10 swords sped toward Meng Hao from all directions, filled with shocking power. These 10 swords exploded with the power of spirit severing. They were matchlessly brutal, and their killing intent rose to the heavens. In the moment before the 10 swords reached him, Meng Hao's pupils constricted and he unhesitatingly cried, "6th anima!" Boom! His cultivation base shot up and his fleshly body exploded with power. His battle prowess was now equivalent to 32 great circle nascent souls. As for his body, it was now more powerful than the 7th anima. According to Meng Hao's speculations, the level of power it now reached was equivalent to an 8th anima. Such shocking power, especially when it was all synthesized together, made it so that Meng Hao could now attack with roaring power equivalent to the 7th anima. Meng Hao unleashed divine abilities, one of which made a small, illusory mountain appear above his hand. The golden world he was in seemed to transform into a sea of rage, churning and seething. A moment later, ghost images sprang up from the 10 swords. The golden glow that filled the world swept toward them, changing the ghost images into something like a black hole that seemed capable of swallowing all light. All the light in the world was sucked in, leaving behind only the swords themselves. Surrounded by a shapeless glow, they slashed down toward Meng Hao. Furthermore, they even began to emanate the ripples of a domain. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. The instant the swords began to near him, he unhesitatingly entered the 7th anima. Boom! The 7th anima exploded out, filling him with 64 shocking levels of power. Sounds like cracks of thunder exploded out from Meng Hao's fleshly body, which did not grow any larger, but rather more tight. The feeling of an immortal devil grew even more intense. In Meng Hao's judgment, he currently had a fleshly body that was equivalent to a 9th anima. He was only a tiny step away from having a fleshly body that was actually of the spirit-severing stage. Meng Hao moved toward the descending swords and punched. A huge explosion filled the air, causing everything to tremble and shake. Meng Hao coughed up some blood as he shot backward. Everything up ahead of him shattered into pieces. At the same time, countless magical symbols flickered out. 3,000 great Daos. 3,000 magical symbols. They swirled around Meng Hao for a moment before one of them sparkled and shot toward him. The mark had the appearance of a small mountain. Meng Hao recognized it as soon as he saw it. This was none other than the mountain-consuming incantation which he already had partly gained enlightenment of. His eyes glittered, and he did nothing to dodge the magical symbol. It neared him and then fused into his body, filling his mind with a roaring sound. Something like the shapes of countless mountain peaks filled his mind. It felt as if he was currently personally observing and emulating hundreds of millions of mountains. At the same time, the glow of enlightenment filled his eyes. He sat down cross-legged for an hour before opening his eyes. Shockingly, the image of a mountain could now be seen in Meng Hao's pupils. His aura also changed. All of the images and memories regarding the mountain-consuming incantation merged together into his mind to form a brand mark that was like a seed. This was a seed of Taoist magic that he could take with him when he left the demon Immortal sect's second plane. The appearance of this seed proved that Meng Hao had achieved initial enlightenment of this art. Consume the soul of the mountain. Emulate the soul of the mountain. Seize the body of the mountain. Refine my own body. Meng Hao stood up and waved his right hand. Instantly, the illusory shape of a mountain peak burst into being above it. A strange light appeared in his eyes as he looked up and then shot toward a glowing screen up above. As soon as he touched it, a roaring sound echoed out within his body. He felt as if he were trying to move forward through water, as if there were something pushing back against him. The feeling lasted for the space of a few breaths before he pierced out of his current world. Everything in front of him grew clear, and shockingly, he could see an entire new world in front of him. This world was an ancient battlefield. The instant he appeared, many of the figures on the battlefield suddenly turned and looked directly at him. There were several dozen of them, each one a cultivator. When he saw them, Meng Hao's pupils constricted. They instantly began to near him, whereupon, without hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a large amulet which he flung out in front of him. Booming sounds echoed out, and half of the lands of this entire world quaked. Massive fissures appeared, with Meng Hao at the center. As they spread out, thundering booms could be heard, and countless bolts of lightning rained down. It was as if the entire world had turned into an Armageddon. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Although he had anticipated that the amulets given him by Yunhai would be powerful, now that he could see one in action, he was shaken. The entire world of the 11th level vanished, completely toppled and destroyed. Everything was wreckage. The figures on the battlefield had been transformed into nothing but drifting pieces of ash. Only Meng Hao remained behind. Force my way to the top? Meng Hao blinked, and then a shy expression appeared on his face as he shot toward the 12th level. 12th level. 13th level. 14th level. Meng Hao was surrounded by explosions as he proceeded onward. Everywhere he went, he shook heaven and earth, and was surrounded by the boundless glow of magical items. Even from the perspective of those on the outside world, it was starting to become obvious what was happening. All of the disciples of the demon Immortal sect watched with wide eyes as, within the space of only a few breaths, a glowing dot rose from the 11th level all the way to the 15th level. Everyone gaped in astonishment. That was especially true when a glowing aura appeared in the area around the dot, along with the clear, rippling aura of magical items. How many magic items does that guy have? Amidst the deathly silence, a complaining voice suddenly cried out. It was from none other than the cultivator from the northern reaches. Who is he? Don't tell me he's one of those elite apprentices? But even if he is an elite apprentice, he still shouldn't be able to squander magical items like that. Just how many magical items has he actually used? Cheater. He's cheating. What happened next caused everyone to watch on in a daze. The glowing on the 15th level, surrounded by a powerful glow of magical items, flickered up to the 16th level. Next was the 17th level, the 18th level, the 19th level. Incredible amounts of jealousy filled the hearts of the onlookers as the glowing dot finally reached the 20th level before finally stopping. Apparently this level was incredibly hard. Seeing this, the audience finally breathed sighs of relief. All of them had very conflicting emotions as the sounds of their discussion began to spread out. Hey, I said it, didn't I? There's nobody that could last like that for too long. Even if that guy has more magical items, he won't be able to break past the 20th level. Thank goodness he finally stopped. Otherwise, how could any of the rest of us measure up to him? Han Bei and Wang Lihai also secretly sighed in relief. The scene they had just witnessed caused them to be jumpy with fear. It wasn't just them. The others from the lands of South Heaven felt the same. And yet, even as everyone was still in the midst of discussing the matter, before they could get to the third sentence in their conversations, a booming sound could be heard from the 20th level. It was so powerful that it echoed outside of the pagoda. As the roaring sound echoed out, nearly 30% of the 20th level was covered with a magical glow that surrounded Meng Hao's dot of light. From a distance, the glow seemed boundless. The scene instantly caused everyone in the area to gasp as a roaring sound filled their minds. All of them seemed to be wondering about the exact same thing. Just exactly how many magical items had been detonated to create a glow that encompassed 30% of the entire level. Feng Yu's eyes were wide and her expression was one of complete envy. It's only because of that awesome dad of his, she thought. Ku Yunhai sat cross-legged in midair, a complacent smile on his face as he completely ignored the strange looks on the faces of the other 6 paragons. Attaboy, Juicy. Force your way up to the top. Get to the 90th level for your old man. Ku Yunhai almost shouted this out. Even if everyone else knew that cheating was involved, as a father, he couldn't help but be happy as he watched the scene playing out. In the 20th level, Meng Hao, tattered and bedraggled, shot backward at high speed. He was surrounded by an enormous shield that glowed with incredible brightness. A host of vicious, heavenly dragons charged him constantly, any one of which was enough to shock Meng Hao to the core. All of them, though, were blocked by the huge shield. Unfortunately, the shield was rapidly fading. Meng Hao's left hand clutched a bag that happened to be filled with demon stones. They were similar to spirit stones, and were what Meng Hao was using to sustain the magical treasures and talismans that he was wielding. Just now he had slipped up, which caused him to almost be buried in a divine ability. Currently, he was in full retreat, at the same time pulling out vast quantities of talismans that he was slapping onto his body. Boom! The fading shield once again surged with strength. Immediately, hundreds of layers burst out, then superimposed over each other to block all of the divine abilities that were shooting against him. Meng Hao let out a sigh. This shield was the main reason he had been able to charge into this place. Furthermore, of all the magical items and talismans that Ku Yunhai had refined, this type of shield was what he had created the most of. He has used his own life force to refine such shields. They contained his chi, blood, and aura. It was as if he himself were here, protecting Meng Hao with his magical arts. Because of this shield, Meng Hao was able to proceed from one level to next as easily as walking down a level path. This really was just as the people on the outside has said. Cheating. And it was not a small cheat either, but rather major cheating. Meng Hao looked around at the cultivation bases of the figures around him, and was shocked. He immediately produced a vast quantity of talismans from another bag, which he then tossed forward. Booming sounds rolled out, and thousands of huge hands appeared in the air, each one of which was thoroughly shocking. They instantly descended downward, sweeping across everything. The glow of magical items spread out to fill nearly half of the entire 20th level. As Meng Hao shoved aside everything, the glowing light of the 21st level began to spread out. At the same time, the magical symbols of the 3,000 Taoist magics once again appeared. They swirled around Meng Hao, after which a red symbol shot toward Meng Hao. As soon as it touched his forehead, his mind filled with a roaring sound. An ancient voice filled his mind. Daylight incantation. The voice didn't just echo in Meng Hao's mind, but rather spread out from within the 20th level of the demon Immortal Pagoda to fill the entire sect. The sound echoed out so that all disciples could hear, filling their minds with shock. Quite a few people began to pant, and their eyes filled with avarice and greed. Daylight incantation. Damn it. He actually got the daylight incantation in the 20th level. In the rankings of the 3000 Taoist magics, the daylight incantation is number 31. It's said that if you gain enlightenment, that when you use it, all you have to do is turn your hand over, and the sky will turn dark. Flip your hand back, and it becomes day. He actually got the daylight incantation. I can't accept this. All of the disciples of the demon Immortal sect were completely in a frenzy. Most crazy were those who had arrived from South Heaven. Han Bei, Wang Lihai, the cultivators from the eastern lands, the southern domain, and the northern reaches, all of them were filled with intense longing. None of them were willing to wait any longer. Their bodies flickered as they shot toward the demon Immortal Pagoda. The Ji clan, the Fang clan, including Fang Yu, all of them shot up into the air. It wasn't just them. Many other disciples of the demon Immortal sect were no longer willing to just observe. They charged forward, clearly unable to take the intense stimulation caused by Meng Hao's acquisition. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 people rushed into the demon Immortal Pagoda. At the same time, Meng Hao sat there in the 20th level. Suddenly, a tremor ran through his body, and his eyes opened. The daylight incantation was now there in his mind. However, despite being an excellent incantation, it wasn't the Taoist magic that he really wanted. After a moment of considering, he gave up trying to gain enlightenment. His body flickered as he shot toward the 21st level, 22nd level, 23rd level. In the amount of time it takes an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao shot with incredible speed all the way to the 29th level. Everyone watched, hearts burning, hands clenched tightly into fists. Their fury continued to rise, and cries of disbelief began to join together to form an uproar. This is definitely cheating. How could he have so many magical items? How could he move so quickly? It's almost like he has an endless supply of treasures for each level. This isn't fair. By now, almost all of the disciples were shouting out. Even more began to charge toward the pagoda. However, people continued to be ejected out from within. There were at least 10 empty levels between Meng Hao and his nearest competition. One of the cultivators from the eastern lands, who had met with failure on the 7th level, was filled with frustration and shouted, "Let's go break open the pagoda and drag that guy out. The demon Immortal Pagoda is for everyone. We demand fairness." However, even as the fury of the crowd raged, the light of magical items completely covered the 29th level, where Meng Hao was currently. Most outrageous was that the glow of treasures directly reappeared on the 30th level. Then, after the space of only 7 or 8 breaths, the 30th level was passed. The sky in the 30th level suddenly took on a bizarre appearance. 7 enormous statues appeared, each of which had 3 heads and 6 arms. They were completely ferocious in appearance. A voice that seemed to echo out from the netherworld with heavenly might suddenly filled the entire land. Our Taoist magic, Tao of 7 bodhisattvas. As soon as the voice echoed out, the eyes of the disciples outside of the demon Immortal Pagoda went completely red as their madness increased. The Tao of 7 bodhisattvas was a divine ability ranked number 67 in the 3000 Taoist magics of the demon Immortal sect. It was an art completely and thoroughly shocking. Anyone who gained enlightenment could advance by leaps and bounds and move beyond the bounds of mortality. "This isn't fair," cried the cultivator from the northern reaches. More and more people were becoming enraged. "This is incredibly unfair. The demon Immortal sect is fair and upright. Kick that guy out." However, even as their voices rose up, Yunhai looked coolly down at them and gave a light snort. The sound descended, turning into what sounded like heavenly thunder. Blood sprayed from the mouths of everyone present. especially that cultivator from the northern reaches. His soul shuddered on the verge of collapse, and his face filled with astonishment. He suddenly looked up toward the 7 paragons in midair. Ku Yunhai's archaic voice echoed coldly throughout the sect. If anyone else talks crap, they'll be kicked out of the sect. Everything went completely silent. When a paragon spoke, no one would dare to offer retort. However, everyone was still suspicious as to why Ku Yunhai, who usually paid little attention to outside matters, would suddenly open his mouth now. Time passed. The 10th level of the Demon Immortal Pagoda seemed to be a line of demarcation that 90% of participants couldn't pass. Of the few who were actually able to pass it, the 20th level was the second line of demarcation. Only 15 people had managed to force their way past that point. As for the 30th level, currently, only Meng Hao had made it that far. As time passed, the majority of the cultivators from South Heaven experienced defeat. Wang Lihai was stopped at the 9th level, after which he emerged, pale-faced and wounded. In his attempt to pass the 9th level, he had employed all of the hidden techniques he possessed, and yet had still failed. Now, he could only grudgingly admit the vast difference between himself and the cultivators from ancient times. As for Zhao Feng, he wasn't even able to get past the 5th level. Han Bei was one of the few who made it to the 10th level before meeting defeat, unable to acquire the good fortune of one of the top 100 Taoist magics. Among the group from South Heaven, including those from the Ji and Fang clans, only 3 people were able to make it past the 10th level. One was Fang Yu, the second was Patriarch Huyen, and the third was the young man from the Imperial Bloodline clan of the Northern Reaches. These 3 managed to make it past the 10th level, but were stopped at the 11th. Unable to proceed, they were forced to accept defeat and leave. At the moment, Meng Hao's dot of light went onward, surrounded by the glow of magical treasures, all the way to the 40th level. When he reached the 40th level, an archaic voice could be heard. The crowds outside of the Demon Immortal Pagoda were now jealous to the extreme and filled with incredible discontent. However, none of them dared to give voice to vent their feelings. If looks could kill, though, then the 40th level would have long since been reduced to nothing but wreckage. By this point, all of them could hardly wait to find out who this person was, this damnable cheater who had relied on an inexhaustible supply of magical items to get to the 40th level. It wasn't just the disciples of the Demon Immortal sect who wondered about this. All of the South Heaven cultivators were also dying to find out. Although some people had already guessed that it was Kujusi, there was no way to confirm that. In addition, they didn't dare to give voice to their suspicions. Right now, regardless of whether the crowds admitted it or were willing to accept it, and despite how many people had entered the Demon Immortal Pagoda this time, it was now the battlefield of a single individual. That person's existence caused their gums to itch. On the one hand, they hated him down to their bones, but on the other hand, they envied him to death. If things went on like this, then perhaps in the end, when they found out that the glowing light was Meng Hao, there might be an unforeseen occurrence. Although, at the moment, Meng Hao had already run into an unforeseen situation on the 40th level. 1 million demon stones was gradually proving to be insufficient. After all, Meng Hao wasn't really Kujusi. These demon stones were only here for him to borrow. He couldn't absorb them. Therefore, he had no qualms about wasting them. This isn't gonna work, he thought anxiously. I'm going to need a few more demon stones. Currently, his supply was down to only about 30%. After reducing the 40th level to ruins, Meng Hao thought about it from 100 different directions, and yet couldn't come up with any ideas except for one. He decided to give it a shot. Employing the power of his cultivation base, he tossed out vast quantities of magical items. Using their glow, he arranged them all to form a string of words. Close up, you wouldn't be able to make out much. However, from outside the pagoda, the glow of the magical items filled nearly half of the 40th level. Gradually, a string of 12 words became visible. Dad, I don't have enough demon stones. Please send a few more. As soon as the words became visible, the disciples outside of the Demon Immortal Pagoda gaped in astonishment, especially the cultivators from South Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was filled with deathly silence. When everyone finally realized the meaning of the words, They were filled with complete astonishment. This is beyond belief. Ridiculous. This is bald-faced cheating. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. It's infuriating. So someone's going to send more demon stones in. Damned bastard. Who does he think he is? Does he really think that this instance of the demon immortal pagoda is entirely for him? The demon immortal sect disciples were panting, and their fury had reached a boiling point. Most furious of all were the cultivators from the lands of South Heaven. Their rage was filled with frustration and vexation. However, they had to admit that they had obviously lost to the people of this long-dead, illusory world. Furthermore, they had lost in a fashion that was virtually impossible to accept. Fang Yu was the exception. She stood off in the distance, covering her mouth to conceal her chuckles. She was almost shaking from laughter, and her eyes had turned into beautiful crescent moons that glowed with beauty. As for the other 6 paragons, they appeared to be a bit embarrassed as they looked over at Kuyunhai. Wry smiles on their faces. Kuyunhai sat cross-legged in mid-air, staring blankly at the string of words. His expression flickered a few times, and he muttered to himself. Then his body flickered. Under the shocked gaze of hundreds of thousands of demon immortal sect disciples, he flew toward the pagoda. "Paragon Yunhai, what are you?" said one of the other paragons. "He's definitely going to punish that guy," said someone in the crowd. "For someone to cheat so brazenly is something that he can't accept. I'm not sure." All of a sudden I started thinking about Juicy. As the crowds of disciples hesitated, Kuyunhai neared the demon immortal pagoda. He stopped outside the 40th level, then calmly pulled a bag of holding out from within his robe. Everyone gaped in astonishment as he pushed the bag up against the surface of the pagoda. Then he pulled out his paragon's medallion. Instantly, the bag of holding sank into the pagoda. "Keep it up, son," he said with a laugh. "Force your way up to the 90th level for your old man." With that, he returned to sit cross-legged up in mid-air, completely ignoring all the crowds who were watching him. After a moment of silence, a huge commotion exploded out. "It's Juicy. Damn it. I knew there was something going on behind the scenes. Not fair. This is brazen cheating. I can't accept this." "So it was Juicy all along," said a First Peak Conclave disciple, gnashing his teeth. "That guy. Only he could have so many magic items," said a Second Peak Intersect disciple, his heart filled with madness and jealousy. "He forced his way to the 40th level. It's just..." "Cheating is one thing," said another disciple. "But how could you be so unabashed about it? He's actually refilling demon stones in the middle? Ridiculous." The disciples were in an uproar. As for the South Heaven cultivators, their hearts were pounding. Quite a few of them had gotten the feeling recently that something fishy was going on with Juicy. That was especially true of those who knew Meng Hao. Most of those people could tell at a glance that something strange was happening. After all, the matter of Meng Hao becoming Juicy was not a secret among the group from South Heaven. Even the people from the Ji clan knew. However, for some reason, perhaps because of Ji Xiaoxiao, the people from the Ji clan did not have any excessive amount of killing intent toward Meng Hao. Han Bei could only smile wryly and try to control her ragged breathing. She couldn't think of anything to say. However, her admiration for Meng Hao had reached the pinnacle. Wang Lihai's face twisted, filled once with frustration, then fury, and finally, helplessness. Patriarch Huyen's pupils constricted. He had long since found out that Meng Hao was Juicy, and had intentionally avoided him. Although his own identity hadn't been revealed, his jealousy toward Meng Hao had reached a pinnacle, and transformed into flames of rage. As for Fang Yu, she had a strange expression on her face as she looked at the 40th level. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. The feeling which prevailed in the hearts of the cultivators from the eastern lands, northern reaches, southern domain, and black lands was helplessness. Facing up against a cheater like this, there was really nothing else that they could feel. Although many of the demon immortal sect disciples were furious, there were quite a few who spoke out for Meng Hao. These were the sect Silk Pants, and the members of the Demon Entente. Their support for Meng Hao caused the uproar to grow even more tumultuous. Amidst the clamor, the paragon of the seventh peak, the old man with the transcendent demeanor, slowly cracked open an eye, let out a cold snort, and then said, "Pipe down!" The shocking sound caused everything to shake. Immediately, the disciples of the sect closed their mouths. Their minds trembled violently. "The demon Immortal pagoda shouldn't even be opened in this age," continued the old man. "It was arranged today especially for Kujusi." There was no further explanation, only this direct statement of fact. However, the minds of everyone present were sent spinning. At the same time, they all were thinking of the same question. Why did no elders or even elite apprentices appear to enter the pagoda? Obviously, the pagoda had been opened specifically for Kujusi. There were clearly people in the sect who already knew that, and thus opted not to participate. Regardless of elite apprentice or elder, if they participated, then they would owe a huge favor to the fourth peak. Everyone watched on silently as the glow of magical items surrounded Meng Hao on the 40th level. Magical items and talismans were unleashed freely as Meng Hao shot out from the 40th level. Another one of the top 100 Taoist magics appeared, causing the crowds outside to smile bitterly. They could only watch Meng Hao, unable to say anything. They looked on as the glow of magical items within the Demon Immortal sect went from the 40th level to the 41st. Then the 42nd, 43rd. It only took a brief moment for it to appear on the 50th level. Then the 60th. The entire way, the glow of magical items lit the sky. As everyone watched, they gradually began to grow numb. The exception was at every 10 levels, when the Taoist magic was announced, and their hearts filled with madness and envy, cheating, and replenishing along the way. What could compare to chicanery like that? As for anger, once the seventh paragon openly said that the Demon Immortal pagoda had been opened specifically for Kujusi, then who present qualified to be angry? Moments later, though, people simply couldn't control themselves, and began to discuss the matter amongst themselves. Humph! Even if the paragons do help each other, cheating to obtain good fortune isn't as good as making progress yourself one step at a time. That's right. Besides, who's to say whether or not he'll be able to get past the 70th level? The most frustrated of all were the cultivators from South Heaven. They were by far the most jealous and also the most angry. In truth, the South Heaven cultivators were all cheating. They were like people who went to take a test, but knew what the questions would be ahead of time. But then, they entered the exam room only to discover that someone else had a teacher standing off to the side to help. Well, that sort of feeling was difficult to describe. The young man from the Imperial Bloodline clan of the Northern Reaches ground his teeth. "I curse you to die in there," he thought. Also in the group from South Heaven was a young woman. Her face was calm, but her eyes shone with a bright light as she looked at the Demon Immortal pagoda. "My master told me there was something special about him," she murmured to herself. "In fact, before coming here, he especially entrusted me to keep my eyes on him. Meng Hao, what is it about you that's so special my master would show so much interest in you?" This young woman was none other than the Tao child of the Blood Demon sect of South Heaven. Li Shiqi, 61st level, 68th level, 69th level. Meng Hao was scared out of his mind the entire time. The opponents he faced now were no longer cultivators, but rather bizarrely shaped greater demons. Some of them were enormous, big enough to squash him to death with a single swipe. Without his shield, Meng Hao would have been dead many times over. It was amidst massive roaring sounds that he finally stepped into the 70th level. Starting with this level, he was guaranteed one of the top 10 Taoist magics if he passed. The top 10 Taoist magics were shocking in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, even in ancient times. In the modern cultivation world, they were legends among legends. As soon as he entered the 70th level, Meng Hao, before his vision even became clear, he suddenly heard a proud, lofty voice. As soon as he heard the voice, Meng Hao gaped. The reason was because this particular voice filled him with a sensation of incredible unreliability. "Hello, child. You want to pass through here? My Taoist name is Patriarch Reliance. Come, come. Allow the patriarch to bestow you with some good fortune. As the familiar voice echoed in Meng Hao's ears, he felt as if a gentle wind were blowing him back to those wonderful days in the vicious Reliance sect. Within that sect was a wicked, wretched, duplicitous, unreliable old turtle. Meng Hao's eyes widened as he saw a dark shadow appear up ahead. At the same time, the sky darkened, and snapping sounds could be heard. The shield surrounding Meng Hao began to collapse, and nearly exploded. Then, a screech of pain could be heard, and the area up ahead of Meng Hao became light once again, revealing a huge, fierce turtle, retreating at top speed. The turtle was fully several thousand meters wide, with an anxious expression on its huge face. It then glared fiercely at Meng Hao. Shocked, Meng Hao fell back a few paces as his cracked shield quickly repaired itself. As of this moment, he realized that without the shield, he would currently be crushed inside of that damnable Patriarch Reliance's mouth. The Patriarch Reliance in his memory was far larger than this turtle in front of him. However, the unreliable appearance, his sneak attack method, and his tone of voice were all exactly the same as the Patriarch Reliance that Meng Hao knew. A strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face as he looked at this Patriarch Reliance. New hatred piled up in his heart. He thought back to the untold trials and tribulations he had gone through to help Patriarch Reliance, only to be ripped off in the end by the stingy old turtle. In the end, Patriarch Reliance even tried to eat him. It was only because of the reminder from guiding Trirane and his recitation of the demon-sealing scripture that unreliable Patriarch Reliance was sent running. "How strange," said Patriarch Reliance, glaring at him. "Something about your expression seems a bit off. Don't tell me you recognize this old patriarch." His expression was strange as he looked at Meng Hao and the shield surrounding him. He gritted his jaw, looking inexplicably hateful. "The patriarch hates cheating children more than anything else. And you're obviously a cheater. You dare to try to pass through here with a shield. Bamboozler." Meng Hao backed up a few steps, looking Patriarch Reliance over carefully. He suddenly said, "Ancient Tao. Tenacious desire to seal the heavens." After speaking a few words, there was no reaction whatsoever from Patriarch Reliance. In fact, he seemed even more astonished, confused, and curious. "What the fudge? What are you doing, cursing me?" Meng Hao backed up a few more steps, abandoning the demon-sealing scripture. After another look at Patriarch Reliance, he suddenly laughed. The laugh contained a bit of bashfulness. At the same time, a strange light could be seen shining in his eyes. The entire expression caused Patriarch Reliance to tremble with astonishment. "What the fudge? What gives? What the hell? What kind of fishy thing is going here? Kid, there's something wrong with your expression?" "Listen, bitch," cried Meng Hao. "I'm not just gonna curse you. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you." Roaring, he leaped up into the air and slapped his bag of holding, causing a vast quantity of talismans to appear. Every single talisman emanated shocking power, blinding light, and incredible pressure. Patriarch Reliance's eyes went wide. "Too vicious!" cried Patriarch Reliance, retreating backward at top speed. The feeling he got from the talismans caused his heart to race with fear. Before he could retreat too far, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the talismans to ignite. An immense, red glow could be seen, from within which exploded countless thunder dragons. Their roars filled the air as they shot toward Patriarch Reliance. Amidst the echoing booms, Patriarch Reliance shrieked and hollered, dodging back and forth. His rage billowed up, and he was about to say something when Meng Hao waved his hand again, causing 70 or 80 more talismans to fly out. As they exploded chaotically, the air shook and the ground was torn to pieces. Patriarch Reliance howled and charged toward Meng Hao's shield. Meng Hao clearly had no intention of evading or dodging. He allowed the old turtle to slam into his shield, after which a huge explosion could be heard along with a miserable shriek. Patriarch Reliance immediately tumbled backward, during which time Meng Hao waved his arm, causing more than 1,000 talismans to be hurled out. These were all talismans personally created by Ku Yunhai. They needed no direction from Meng Hao. All he had to do was throw them out, and they would voluntarily transform into divine abilities and Taoist magic. Up above in the air, more than 1,000 statues suddenly appeared, all of which instantly dove down toward Patriarch Reliance. This barrage of attacks had Patriarch Reliance knocked into a daze. He shot backward relentlessly, his shell on the verge of being shattered, his heart filled with astonishment, as howls of rage emitted from his mouth. "I surrender. The Patriarch surrenders." "Fudge, you're such a cheat. I never cheat like this." "I don't accept surrender," growled Meng Hao. No matter what was said, he would have his revenge. He waved his hand again, causing another 1,000 talismans to appear. Blood-curdling shrieks continued to echo out. Patriarch Reliance trembled as he attempted to flee this way and that. The feeling of frustration in his heart had reached a pinnacle. "Damn it! Damn it!" howled Patriarch Reliance. "Is there a grudge between us?" Bam! Meng Hao produced several hundred more talismans. "What did I do to piss you off? Huh? Come on. Tell me." Patriarch Reliance was on the verge of tears. He was incapable of evasion, and could do nothing more than retract his trembling limbs and head into his shell. "I was just born recently. I haven't even grown up yet. How could I have pissed you off?" "You haven't pissed me off," said Meng Hao. "But that doesn't mean you won't piss me off in the future." He waved his hand again, causing more miserable shrieks to come from Patriarch Reliance. "Stick your head out of your shell," commanded Meng Hao, producing another large amassment of talismans and staring at Patriarch Reliance. "I won't stick my head out even if you beat me to death. You're just a big bully. You're incomparable. You're impossible. If I don't bully you now, then you'll bully me in the future," said Meng Hao coldly. He produced even more talismans, which he continuously tossed out. Booming filled the air, along with Patriarch Reliance's miserable shrieks. He retreated more, weeping. His shell was now almost half destroyed, and his body quivered as if from coldness. His head was pulled back tight inside, as if he really refused to stick it out even if he died. Meng Hao looked at him, then leaped up onto his shell. He slapped his bag of holding to produce another magical item that Yunhai had made for him. It was a small blade, seemingly dull, but in fact equipped with a fiercely sharp coldness. Meng Hao hefted the blade, then squatted down and began to carve some words into Patriarch Reliance's shell. "Meng Hao's turtle." After carving the 3 words, Meng Hao patted the turtle shell, then smiled complacently. "We'll call it quits today. It might be difficult for you, but I hope that in the future you'll remember that you're my turtle." Patriarch Reliance glared at him, clenching his jaw. He knew that Meng Hao had carved something onto his back, and had long since made an inward determination to pay back this insult. Meng Hao stamped his foot and flew up into the air, preparing to move on to the 71st level. However, as soon as he flew into the air, he suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked down just in the moment in which Patriarch Reliance stuck his head out of his shell. Meng Hao suddenly smiled, then subconsciously pulled out a talisman. Frightened, Patriarch Reliance retracted his head as fast as lightning, then howled, "Didn't you say that we would call it quits today? You tricked me." Meng Hao's body flashed and he suddenly appeared directly in front of Patriarch Reliance, who was retracted in his shell. His powerful shield made it so that he wasn't afraid at all of any sort of sneak attack by the turtle. "I'll let you off this time," said Meng Hao earnestly, "but I'm still trying to decide whether or not to destroy you to get the reward for this level." Patriarch Reliance trembled within his turtle shell. He then opened his mouth to spit out golden beam of light that shot toward Meng Hao. It pierced through the shield, transforming into a magical symbol. The magical symbol was something that looked like a seed, which emanated colorful light as well as an indescribable pressure. It gave off a feeling of splendor, which instantly caused the rest of the world to grow dark, as if the sky itself had dimmed, because it contained a Tao of heaven and earth, existing in a place above the natural laws of the world. Anyone who cultivated it would have a great Tao. This was one of the top 10 Taoist magics of the 3000. Even in the demon immortal sect, this was truly an incredible and shocking magical technique. Its origin was unclear, and even in ancient times few people understood it clearly. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he examined the magic. His heart began to beat out of control. Other than the soul divergence incantation, this was the most powerful Taoist magic that he had seen in the entire time he had been in this ancient world of the demon immortal sect. I wonder what Taoist magic this is? He thought. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to push his finger down into the magical symbol. Instantly, his brain filled with a roaring sound. The mark required no enlightenment. As soon as his finger touched it, it rushed into his body to his heart, where it transformed into a seed. This was the seed of a great Tao, one of the top 10 Taoist magics. It required no enlightenment. In fact, enlightenment was useless. This seed would only sprout in the mind of someone destined to receive it. If destiny existed between him and this seed, it would always be there. Were there no destiny, then forcing it would be useless. The illusory seed rapidly transformed into 9 parts, 7 of which rushed toward his 7 nascent souls. The other 2 remained in his heart. The instant the 7 seeds made contact with his nascent souls, they began to tremble. Shockingly, they rapidly began to solidify from something illusory into something real. It seemed that Meng Hao had acquired their approval, and that they had chosen to sprout within him. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the eyes of all the demon immortal sect disciples were fixed on the glow of magical light on the 70th level of the pagoda. This was especially true of the cultivators from South Heaven. Even Ku Yunhai's expression was one of increased anticipation. As for the other paragons, they were watching closely as well. All of them knew that this was a chance to get one of the top 10 Taoist magics. In this moment, the sky above the demon immortal sect suddenly filled with roiling clouds. A red glow filled the lands, and a beam of bright light shot down. As soon as the beam of light appeared, the 7th peak paragon suddenly opened his eyes, which glowed brightly. This is. The light fell, turning blurry, and then splitting into 3 parts. The meaning of such a sign was something that most people wouldn't understand. However, the paragons present all watched on with serious looks. Ku Yunhai began to pant slightly. Any other matter that occurred would not have left him so visibly shaken. However, since it affected Kujusi, he couldn't help but be moved. His eyes shone with a strange light, and he almost couldn't bring himself to believe that what was happening was true. The 3 beams of light split again, turning into 9 beams of light. In the blink of an eye, those 9 beams of light shockingly merged together into the form of an enormous figure. It was a somewhat indistinct figure, but it was still possible to see that it was Meng Hao's face. It was like a gigantic, magical image, shocking enough to cause heaven and earth to tremble. Next, the magical image opened its mouth and began to speak with an archaic voice that filled the entire demon immortal sect. 1 bloodline transformed into 3 souls. 3 souls tempered into 9 divinities. 9 divinities refined into my true self. I am Withering Flame Demon Magic True Self Tao. In this same instant, for some apparently unfathomable reason, one of the 3 inverted demon mountains hanging up above the demon immortal sect, the mountain which seemed to formed of molten stone, suddenly trembled. Everyone, including the 7 paragons and all the disciples, were completely shaken. 3 inverted demon mountains. One was completely formed of ice and frost, containing boundless coldness. The second was crimson red like blood, almost like an immense pile of corpses. Between those 2 was a mountain of molten rock, like fire, that brimmed with the most supreme dignity. The mountain that was currently trembling was none other than the demon mountain of molten stone. It trembled only slightly, but the incredible rumbling shook the minds and hearts of everyone within the demon immortal sect. The 7 paragons, including Ku Yunhai, could not be taking the matter more seriously. All of them actually rose to their feet to look at the demon mountain. The rest of the disciples didn't quite understand what was happening, but what they did know was that considering the demon mountain was trembling, obviously, whatever was happening inside the demon immortal pagoda involved heaven-defying good fortune. The faces of the cultivators from South Heaven all changed dramatically. Most were filled with mad jealousy, as well as the wish that they could become Kujusi. Fang Yu took a deep breath. Although she had been somewhat unsure regarding Meng Hao's identity, now that she saw the enormous magical sign in the sky, she suddenly realized that he was indeed Kujusi. That little brat, she thought, a smile brightening her eyes. Off on the distant mountain peak, Zhixiang was panting as she looked up at the demon mountain of molten rock. Her eyes widened. Withering flame demon magic true self Tao, so it's that art. Just what sort of heaven-defying lucky opportunity has Meng Hao come across? He's actually acquired a Taoist magic that has a deep connection to molten rock demon mountain. Everyone had different thoughts and reactions. The one similar thing shared by everyone was intense jealousy and frustration regarding Meng Hao. In the moment that the molten rock demon mountain trembled, a muffled voice spoke out from within it, seemingly from within a seal. Its cadence was odd, and the sound of it echoed out everywhere. The withering flame demon magic once again appears under heaven. We sealed the unresolved karma and cultivated the true self-Tao. Finally, everything will... The voice suddenly stopped talking in mid-sentence. After a long moment, a light sigh could be heard from within the molten rock demon mountain. Night! The sound echoed out throughout this world, causing everyone to feel shocked. Within the demon Immortal pagoda, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open, and they were filled with a strange light. In his mind, the seed of the Taoist magic was solidified and would never fade. This Taoist magic seed was separated into 7 strands which were connected to his 7 nascent souls. Although his cultivation base had not changed, Meng Hao felt as if there were something different about it. Muttering to himself, he rose to his feet and looked down at Patriarch Reliance, who was still tucked away cautiously in his shell, looking out at Meng Hao. Meng Hao chuckled. Old Turtle Reliance will be meeting again in the future. See you later. With a laugh, he shot up toward the descending beam of light. Just when Meng Hao was about to touch the beam of light, Patriarch Reliance stuck his head out of his shell and arrogantly shouted, "You're the old turtle! Your whole family are all turtles. Come on, bring it. I'll give you some good fortune. Since you came Ah?" Even in the midst of his self-righteous rant, just when he thought he was able to earn some face back, before he could even finish speaking, Meng Hao, who was just about to fuse with the glowing light, stopped in place and turned to glance back at him. That glance caused Patriarch Reliance to start shaking all over. A whizzing sound could be heard as he retracted his neck and head at top speed. "You damned, perverted cheater," he grumbled within his shell. "Get out of here. One of these days I'm gonna grow up, and then I'll get my revenge." Meng Hao looked thoughtfully at the several thousand-meter-wide Turtle Reliance, and his eyes lit up. The previous generations of demon sealers captured this unreliable old turtle to be my Tao protector. That basically means that they prepared a mount for me. However, after all these years, I still haven't gotten a real mount. I wonder what it would feel like to have an old turtle as a mount? Having reached this point in his train of thoughts, he suddenly began to palpitate with eagerness. After all, he knew that once he got back to the lands of South Heaven, it would be impossible to further punish the old turtle. With that, Meng Hao moved out from within the light and shot back down to stand on Patriarch Reliance's back. The instant that happened, Patriarch Reliance quivered. Inwardly, he was filled with intense regret and was scared witless. He had no idea what Meng Hao was planning to do. "All right, spit it out," said Meng Hao with a smile. "Do you admit it or not? You're my turtle." Patriarch Reliance remained in his shell, gnashing his teeth. After a long moment of thought, he suddenly realized that this Meng Hao had suddenly begun to emit an enormous and terrifying aura. It was obvious that he had produced another vast quantity of talismans. On the verge of going mad, Patriarch Reliance, feeling even more in the wrong, shouted, I admit it, all right? You big bully. I'm just a tiny little turtle. That's all. You'll get what's coming to you. As long as you admit it, then I'm happy," said Meng Hao. finding a comfortable position and sitting down. He still held all of the talismans in his hand. Now let's go. Take me out of the 70th level. Patriarch Reliance stood stock still, stunned. No matter what he had imagined, he could never have predicted that Meng Hao would make such a demand. Even as he stood there stupefied, Meng Hao tossed out the talismans. When they landed on Patriarch Reliance, a huge booming echoed out. Divine abilities and magical techniques shook everything. The sky above was rent, and Patriarch Reliance let out a miserable shriek and instantly began to move at top speed. Yeah, that's the right attitude, laughed Meng Hao. Come, come, fly up into the air. He held talismans in his hand like a whip. Beneath him, the turtle was like a little pony, completely under his control. Patriarch Reliance was on the verge of tears as he carried Meng Hao up toward the bright light. He felt intense regret. He regretted his own courting of death. Just when his opponent had been about to leave, he had to shout out those last few words. The result was that the damned, inhuman creature had returned for him. Filled with a feeling of maltreatment, Patriarch Reliance let out a venting roar as they fused into the light. In the blink of an eye, both of them vanished. When they reappeared, they were in the 71st level. On the outside world, everyone, including Yunhai and even Jixiang, stared, dumbfounded at the 71st level. In addition to the glowing dot which represented Meng Hao, they could also see an additional, massive glow that looked like the outline of a turtle. Soon, it became apparent that Meng Hao was riding the turtle. The demon Immortal sect disciples seemed to be on the verge of going insane. How could there be a turtle in there? That turtle is huge. It must be several thousand meters wide. Damn it. Damn it. Kujusi has gone way overboard. He's a cheater? Fine. He has an incredible dad? Okay. But how could he cheat even more within his cheating? What exactly does he think he's going to accomplish with such a gigantic turtle? Even more in a frenzy were the cultivators from South Heaven. Their organs almost seemed to be on the verge of exploding out of their bodies, and their expressions filled with intense envy and jealousy. The jealousy even turned into hatred, filling them with very complex feelings. Patriarch Crow Divinity sure lives up to his reputation, thought Zhao Feng with a bitter smile. He looked at the 71st level and sighed. Wang Lihai's hands were clenched tightly into fists, and his eyes brimmed with frustration and, even more so, helplessness. Han Bei could only blink, completely at a loss for words regarding Meng Hao. His current actions overlapped with the deep impression he had left on her years ago. It suddenly gave her the intense premonition that, in the future, he would have limitless possibilities. Relying on his status and the power of his clan? Could he piss me off any more? Said the young man from the Imperial Bloodline clan of the Northern Reaches. Even more brazen, he is riding such an enormous turtle as a mount. That's only because the identity he got has a great dad. Damn it. Usually, it was other people in the Northern Reaches who had such thoughts about him. This was the first time in his life that he had ever felt jealous of another person. However, at the moment, he had no choice but to admit that he felt intense jealousy toward Meng Hao, and even felt as if what was happening was unfair. Yunhai cleared his throat and looked at the other 6 paragons. He made no attempt to explain, and was in fact also somewhat puzzled. At the same time, though, he was quite happy. Even as everyone watched on with complicated emotions, Meng Hao and the giant turtle were surrounded by the glow of magical items. They rose up from the 71st level to the 72nd, then the 73rd, and the 74th. When they reached the 80th level, all of the disciples in the demon Immortal sect, including the cultivators from South Heaven, felt their hearts tightening. What they were thinking about wasn't whether or not Meng Hao would be able to pass this level. Instead, they were wondering about what good fortune he would seize as he did. To watch with their own eyes as someone seized all of the good fortune that they had dreamed about for their entire lives was truly driving them mad. If Meng Hao were doing by means of his own skill, then it would be one thing. In that case, at least they could console themselves in some way. But instead, he relied on his identity and cheating to the extent that they almost coughed up blood. "I refuse to accept this," said one of the G clan members through gritted teeth. His hands clenched tightly at his sides. Similar reactions could be seen in both the Ji and Fang clans, with the exception of Fang Yu. The sizable group of cultivators from other areas in the eastern lands were the same. In the end, it didn't matter what they were thinking, though. They could do nothing to prevent the blinding glow they currently saw on the 80th level. Inundated by that glow of magical items, the 80th level seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Everyone could just barely make out the image of the turtle charging around violently. A moment later, a boundless glow shone out from the 80th level, along with an incredible roaring sound. An ancient, undulating voice began to speak, its cadence odd, its pace neither quick nor slow. "Since you have passed the 80th level of the demon Immortal Pagoda, you shall be bestowed with one of the top 10 Taoist magics, 9 Heavens Destruction." This voice caused everyone to stare blankly, not because of the ancientness of the voice, but rather because of the voice's manner of speaking. Zhixiang's eyes went wide, and she began to pant, a look of disbelief written on her face. "That's..." The 7 paragons, including Ku Yunhai, all stood up. Their expressions all changed, even more so than they had when the previous demon mountain had been shaken. The suns around them trembled and distorted. Clearly, they had been thoroughly shaken by the appearance of this voice. That's the voice of Lord Li." The 7 paragons instantly began to grow even more shocked. The voice of Lord Li. Impossible! Lord Li is sleeping. If he had woken up, then the 3 demon mountains would immediately shine for tens of millions of meters in all directions, and the 2 holy lands would be unsealed. Everyone would know, and all the experts in the 9th mountain and sea would come to offer their respects. This isn't Lord Li, but it's definitely his voice? But why? Something about the voice seems off. As if it's weak? As everyone in the outside world was astonished, in the 80th level of the demon Immortal Pagoda, everything was collapsing. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on top of Patriarch Reliance. Up ahead of him was a violet-colored mark that flickered with violet light. As the light spread out, the collapsing world grew silent, and everything stopped moving. The voice echoing about in the outside world could also be heard around Meng Hao, and its source was none other than the violet mark in front of him. The top 10 Taoist magics didn't require enlightenment, just good luck. After acquiring one of them, if destiny called for it, it would become a seed of Taoist magic. If there was no connection, no amount of pleading would do any good. Meng Hao raised up his right hand silently. As soon as it touched the violet mark, a tremor ran through his body. The violet mark fused through his finger into his body. Then, it magically appeared in his mind, transforming into an illusory scene. Within that scene, he could see a vague figure lifting its hand up. As it lifted its hand up, a first heaven arose. Another wave of a hand caused it to split into 2, forming 2 heavens. In the end, there were 9. 9 heavens destruction. All things become ancient. You have a destiny that is connected to this magic. I deliver this Tao to you. It complements the withering flame demon magic. I've been waiting a long time. Could it be that you're the one I've been waiting for? Come, past the 99 levels, past the 3 mountains, past the 2 lands. If you can come to stand in front of me, if you can win my approval, then you are my successor. When Meng Hao opened his eyes, the voice seemed to continue to echo in his ears. His eyes were filled with blankness, but they quickly grew clear. Within his mind, the violet symbol transformed into the seed of a great Tao. However, it was rough, unrefined. Meng Hao would need to continue to contemplate it before being able to unleash it fully. As he opened his eyes, the world in front of him resumed its collapse. As it did, the 81st level neared. That voice, thought Meng Hao, his eyes filled with a touch of perplexity. Something seemed odd about the voice. His status was definitely different than the average person. The way he spoke was the same. Who was he? He took a deep breath and looked at the bag of holding given him by Ku Yunhai. The demon stones, talismans, and magical items therein were already running low. However, the two Taoist magics that he most wanted to acquire hadn't appeared. The 9 heavens treasured body seal, and the secret technique of fleshly sanctification. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Without hesitation, he slapped his hand down onto Patriarch Reliance. The turtle, feeling as wronged as ever, shot toward the 81st level. As soon as they entered it, roaring filled the area and rose up into the sky. Meng Hao's protective shield was surrounded by the vast quantities of talismans and magical items that he tossed out into the air. Wailing and shrieking, Patriarch Reliance used all his evasion abilities as they roared along. 81st level. 82nd level. Meng Hao charged forward, forcing his way up. He used the magical items and talismans given him by Yunhai to force his way through every barrier. As he proceeded onward, the disciples of the demon Immortal sect panted. As of now, they had to admit that Meng Hao was obviously about to reach the pinnacle. 83rd, 84th, 85th. The glow of magical items seeped out from within the pagoda, shining on everything in the area. By the time Meng Hao reached the 87th level, the entire area was filled with a bright glow. He was using up even more demon stones, as well as vast quantities of talismans. More than half of his magical items had been destroyed. Using this unsightly method in which no cost was spared, he finally forced his way to the 89th level. As soon as he entered, the view around him changed. What appeared in front of him was, shockingly, an ancient battlefield. Countless cultivators could be seen in all directions, all of them engaged in fierce warfare. As soon as Meng Hao appeared in the middle of the battlefield, the Taoist magics of all the surrounding countless cultivators roared directly toward Meng Hao's shield, instantly causing it to almost be destroyed. The level of difficulty here was unprecedented as far as Meng Hao was concerned. Heaven and earth shook. All he could do was throw out more and more talismans, and destroy more and more magical items. Despite everything, the 89th level was difficult beyond compare. He was currently positioned in the exact center of the battlefield, the ends of which were not visible. Besieged on all sides, this was a position that he was fundamentally incapable of reaching on his own. Even with all the talismans and magical items forged with Yunhai's life force, it was still difficult for him to make even the slightest progress. Countless cultivators and innumerable divine abilities seemed to be on the verge of completely overwhelming him. His face was pale white, and Patriarch Reliance appeared to be on the verge of gasping his last breath. As it turned out, he actually had no hatred for Meng Hao. During their path of battle up to this point, they had even come to form something almost like a friendship. At the most, I can hold out for 12 more breaths, thought Meng Hao, his face flickering. He would quickly run out of demon stones, talismans, and magical items. In 12 breaths of time, he would no longer be able to fight back, and he would be teleported out in defeat. Don't tell me I'm really going to have to wait for that second chance, he thought, breathing in deeply. He didn't want to have a second chance. He wanted to get everything he needed in one shot. If he was forced to try a second time, it would mean Yunhai would have to forge even more magic items for him. Meng Hao wasn't willing to see that happen. In this critical moment, the demon Immortal sect disciples on the outside were watching with rapt attention. Everyone was thinking different things. However, virtually, all of the cultivators from South Heaven were hoping beyond hope that Meng Hao would fail. They desired nothing more than Meng Hao to falter here. It was a case of, if I can't have it, then nobody else can have it either. Almost as if their negative thoughts were actually effective in some way, Meng Hao had already wasted nearly an hour in the 89th level. From the perspective of the onlookers, the glow of magical items was beginning to shrink and grow dim. This caused the South Heaven cultivators to start to get a bit excited. One of the array cultivators from the Eastern Lands G-Clan was usually quite proud of the fame of his name. However, he apparently forgot that momentarily and suddenly said, "He's gonna fail! Ha ha ha!" He opened the Devil's Gate and strode a crooked path with his corrupt methods. But in the end, he has no way to achieve victory. He definitely won't be able to get past this level. Heaven and earth are deep and profound. The wind is vast and mighty. Cultivators like us must rely on our own power. How could we possibly rely on the power of others? This guy has had an unfair advantage today, so he will certainly meet defeat in the end. Even as everyone railed against Meng Hao, as everyone hoped that he would fail, the glow of his magical items continued to shrink down and get darker. However, it was at this moment that Ku Yunhai's eyes filled with determination. He suddenly sprang into motion, moving with incredible speed to appear outside the 89th level. He lifted his hand, within which appeared his paragon's medallion. His expression was solemn, and his hair whipped about him as he raised the medallion up to push it against the surface of the tower. The other 6 paragons saw what he was doing and instantly began to speak to attempt to stop him. Yunhai, you can't. The 7th paragon, the old man with the transcendent demeanor, seemed especially moved. He directly appeared next to Ku Yunhai and said, Yunhai, think 3 times before you do this. Ku Yunhai was silent for a moment. Looking at the 7th paragon, he said, My limit has been reached. I won't live more than a few more months. The old man hesitated, looking at Ku Yunhai for a long moment before finally sighing. If you do this, I'm afraid you won't even last that long. Old 7th, you have lived your life for the Tao and have no children. You don't understand the responsibility of being a father. Right now, I only have one child, Juicy. It doesn't matter when exactly I return to the dust. I just hope that after I leave, he can be as happy as before. Juicy has always been a silk pants, and I've never been able to rest at ease because of that. Ku Yunhai sighed and glanced at the other paragons. But now he's chosen the path of body tempering. Since that's the case, I will spare no effort to help him acquire the 9 heavens treasured body seal and the mysterious art of fleshly sanctification. Without any further hesitation, he shoved his paragon's medallion up against the outside of the pagoda. When they touched together, Ku Yunhai's body suddenly trembled. He was old to begin with, but now he grew even older. His aura instantly grew weaker. It was at this same time that Meng Hao, within the 89th level, ran out of talismans. His magical items were exhausted, and his protective shield was virtually completely faded. Booming sounds could be heard as it began to explode. It's over, he sighed. He watched as the shield exploded, and countless magical techniques threatened to overwhelm him. However, it was at this moment that a towering figure suddenly appeared to stand in front of him. The figure's face was the same one that Meng Hao had seen when he first arrived in this world. Ku Yunhai. Ku Yunhai stood by Meng Hao as if he were his entire world. He was like a tree, protecting Meng Hao from the wind, blocking all of the countless divine abilities shooting toward him. The divine abilities, Taoist magics, and countless figures all suddenly came to a standstill. Everything grew still. The entire world became quiet. When Meng Hao saw the figure, he trembled. His heart seized as he realized that he recognized the figure as Ku Yunhai. Ku Yunhai smiled at Meng Hao, then reached out and tousled his hair. A doting smile appeared on his face. A look appeared in his eyes that seemed to say that no matter the occasion, the person there in front of him was his young boy, still not yet grown up. Juicy, don't be afraid. Daddy's here to take you the rest of the way. It was a simple sentence, but as soon as Meng Hao heard it, it caused uncontrollable emotions to swell up within him. He thought of his own father, but at the same time, the image of his own father that existed in his mind seemed to overlap with Ku Yunhai. In this moment, he actually forgot that he wasn't really Juicy. Dad, he said, gaping at Ku Yunhai. One breath earlier, he had been on the verge of failure. The next breath, he had hope. The intensity of the reversal was such that the image of Ku Yunhai was branded onto his heart. It was the image of a father. Don't worry, laughed Ku Yunhai. Your dad isn't dead yet. We're going to get through this battle together. Our dad and son team is going to pass this level together. With that, he turned and waved his hand. Heaven and earth began to collapse, and a terrifying, indescribable power transformed into a roaring whirlpool that began to sweep about. As it expanded, everything it touched collapsed. The sky grew blurry, and all the figures in the area were transformed into flying ash. Next to Ku Yunhai suddenly appeared a floating oil lamp. The wick of the lamp was a phoenix and its body was a dragon. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his heart filled with incredible enthusiasm. He nodded his head, then stood up by Kuyunhai, by his father, and proceeded forward. One in front, one behind. One father and one son. Patriarch Reliance's eyes went wide as he stared at Kuyunhai. His mind trembled, and his expression filled with fear. His head shrank back into his shell as the gleam of realization filled his eyes. Now he understood Meng Hao's background. Damn it. His dad's a paragon. No wonder he's so crazy. No wonder he can bully me so easily. Kuyunhai took up the lead. As of now, he seemed to have returned to the way he was in the prime of his life. His cultivation base was at its peak, although Meng Hao had no way to comprehend what realm it was in. Juicy, in the Great Nine Mountains and Seas. The path of cultivation is comprised of spirit, immortal, ancient, and Tao. He waved his hand, and the world collapsed. The 89th level, which had been so difficult for Meng Hao, was destroyed in an instant. As the 90th level neared, another battlefield spread out in front of Meng Hao. It was boundless, such that in the sky above, 9 suns could be seen. The land was ancient and archaic. Meng Hao could see countless giants on the battlefield, and even giant demons. It seemed as if this battlefield were even more ancient than the demon immortal sect. This place is a reflection of the Archean world. It is neither real nor false. It exists within a thought. According to legend, the Archean world is the origin of the 9 mountains and seas. Kuyunhai moved forward, waving his hand. Countless incoming roaring figures instantly turned into ash. Meng Hao stood behind Kuyunhai, his expression one of excitement. It is said that the 9 lords of the Great 9 Mountains and Seas actually come from the Archean world. They are not spirits of the 9 mountains and seas. That includes our Lord Li of the 9th mountain and sea. Of course, legends are just legends. They might be true, they might be false. Either way, you should know the story. Kuyunhai stamped his foot down, and a roaring sound filled the air. Ripples expanded out in all directions. Everything that existed for tens of thousands of meters in all directions began to shake, and then directly exploded into pieces. Your father is at the peak of the ancient realm, half a step into the Tao realm. Originally speaking, I should have limitless longevity and be able to enjoy a life as long as that of the 9 mountains and seas. He proceeded forward, and the land beneath his feet began to shrink. He pulled Meng Hao along by his arm, striding forward with seemingly boundless steps. Patriarch Reliance watched them from far off in the distance, and his heart suddenly trembled. He plastered himself down onto the ground, praying that Meng Hao had already forgotten about him. Meng Hao moved along with Kuyunhai, having completely forgotten about Patriarch Reliance. In a single moment, they were now in a completely different location on the boundless battlefield. However, Lord Li returned the mandate of heaven to the masses, he said softly. He believes that for cultivators to cultivate eternal life is an injustice to heaven and earth. He buried the path to the next life, sealed the Tao realm so that it cannot be tread. In the end, we must forfeit our lives. That is how the limit on longevity began. He stood there, his long hair draped around him, looking very much like a paragon. Or you might say that he truly was a paragon. He pushed his hand down toward the ground. Instantly, it began to rumble, shattering into multiple layers, which then collapsed into each other. This level is now past, he said. He lifted his hand, and the entire world was shattered into fragments. All the lives on the battlefield were destroyed, and a huge crater spread out on down below. There, in the deepest part of the crater, a coffin could be seen. When Meng Hao saw the coffin, his entire person filled with rumbling. The surface of the coffin was carved with 9 butterflies. According to legend, Kuyunhai said coolly, a coffin existed in the Archean world. Although it existed for countless years, no one ever knew who rested inside of the coffin, nor did anyone know where it came from. The entire world around them vanished. At the same time, a seal appeared, flying out to float in front of Kuyunhai. Kuyunhai looked at it and smiled. He turned, waving his sleeve to cause the seal to shoot toward Meng Hao. Assimilate this seal. Father will stand guard over you. As soon as the seal touched his forehead, it vanished. Meng Hao's body trembled, and, shockingly, 5 huge characters appeared in his mind. 9 Heaven's treasured body seal. This was exactly what Meng Hao had wanted to acquire, one of the top 10 Taoist magics specifically focused on body tempering. The seal spun in a circle in Meng Hao's mind, surging up with a power of expulsion. It almost seemed as if this Taoist magic was not destined to be with Meng Hao, as if it was not something he could gain enlightenment of to turn into a great Tao seed. Seeing the Taoist magic suddenly beginning to grow faint, Meng Hao's mind shook. It was in this moment, however, that a warm hand clasped down onto his shoulder. Don't worry. Father will help you subjugate the magic. As soon as the gentle voice entered Meng Hao's mind, he grew calm. At the same time, an indescribable pressure exploded out from Ku Yunhai. As it bore down on Meng Hao, he did nothing to interfere with it. However, the seal in his mind began to tremble and struggle in frustration. In response to the struggling, Ku Yunhai let out a cold snort. All struggling was destroyed, completely shattered. The seal lost any will of its own. It remained in Meng Hao's mind, slowly fusing in, transforming into the seed of a great Tao. I erased its will, said Ku Yunhai with a smile. Although the Tao will is gone, it still does not conform to your spirit. You won't be able to cultivate it right away. Since it insisted on disobeying you, I had no choice but to destroy it. Okay, let's go. On to the next level. With that, he turned and headed forward. Meng Hao took a deep breath and followed in his tracks. The two of them passed the 91st level, the 92nd level, and the 93rd level. Meng Hao didn't need to do anything the entire time. Everything was handled by Ku Yunhai. He was cool and unhurried, waving his hand to destroy worlds. The sight of it left Meng Hao completely shaken. If Ku Yunhai could do this here, there was no need to even mention what he could accomplish in the outside world. Earlier, the demon Immortal sect disciples outside watched Ku Yunhai push his hand against the surface of the pagoda and then close his eyes in meditation. As soon as he closed his eyes, shockingly, a second dot of light appeared on the 89th level. In addition to Meng Hao, there were now 2 glowing dots. This dot, however, was incredibly shocking. It might even be better to call it a sun than a dot of light. That's Paragon Yunhai? It's really him. This is 2-2. That's definitely Paragon Yunhai. Everyone could do a little more than stare in complete stupefaction. Never could they ever have imagined that cheating could possibly be carried out to this shocking extent. Almost as soon as the sun appeared on the 89th level, the level collapsed. Meng Hao and the sun then proceeded on to the 90th level. Within a few breaths of time, a brilliant glow filled the sky as the 90th level was passed. At the same time, countless beautiful flowers descended down in the area around the demon Immortal pagoda. They merged together to form one gigantic lotus. Many people instantly recognized what this was. This was one of the top 10 Taoist magics. It didn't count as a secret technique. This was the one and only body-tempering Taoist magic known as the 9 Heavens treasured body seal. Even as an unprecedented surge of jealousy filled the hearts of the onlookers, suddenly, the beautiful flower began to show signs of instability. Immediately, the hearts of all the onlookers quivered. Incompatible. It's incompatible. Ha ha ha. Kujusi has no way to gain enlightenment of this particular Taoist magic. The will of heaven. This is definitely the will of heaven. Yet, even as their hearts raced, suddenly, pressure from Ku Yunhai spread out. Everyone watched dumbfounded as the pressure exerted by a paragon caused the will of the previously unstable flower to be erased, and it was forced into submission. The scene instantly caused the demon Immortal disciples to stare with wide eyes. The ones who had just spoken instantly revealed expressions of incredible frustration. Odd looks filled their eyes, and the exact same question spun through all of their minds. Damn it! Why couldn't I have such an awesome dad? A second question then filled the minds of some of the onlookers. How come my dad isn't a paragon? By this point, they had no energy left to cry out about things being unfair. Ku Yunhai's actions had obliterated any such arguments to the point of being dust and ash. It didn't matter what anybody cried out. This father and son team would battle together. It didn't matter if you were talking about the Fong clan or the Ji clan, the eastern lands, the northern reaches, the southern domain, or the black lands. Everyone watched in a daze at the demon Immortal pagoda floating there in the sky. They watched as Ku Yunhai, paragon, escorted Kujusi through the levels. Fong Yu blinked, her heart feeling a bit unsettled. I can't let Dad find out about this, she thought. Zhixiang's eyes were wide and she was panting. At the moment, even she was filled with intense jealousy toward Meng Hao. Everyone was filled with complicated feelings as they watched the bright, sun-like dot of light on the outside of the demon Immortal pagoda. Charged through the levels. 94th, 95th, 96th. Finally, it reached the 99th. All of the observing demon Immortal sect disciples who were watching began to pant. It was as if they had forgotten about everything else except for this highest level of the pagoda. The 99th level exceeded anything Meng Hao could have imagined. There was no danger here, no battlefield. There was only a valley. Within the valley was a lake, next to which was a house. Sitting cross-legged outside of the house was an old man. The old man was fishing, and as Ku Yunhai and Meng Hao approached, he paid them no attention. Meng Hao stood silently behind Ku Yunhai. Ku Yunhai came to a stop by the old man, and likewise said nothing. After a long moment passed, the old man finally spoke. This does not conform with the rules. I don't have much life left in me, replied Ku Yunhai coolly. Hearing this caused Meng Hao's heart to tremble. It still doesn't conform with the rules, said the old man. He sighed. I've made many sacrifices for the demon Immortal sect. I've carried out Lord Li's commands without hesitation. That's not enough. He turned his head to look off into the distance. The old man said nothing at first. After a long moment he sighed, then made a grasping motion with his right hand. Instantly, a seal appeared in the palm of his hand. It seemed to be formed of countless magical symbols, and contained a sense of shattered beauty. Fleshly sanctification, said the old man. It is a secret art, not really a Taoist magic. He looked at Meng Hao for a moment, and Meng Hao's mind shook. That single glance was enough to pierce completely through him. Interesting, said the old man, a serious look filling his eyes. He waved his hand, causing the seal to shoot toward Meng Hao and enter into his forehead. Knight would have difficulty creating a copy of this art. However, since I approve, then after you leave this place, as long as I still exist, you can fully activate it. If I've already perished. The old man shook his head, but said no more. As for Ku Yunhai, he didn't ask any questions about what had just been said. He turned to leave with Meng Hao. As they made their way off, the old man suddenly looked up at Meng Hao once more. His eyes seemed to be filled with both understanding and sorrow. Yunhai, he thought, considering you know the truth of it all, why are you doing this? Ku Yunhai took up the lead and Meng Hao followed. The two of them left the valley and headed off into the void. Meng Hao felt a bit uneasy. Considering his personality and ability to concentrate, it shouldn't be this way. After all, everything here was illusory. Furthermore, he hadn't attempted to deceive Ku Yunhai. Therefore, there was nothing to feel uneasy about. And yet, he was still somewhat nervous. He feared losing this identity. You might say that his original goal had been good fortune. Now that he had acquired it, there was no reason for such uneasiness. But the feeling didn't go away. He feared waking up from this dream. He feared that after Ku Yunhai discovered that he was not Kujusi, he wouldn't look at him with that thoughtful, loving expression ever again. In one breath, I can call you father. With the next breath, I can't even open my mouth. This was the feeling that caused Meng Hao to feel such uneasiness. He feared losing what he had acquired. Fatherly love. In Meng Hao's memory, the image of his father was already blurry. During his time spent in this illusion, he continued to be distracted to the point that he was forgetting that he wasn't Kujusi. Dad, he said softly. His heart was filled with bitterness as he saw Yunhai moving forward, getting further and further away from him. Yunhai stopped and turned back, his eyes filled with a smile, and that same old doting expression. He softly tousled Meng Hao's hair. "Don't let your imagination run wild," he said. Meng Hao stared back, somewhat in a daze. His eyes felt moist, and at the moment, he didn't want to think about whether or not Yunhai knew the truth about everything. He didn't want to consider all of that. There was only one thing he wanted to consider. If there really is such a thing as destiny that caused us to become father and son in this place, then, I really am your son. If this illusory world can count as my previous life, then you are my father from my previous incarnation. Perhaps I am doomed to leave this ancient illusory world, doomed to no longer have you as my father, doomed to no longer be your son. In that case, let the feelings we have between father and son that exist in this illusion be something that I never forget. Sir, you are my father. I, sir, am your son. Meng Hao nodded his head. With a smile, Yunhai clasped his shoulder, and then the two of them flickered, disappearing from the 99th level and appearing outside of the demon Immortal pagoda. As soon as they appeared, they became the focus of attention of all of the demon Immortal sect disciples. The gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, internal conflict, and helplessness. As soon as Yunhai and Meng Hao left the demon Immortal pagoda, it began to shrink down, eventually transforming into a beam of light that shot up into the fissure up in the sky. As it did, the fissure rapidly began to mend itself. In the blink of an eye, there was no fissure at all left behind. There was only a transparent staircase. It was hard to say when it appeared, but it stretched down from the heavens all the way to the ground, floating there above the pit between the third and fourth peaks of the demon Immortal sect. The light of the staircase did not emanate out, but rather seemed to circulate about inside. It rose up far into the heavens, and if you looked closely, you could just barely make out a huge vortex at the top. When he saw the staircase, Meng Hao gasped in shock. However, he quickly realized that the other demon Immortal sect cultivators seemed completely indifferent to its appearance, almost as if they couldn't see it. However, as Meng Hao glanced out at the crowds, he suddenly saw Ji Xiaoxiao. From her expression, he could guess that she had seen the staircase. Could it be that only outsiders can see it? He thought. Now that Meng Hao had appeared, the South Heaven cultivators were now concealing themselves within the crowds of other demon Immortal sect disciples. They had no choice but to hide from and avoid Meng Hao. Although they had been going wild with jealousy moments ago, and despite the fact that this was an illusory version of ancient times, considering that Meng Hao had the identity of Cajusi, if they tried to fight him, they would lose even if they had 100 lives. They could only avoid him with great care. If they revealed their identities, they put themselves in critical danger. In contrast, of course, Meng Hao had no qualms about revealing himself. That was because, with their identities, none of the South Heaven cultivators could do anything to threaten him even the slightest bit. Even still, despite how they were all concealing themselves, they could all see the staircase stretching up into the sky above the mountain peaks, and it caused their minds and hearts to tremble. That's the young man from the Imperial Bloodline clan of the Northern Reaches once again lowered his head and hunched his back. However, he was now panting, and his eyes glowed with a bright light. Could that be? Fang Yu's pupils constricted. After a moment's thought, her eyes went wide. The critical element needed to open the third plane, thought Zhixiang. She stood off in the distance, breathing heavily, her hands clenched into fists and her eyes shining with excitement. Even further off in the distance was Patriarch Huyen, who had left quietly much earlier. He was also starting to get very excited. Even as everyone was thinking their various thoughts, Yunhai led Meng Hao away. The ripples from the demon Immortal pagoda faded. There were others who had acquired some smatterings of Taoist magic. However, the demon Immortal pagoda had been opened specifically for Meng Hao, and he was the only one to have acquired the indescribable good fortune that he had. Withering Flame Demon Magic True Self Tao, 9 Heavens Destruction, 9 Heavens Treasured Body Seal, and finally, the secret technique of fleshly sanctification. These were Meng Hao's shocking acquisitions. That was not even mentioning how he'd gotten the chance to punish Patriarch Reliance, as well as many other subtle matters. To Meng Hao, the demon Immortal Pagoda had been nothing less than heavenly destiny. He returned to the fourth peak without stopping anywhere along the way. When he got back to his Immortal's cave, Su Qing was there meditating, her body surrounded by swirling light. A slight smile could be seen on her face. Clearly she was immersed in gaining enlightenment of Taoist magic. He didn't disturb her, but rather sat down cross-legged to study the seeds of Taoist magic which existed inside of him. There was one that looked like a crimson flame, which was none other than the withering flame demon magic true self Tao. As for the 9 heavens destruction, the 9 heavens treasured body seal, and the last one, the secret art of fleshly sanctification, these arts existed in Meng Hao's mind and could be seen but not felt. Meng Hao had the feeling that these 3 great Taoist magics would require continued contemplation before he could employ them. Thankfully, he would not forget them after he left this ancient, illusory world. Having reaching this point in his train of thoughts, Meng Hao started to get excited. That was because in addition to all of that, there was one more thing he had acquired: the mountain-consuming incantation. As of now, Meng Hao had fundamental control over the technique. Although he could only employ it up to the first level, according to the introductory information, that was enough to incarnate the body of a mountain outside of his fleshly body. That in and of itself would make the power of his fleshly body exponentially higher. By cultivating it to the peak, I can extract the souls of mountains and then incarnate their wills, and cause the power of myriads of mountains to descend. Meng Hao's eyes filled with a look of satisfaction. It was truly possible to say that his journey into the demon Immortal Pagoda had pushed his good fortune to the pinnacle. There were other magical techniques, restrictive spells, and other miscellaneous methods that he had picked up. Currently, they all existed in his mind. However, unless he actively gained enlightenment, then once he left this place, they would disappear. He tried to brand the information onto a jade slip, but experienced no success and eventually gave up. The mountain sea scripture is most likely impossible to acquire, he thought. A bright glow appeared in his eyes as he contemplated the matter for a moment. In the end, he put it aside. However, within his mind, he could remember that voice he had heard in the 80th level. Time passed half a month. Meng Hao sat in meditation in his Immortal's cave for the entire period of time, gaining enlightenment of the Taoist magic. Su Qing emerged from meditation a few times. They would simply look at each other and smile. They knew that their time here was limited, and that they needed to take advantage of every moment possible to be enlightened regarding Taoist magic. There was little time for idle chatting. Finally, one morning, Meng Hao sat cross-legged outside of his Immortal's cave, studying the fourth peak. Within him, the enlightenment of the mountain-consuming incantation had already been branded on his mind. The first level of the incantation was almost completely cultivated when someone arrived, who, although he hadn't been expecting, did not surprise him. It was a female conclave disciple from another of the peaks. She was pretty, with bright, flickering eyes. She carried herself with a graceful bearing, and as she neared Meng Hao, she attracted quite a bit of attention from the other fourth peak disciples. What they saw was a young woman, blushing, apparently finally have overcome her shyness and mustered some courage. She came to a stop before Meng Hao and bashfully said, "Big Bro Juicy, I have a few questions about cultivation that I was hoping you could help me with." Her features, her voice, and her figure transformed into something shockingly alluring. Anyone who looked at her would feel their heart pumping with eagerness. Quite a few of the fourth peak disciples were looking at her, and all of them seemed to view her as being so amazing that she was nearly godlike. Her face was beautiful, as was her body. Her skin was so delicate it seemed the wind could break it. She had a pure expression that was at the same time naturally charming. All of it made it so that the term extraordinary beauty couldn't even be used to describe her. Meng Hao recognized her instantly, his entire body covered with goosebumps when he heard her speak. "I don't have the time," he replied. She looked delicate and charming, as if she might fall over from the slightest blow. She bit her lip, seemingly mustering her courage. Anyone watching on would surely feel that it was a crime to refuse this young woman. Meng Hao was about to do just that when he suddenly noticed a flicker of ill intent in the young woman's eyes. Clearing his throat, he rose to his feet and then proceeded forward. The young woman was none other than Zhixiang. She lowered her head and followed Meng Hao off into the distance, surrounded by the envious murmuring of the other fourth peak disciples. As they proceeded along, all of the demon immortal sect disciples who saw the two of them stared with wide eyes, their hearts filled with fury. Another female disciple has fallen into his hands. Damn it! How many has it been so far? When will it be my turn for something like that to happen? Eventually they reached the vicinity of the second peak, whereupon Meng Hao turned impatiently to look at Zhixiang. All right, he said. Tell me how I can help you. Straight to the point, I see, she said with a smile. Well, you're a man, and you know that you owe me. However, what I'm most curious about is, what exactly did you encounter in the 80th level to cause the voice of Lordly to bestow you with Taoist magic? Although she spoke with a smile, she clearly took her words very seriously. When Meng Hao heard this, his pupils constricted. He looked at Zhixiang, his heart thumping. That was the voice of Lordly, he thought. Although inwardly his mind was racing, his expression didn't show any trace of that. He simply looked at Zhixiang with an enigmatic smile. She blinked. Considering Meng Hao's expression, it was impossible to determine what he was thinking, and she could only inwardly curse his craftiness. Fine. If you don't want to tell me, then just forget about it, she continued with a laugh. Let's change the subject. The two of us had an agreement, and you owe me some help. A shrewd look appeared on her beautiful face. Actually, replied Meng Hao with a casual laugh, the truth of the matter is that we don't have any formal agreement with each other. However, considering how you've helped me out throughout the years, I don't mind returning the favor. I can help you out a little, but regarding anything too complicated, my hands are tied. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, Zhixiang said carefully. If you help me, you'll also benefit. Considering your personality, I know that you'll require a thorough explanation before you make your decision. Meng Hao did nothing to prevent her from continuing. Let me tell you the current facts of the matter. Afterward, you can make your own determination about whether or not to help me. Either way is fine with me. A sudden breeze caused Zhixiang's hair to suddenly spread across her face, making her look indescribably seductive. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He didn't speak, but instead waited to hear what she had to say. We first encountered each other in the Bridge of Immortal Treading. I assume you're already aware that the bridge was created by one of the 3 demon emperors of the demon immortal sect. Those 3 greater demons were the Frost Soil Demon Emperor, the Withering Flame Demon Emperor, and the Blood Coral Demon Emperor. All you have to do is look up and you can see the dwelling places of those 3 greater demons here within this illusory ancient world. In accompaniment with her shocking words, she pointed up into the sky. Meng Hao's mind reeled. He had never expected Zhixiang to reveal such shocking matters. He looked up at the 3 inverted demon mountains up above. The first time he had caught sight of the demon mountains, he had had his own speculations. Now that he heard Zhixiang's explanation, he could combine it with what he already knew to be relatively certain that she was not lying. Of the 3 greater demons of the demon immortal sect, the one who created the Bridge of Immortal Treading was none other than Frost Soil Demon Emperor Han Shan. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. He looked up at the distant mountain of frost and got the feeling of some type of separation, as if it had sealed itself away from the world. A long time ago in the 9th mountain and sea, the demon immortal sect was the number 1 great sect. That was because it had Lord Li, who was in fact the person who founded the entire sect. He was the lord of the 9th mountain before the Ji clan. Among Lord Li's subordinates were 2 great generals who supported the heavens, and 3 greater demons to act as Dharma protectors. Of course, one of those generals was none other than the later Lord Ji. Zhixiang spoke all of these words calmly, but they caused Meng Hao's mind and heart to tremble. He kept his expression solemn as he looked back from the 3 greater demon mountains up above. As he returned his gaze to Zhixiang, he realized that he was suddenly much more curious regarding her goals and motives here in the demon immortal sect. I am a disciple of the demon immortal sect, she went on. So, I know quite a bit about all these matters. The demon Immortal sect has a total of 4 heavens. The first heaven is comprised of the 7 peaks. The second heaven is comprised of the 3 greater demon mountains. The third heaven is made up of 2 holy lands. As for the fourth heaven, that is where Lord Li is. That is the demon Immortal sect, which was once the number 1 sect in the 9th mountain and sea. By this point, Xianxia's eyes shone with a strange light that seemed to contain pride and dignity. Assumably, you have already made some speculations about the 2 so-called 2 holy lands. They are actually the lands of the 2 great generals and their clans. Because of their extraordinary service, Lord Li eventually bequeathed their lands with the word holy. Therefore, those 2 lands are 2 great holy lands of the 9th mountain and sea. As for the names of these 2 great holy lands, one is Fong, and the other is a name that cannot be spoken out in the world without incurring great calamity. As of now, we can only say Ji. As Xiang's words filtered into Meng Hao's ears, his mind filled with a roaring sound. At long last he understood this most ancient of stories. He had long since become aware of the matter of the Ji clan seizing the 9th mountain and sea, and becoming its new lord. However, this was his first time hearing that the other of Lord Li's generals came from a clan named Fong. Meng Hao's mind was spinning. He immediately thought of Fong Yu, and of the Fong clan in the eastern lands. For some reason, he had the feeling that this Fong clan was the same Fong as the name of that great general, as well as the Holy Land. How could he ever have imagined that the Fong clan would have such an astonishing origin? Considering how astonishing the 2 generals' clans were, and how shocking the 3 greater demon emperors were, then, since they were in subservient positions to Lord Li, I can't help but wonder just how powerful Lord Li must have been. All of a sudden, he recalled the words he had heard within the 80th level of the demon Immortal pagoda. When Lord Li achieved his Tao, he decided to no longer monopolize the mandate of heaven, but returned that mandate to the masses. He caused the Tao realm to become invisible and imposed restrictions on longevity. He sealed the path one could tread to see him, and no longer appeared in the flesh. The 2 holy lands were forced to seal themselves. After that, the 3 greater demon mountains were also sealed. Later, Lord Li fell. Some people say he went missing, others say he died in battle. There are many legends. Eventually, war was waged over the 2 holy lands. That war affected all of the 9th mountain, and in the end, the heavens were placed on top of Li, and the Ji clan gained victory. The demon Immortal sect was part of that war, and as a result it was destroyed. The bridge of immortal treading was also shattered. The 3 greater demon mountains collapsed, and the 3 greater demons perished. The Ji became the new lord, and the Fong clan was out. As the demon Immortal sect reached its end, a handful of survivors managed to flee, sticking together to form the modern-day demon Immortal sect. That war was like a foul wind and a bloody rain of carnage for the 9th mountain and sea. Obviously, I didn't experience it, but the records within the sect contain clear descriptions. At this point, Xiang stopped speaking. Meng Hao stood there silently for a moment, breathing somewhat raggedly. Great waves surged through his heart. Based on everything he knew, it seemed to him that the things Xiang was telling him, although perhaps not completely accurate, were at least 70 to 80% true. That is the story of the demon Immortal sect, continued Xiang. Within the demon Immortal sect, there are 2 great legacies. One is that which was shockingly famous throughout the 9th mountain and sea, the great mountain and sea scripture. According to legend, the scripture is formed of 9 manuals, any one of which gives you the right to be a mountain and sea lord. Years ago, Lord Li possessed the 9th manual. Unfortunately, the only way to acquire the mountain and sea scripture is by means of a special method prescribed by Lord Li. After he fell, the legacy dissipated. Even the current Lord Ji only possesses a smattering of knowledge of the mountain and sea scripture, not the true scripture itself. That is why among the 9 lords of the great 9 mountains and seas, Lord Ji is the weakest. As for the other legacy of the demon Immortal sect, many restrictions were placed on it. Nowadays, it is rare to find anyone who can meet all the requirements. Although, I do meet the requirements. That is why I am here to acquire the demon immortal body. Although she was speaking softly, by the time she reached the final 3 words, her eyes glowed with a strange light. Hearing all of this caused Meng Hao's eyes to glitter. Long ago, continued Xianxia slowly, Lord Li used his own body to form a type of physique cultivation called the demon immortal body. Those who possess such a body will find it much easier to practice demon magic cultivation. In fact, one can return to a truly natural state, incarnate a spirit of a demon, and then transform into a matchless greater demon. In this manner, the demonic chi of the 9th mountain and sea can be consumed, and good fortune can be split with the Ji clan. What I want to accomplish can't be done alone. In order to get this one chance, I have the backing of the full power of everyone in the Demon Immortal sect. Therefore, if you help, you won't just be helping me, but rather the entire Demon Immortal sect. When it becomes necessary, later on after you achieve Immortal Ascension, we can offer you shelter in the outside world. In fact, we might even recruit you to join us. Meng Hao looked at her for a moment. Why me? He asked. I don't need much help from you here in the 2nd plane. However, in the 3rd plane, if you're willing to assist, you can help me increase my chances of success significantly. Actually, I'm not too certain of exactly what you can do. Perhaps, the fact that you have Kujusi's identity shows that you have some mysterious destiny connecting you to the Demon Immortal sect. Perhaps that is why the curse power in the Bridge of Immortal Treading didn't affect you. That curse power is nothing other than the rancor of those who died in the Demon Immortal sect that year. They feel rancor toward Lord Li, Lord Ji, and toward everything living. Such feelings have fermented for 90,000 years, eventually transforming into a curse. Because of that curse, anyone who touches objects of the ancient Demon Immortal sect at the wrong time will disturb the dead souls and die instantly. It is only when the 3rd plane opens that good fortune can be acquired. During that time, the curse is the weakest. Even still, there are some core areas in which the curse power will not be reduced at all, no matter what. So, I need your help to forge a path to the place I need to go in the 3rd plane. 3rd plane, said Meng Hao, his eyes glinting sharply. Xianxia gave a cool laugh, apparently not fazed at all by the question. Her expression the same as ever, she replied, the first 2 planes of the ancient Demon Immortal sect are guaranteed to open. However, the 3rd plane depends on destiny or luck. To enter that plane requires a lucky coincidence. However, all it takes is for one person to enter, and then the path will be open to everyone who is within the 2nd plane. For example, after you barged your way through the Demon Immortal Pagoda, a ladder appeared that we could all see, stretching up into the heavens. That is destiny, and the entrance into the 3rd plane. However, that entrance is only for you. You are the only one who can use it to enter the 3rd plane. Once you enter the 3rd plane, then the illusion around us will fade away. Everyone will appear along with you in the 3rd plane. Having heard this, Meng Hao chuckled, but didn't say anything. However, Xianxia responded with a beautiful light laugh of her own. Don't worry, she said. I don't need your help getting into the 3rd plane. The ones who need your help for that are all the other people from South Heaven. The Demon Immortal sect has been preparing for this for a long time, and finally have uncovered a method to get me into the 3rd plane on my own. Although, as soon as I enter successfully, so will all the others. Meng Hao thought for a moment. Not many upsides for me, he said. Xianxia looked at him for a moment. Actually, his words just now had caused her heart to start beating with excitement. She didn't fear requirements being made on his part. It was only by mutual benefit could they work together smoothly. Within the Demon Immortal sect is the Demon Immortal Cistern. That cistern is the key to the legends. I plan to go there while in the 2nd plane, in order to secure the qualification to enter it later. Only by a bit of deception can I go to the true location of the Demon Immortal Cistern in the 3rd plane. That is where I can acquire the good fortune to transform my body into the Demon Immortal body. If you help me, then you'll be helping yourself. We can share the Demon Immortal Cistern. By bathing within, even if you don't qualify to get the demon immortal body, you can still experience incredible strengthening of your fleshly body. In other words, this good fortune can be acquired by both of us. Having made her greatest expression of good faith, she looked at Meng Hao expectantly. Meng Hao was silent for a moment as he analyzed how much he could trust everything Xianxia had said. After a long moment, his eyes filled with determination. "I have one condition," he said. For some reason, a somewhat bashful expression appeared on his face. People who didn't know him very well might think it made him look very charming. However, to those who truly knew him, such an expression was enough to fill one with abhorrence. "What condition?" replied Xianxia, gaping. When she saw the bashful look on Meng Hao's face, she suddenly smiled seductively, and her eyes glittered with a charming light. "You sly fox," she laughed. "So young and yet quite the ladies' man already." Suddenly, her expression turned solemn. "However, I warn you, I may speak a bit frivolously, but I know how to maintain my chastity. I've long since sworn myself to live for the Tao. I won't even talk about matters of illicit love. Therefore, you might as well get rid of those dirty thoughts of yours." "Kid, I won't agree." Meng Hao gaped in astonishment at Xianxia. "What are you talking about? Don't try to cover it up. Do you really think I couldn't see that look in your eye?" "Humph. I've encountered many similar situations before in my life." She seemed to hesitate for a moment, then gritted her teeth and continued, "Fine, fine. Since there's obviously some destiny between us, then I suppose I can promise to hold hands with you. However, that's my bottom line." It seemed that to her that this was a great price to pay. Without even waiting for Meng Hao to respond, she reached out and clasped his hand. She just as quickly released it and then stepped back a few paces, her face somewhat flushed. "Okay?" she asked. "Huh." It was only after a moment that Meng Hao finally put all the pieces together. He suddenly laughed bitterly. That wasn't at all what he was interested in. "I don't really have any feeling toward older women," he said with a dry cough. When Xianxia heard this, her eyes went wide, and a cold air suddenly began to spread out around her. Meng Hao blinked, then leaned forward and said in a low voice, "My condition is that I want to be the first one to step into the third plane." Xianxia frowned, then gave Meng Hao a look. "Do you mean?" "Oh." Took Xianxia only a moment to react. She smiled mysteriously at him. Looking a bit embarrassed, Meng Hao said, "I've been running a bit low on spirit stones recently." Xianxia placed her hand in front of her mouth to cover up a smile. Such a condition was no trouble for her whatsoever, so she had no reason to refuse. As far as she was concerned, as long as Meng Hao agreed to help, it would be easy to comply with. She went on, "The Demon Immortal Cistern is an important place in the Demon Immortal sect. Because of the help of my sect, I'm 100% confident that within a few months, I can acquire qualifications for you to enter. The only thing you need to do is just need to come with me. If we familiarize ourselves with the place now, then when the third plane opens we can go back. How about this? Give me a month. I'll do my best to acquire an identity that can get you into where we need to go. Then..." Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Hao interrupted her. "In the first heaven of the Demon Immortal sect," he said coolly, his voice dripping with a domineering air, "I can go anywhere other than the Immortals' caves of the other 6 paragons. I don't need any identity from you." Xianxia's eyes widened as she stared at Meng Hao. Gradually, a look of envy and jealousy appeared. Even she couldn't help but feel indignant at the situation. She'd already forgotten that the person in front of her had a paragon for a father. Then she thought of her own identity, and how the sect had prepared for years, how they had expended vast resources and personal wealth, just to give her these few months of time in which to succeed. However, compared to Meng Hao and his identity, all of that counted for almost nothing. "In the ancient records of the sect," she said, "there is information regarding certain people in the sect. One of the entries is about Kujusi. You were an overbearing silk pants who committed countless unimaginable misdeeds. Anywhere you went within the sect, chaos followed. You oppressed the people, both men and women alike. According to the estimates, by the time the sect fell, you had over 400 beloved, and more than 3,000 children. You were definitely a... She didn't finish this particular sentence. For the most part, your life was a joke, she continued calmly. Something no one would keep a record of. However, in the final war, you went all out, even expending your longevity. You didn't fear death in battle, and ended up making illustrious achievements in the fighting. All of your beloved died, and you buried them in the first peak. Your sons all died too, and you personally buried them in the second peak. As for the fourth peak, that is location of your father's tomb. You ended up deciding to bury yourself there too. The day the sect was destroyed, you and a few others chose to perish along with the sect. You slaughtered many G-clan immortals, and as death loomed over you, Lord G himself personally arrived. Because he prized your valiant heart, he offered you a way to keep on living. All you had to do was bow your head, something you had done many times in the past. But you didn't bow your head. Instead, you lifted it up and laughed to the heavens, then charged into battle once again. When the moment of your death arrived, you fell from above and landed into your coffin. In the last moment before you died, you uttered one final sentence. As he listened to all this, Meng Hao's expression grew more and more complex. In the end, it almost looked as if he felt all of the things she was describing had happened to him. He said nothing. Zhixiang continued. You said, "Father, are you proud of me?" When he heard this, Meng Hao's mind felt as if it were exploding. He closed his eyes for a long, long time before opening them. For some reason, tears were streaming down his face. They were tears that did not belong to him, but rather came from another life. You can stop now, he said. His mood was dark as he suddenly spun and walked off into the distance, filled with sentiment. Suddenly, Zhixiang regretted upsetting him. She was about to say something when she heard his voice drifting back. We'll meet back here in 3 days to go to the demon immortal cistern. Meng Hao returned to the fourth peak. He stood outside his immortal's cave and looked up at the darkening sky. Evening was falling, and the sun was setting. Within his mind, Meng Hao saw the images of everything that had happened with Kuyunhai after he came here. He is my father in this life, murmured Meng Hao. He thought again about how Kujusi must have felt. It was a complexity that no outsider could possibly understand. In this world, in this heaven and earth, from ancient times until modern, only Kujusi could possibly have understood. Except now, there was one more person who could. Only the two of them could have such a sympathetic resonance. Only they had experienced such similar things, and such similar complex emotions. A son wants to care for his parents, but they aren't there anymore. Meng Hao closed his eyes. If he didn't understand the soul divergence incantation, he would believe Kujusi to be dead. However, now that he did understand it, and heard Zhixiang's story, Meng Hao suddenly had a strange feeling. He could imagine how Kujusi's flesh and bones had faded as the years passed. The demon immortal sect became nothing more than corpse-filled ruins. Finally, one day, Kujusi's body slowly formed back together from nothing inside that coffin. He opened his eyes. He finally saw the sky again and his sect. He looked around at all the things that had once been so familiar, only to realize that everything was now different. He was the only person left. He missed his father and regretted his silk pants lifestyle. That regret then transformed into tears. He had most assuredly wept for a long time atop the fourth peak. He had most assuredly looked out at everything and felt as if he were living a life filled with pain. He had most assuredly drunk alcohol in front of his father's tomb, blabbering like an idiot and knocking his head against the ground as he kowtowed. He had most assuredly visited all the grounds of the demon immortal sect. He had seen all the corpses, including those belonging to his relatives and friends, the people he had hated and the people he had liked. All of those people had become corpses, and their thoughts were nothing more than wisps on the wind. After returning to the fourth peak and looking out at everything, he had realized that he was the only protector of this world. Perhaps the most correct thing to say was not that he was the protector of the demon immortal sect, but rather the protector of his beautiful memories, especially the memories of his father. As of this moment, Meng Hao understood. He understood Cajusi's heart and what he was thinking. "You're definitely next to me," thought Meng Hao. "Or perhaps within my soul. You're watching me live this version of your life, treading a different path than you. Every time I look at Father, you are most assuredly using my eyes to look at him too." Meng Hao glanced up again at the evening sky for a moment, then closed his eyes again. 2 days later, it was the appointed time to meet Xianxia. Meng Hao left the 4th peak and traveled with her toward the 7th peak. This was the final peak in the first heaven, and also the most important one. Behind the 7th peak was a vast, hazy forbidden zone. Disciples without the proper authorization were not permitted to step even half a pace inside. In fact, few people actually knew what lay inside the haziness. After entering it, nothing would be visible. One could only use a command medallion to find one's way through the mists to the destination. Xianxia had such a command medallion, but Meng Hao didn't. When the two of them reached the indistinctness, they caught sight of 2 enormous stone statues that looked like demons. They had 8 arms and 4 heads, and were fully 300 meters tall. They glared out fiercely in all directions. Each of the 2 statues held a gigantic stone greatsword in hand. They were crisscrossed, stabbed down into the earth to form a door of swords. The enormous door didn't seem to offer any hindrance to any who wished to pass through it. However, if anyone attempted to do so without the proper qualifications, they would be instantly killed. Xianxia's face was covered with an expression of piety and awe. She kneeled in front of the statues and used both hands to hold aloft a purple-black jade slip. It was a command medallion that emanated a warm glow as it floated up into the air toward the right-hand statue. As it landed in one of the statue's hands, the statue's eyes suddenly flickered and opened. It slowly pulled its sword up out of the ground, revealing a path. A powerful, rumbling voice filled the air. "Third-class qualifications. Where do you intend to go?" "The demon Immortal cistern," replied Xianxia immediately. "According to the regulations," said the awe-inspiring voice, "you may travel 30% of the paths in this place, and may stay for no more than 38 hours. Xianxia took a deep breath as she tried to stifle her excitement. It had taken quite a bit of power from the sect, plus a special technique as well as a hefty price, to be able to bring this command medallion with her into the second plane. It was a command medallion which provided 3rd-class qualifications. Even that was something rare, and was one of the reasons she was convinced she would be able to acquire great rewards in this place. As she stood up, the command medallion flew back to her. She carefully reached out to take it. After all, it represented 3rd-class qualifications, which made it incredibly valuable. After putting it away, she bowed deeply to the 2 statues. Then she walked forward to step onto the path between the 2 swords. She looked back at Meng Hao with a bit of a snide look. As far as she was concerned, the Cajusi from this time period would most likely only be able to acquire 4th-class qualifications. Meng Hao looked up silently at the statues for a long moment before walking forward. As he neared the door of swords, the sword belonging to the right-hand statue suddenly began to rumble. A blinding light shot out from the eyes of the statue as it looked down at Meng Hao, its gaze filled with seeming intelligence. After only a glance, it seemed to be able to examine him inside and out. It slowly lifted up the stone sword to reveal a path. "Paragon's qualifications. You may go anywhere you wish, and stay inside indefinitely." Xianxia's eyes went wide, and her brain filled with a roaring sound. She stared blankly at Meng Hao, madness rising up in her heart. "How can you have Paragon's qualifications?" asked Xianxia angrily, glaring at Meng Hao as he strolled up to her through the door of swords. As soon as she asked the question, though, she instantly felt stupid. How could she have asked such a nonsensical question? The fact that he really did have Paragon's qualifications no longer left her feeling shocked, but rather humiliated. It wasn't just a personal humiliation, either, but a humiliation of her entire sect. All of the power of her sect had been utilized, vast resources had been wasted, all to get her a 3rd-class qualification command medallion. However, in the blink of an eye, someone had appeared in front of her who had qualifications that vastly exceeded her own. Paragon's qualifications. Anyone who faced such a situation would go crazy and be filled with jealousy and envy. Who wouldn't feel that the situation was frustrating and unfair? Xianxia was now feeling exactly what everyone else had felt outside the Demon Immortal Pagoda not so long ago. "I just asked my dad," said Meng Hao casually. The more he acted in this way, the more Xianxia felt repulsed. She gritted her teeth and clenched her hands tightly into fists. "The most annoying people I've ever met in my life are silk pants like you," she said with disdain. "So what if you have Kujusi's identity? So what if you have a paragon for a dad?" By the time she reached this point in her tirade, even Xianxia could sense the acrid tone in her words. Meng Hao chuckled, but said nothing. Xianxia watched fuming as he walked forward through the mist looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Finally, she had no choice but to suppress her anger and follow him. After only a few steps, though, Meng Hao suddenly stopped in place and looked at Xianxia. "You lead the way," he said. "I can go anywhere I want, but your path is limited to the Demon Immortal Cistern. I'll follow you." Xianxia had just managed to suppress her indignation, only to have it explode out again. She took a deep breath, trying to console herself by looking at the bigger picture. She angrily nodded her head and walked forward. Meng Hao followed, watching Xianxia's lithe figure as she made her way through the mist. There was something strange and beautiful to the scene. As the two of them hurried forward, the mists parted ways for them, revealing a twisting path. Xianxia took the lead position and Meng Hao followed. They proceeded onward for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Eventually, the mists once again began to spread out, revealing an area roughly 3,000 meters wide. A mountain was visible, although it wasn't very tall. A waterfall fell down the side of the mountain into a pool of undulating water. Upon first laying eyes on the scene, there was no sound whatsoever. However, moments later, Meng Hao could hear the sound of rippling water. The water poured into the pond. The sounds of birds drifted about, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Everything was overwhelming to the senses. There even seemed to be an aura of immortal spirits in the air, fragrant and sweet. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and all the qi and blood in his body surged. "So this is the Demon Immortal Cistern?" he asked. He glanced around, his gaze eventually coming to rest on the waters themselves. They were clear, making it possible to see all the way to the bottom. A faint, strange kind of mist rose up from the surface, making the entire scene look like a multicolored illusion. Ancient, ornamental rock formations were scattered about, many of them carved with demonic creatures that seemed to be imbued with demon spirits. The entire scene seemed like something celestial. "If it's not the Demon Immortal Cistern, then what is it?" said Xianxia grumpily. "Your backyard fishing pond?" The complex jealousy and envy she felt had only dissipated by about half. Ignoring Meng Hao, she walked forward, looking somewhat excitedly at the Demon Immortal Cistern. She raised her right hand to brush against some of the ornamental rocks, a look of piety filling her face. "It all seems so simplistic, doesn't it?" asked Meng Hao. "Simplistic?" Xianxia shot back, spinning to glare at him angrily. She looked quite provoked. "It might be simplistic to you, but my sect spent countless years preparing and expended vast resources to get me here. This is the culmination of generations of hard work and persistence. All the hopes and dreams of an entire sect all come down to this place. My sect paid a steep price for this simplicity, and many people even died. You say this place is simplistic, but that's only because of your identity. Anyone else but you would be completely destroyed by the mists, even immortals. The restrictive spells here would even cause people in the Dao realm to frown. In the past, those two sword-wielding statues outside slew no less than 10 Dao realm paragons." Meng Hao frowned, looking at Xianxia with cold eyes. "Watch your tongue," he said. "You're the one who invited me here." Xianxia took a deep breath. After a moment of silence, she bowed to Meng Hao. "I forgot my manners," she said. "I'll make it up to you." With that, she bowed again, then turned and pushed her hand up against one of the ancient rocks. Meng Hao watched as she sent her mind inside of it. Then he approached the edge of the cistern, squatted down, and looked into the waters, a strange light shining in his eyes. So this water can alter the makeup of your body? He thought. If a person is qualified, it can transform their body into a demon immortal body? Presumably, such qualifications are not the same as the qualifications needed to enter this place, but rather possessing some strange body type. Thoughtfully, he dipped his right hand into the water. As soon as he touched it, a tremor ran through him. He felt something like a cold current surging in through his fingers into the rest of his body. Xianxia opened her eyes. The both of us came to this ancient time in soul only, she said coolly, apparently having recovered her composure. Everything here looks real, but is in fact false. As such, there is no need to test out the waters. You can't absorb anything. It's useless. All right, I've left my mark. Now I need to familiarize myself with the area, so that we can return here after we reach the third plane. You also need to leave a mark here. That way, your aura will be here in the third plane, and you can come back. With that, Xianxia began to make her way around, observing the area, studying it. It seemed as if she wanted to commit everything about the area into memory. Meng Hao ignored her. Eyes glittering, he suddenly walked into the cistern waters. Soon, he was floating chest deep in the water, whereupon he closed his eyes. Around him, he could sense a pulsating coldness within the water that surged toward him and entered his body. With a frown, he left the pond, water vapor pouring off of him. It really is useless, he said coolly. It seems this cistern is designed specifically for the fleshly body, and is useless to souls. Following Xianxia's directions, he left a mark in the corner of one of the nearby stones, then turned to leave. Xianxia didn't seem to have any suspicions at all about his behavior. In fact, if he hadn't tried out the cistern, she would have found it to be odd. To test out the water personally was only natural. The two of them didn't speak as they made their way back and then eventually parted. Earlier, Meng Hao had never thought that the casual words he had spoken would cause Xianxia to be so upset. After leaving the hazy world, Meng Hao returned to the fourth peak where he meditated for a few days. Then one evening, he quietly returned, entering the mists with a strange look in his eyes. Retracing his steps from earlier, he hurried back. It didn't take long for him to once again reach the demon immortal cistern. There are definitely things about the demon immortal cistern that Xianxia is hiding from me. I can't believe that such an important cistern can be entered so simply. There definitely must be some mysterious aspects to the waters. In any case, the cistern waters can temper the fleshly body, and in a much gentler way than the underworld cave. This really does suit my needs as far as strengthening my fleshly body. With that, he took a deep breath and strode directly into the cistern waters. Only his head floated above the surface as he closed his eyes and felt the massive cold current around him. It felt as if strings of ice were boring into his body. In the blink of an eye, he was shaking. His qi and blood surged. Gradually, he began to absorb the coldness. His fleshly body was already strong. He had experienced the tempering of the underworld cave, and had come to master the mountain-consuming incantation. However, for quite some time he had not been able to break past a certain point. No matter how hard he tried, when he was in the first anima, the most power his fleshly body could wield was that of the third anima. Maybe this place can make me even stronger, he thought. As his qi and blood raced, mist began to rise up on the surface of the water. The mist formed into streams that poured into his mouth and nose until it looked almost like he was breathing smoke. His physical body gradually began to grow stronger. Every strand of coldness that burrowed into his flesh and blood exerted stimulating power that seemed to temper his body from the inside out. This was a completely different method than that of the underworld cave. Time passed. Meng Hao wasn't sure how long it was before he opened his eyes. A rumbling sound filled his body as the bottleneck he had previously been stuck at suddenly burst. Finally, he could achieve a fleshly body strength equal to the fourth anima, while he was only in the first anima. Pulses of power filled Meng Hao. He could sense that with the terrifying, explosive power within him, he could destroy metal or stone with a single punch. The further down I go, the more cold it gets, he thought, his eyes filling with determination. He had long since decided that he needed to take advantage of his time in this ancient world to strengthen his fleshly body as much as possible. In his analysis, his fleshly body was the most important thing other than Tao magic enlightenment that he could take out from this place. Taking a deep breath, he sank down further, until he was at the midway point in the waters. His body trembled, and cracking sounds could be heard from within. Something about his body seemed irregular as the cold currents pressed down onto him. The cold was boundless, majestic, and mad as it poured into him. He didn't even need to make an effort to absorb it. The cold streams found him, as if they thirsted to become a part of him. Meng Hao trembled as he caused his qi and blood to continue to flow. What Meng Hao didn't know was that although the demon immortal sect of this time period was not at its most flourishing point, it was in a much better state than it would be later, during its period of decline. Right now, it was filled with abundant resources, for example, this cistern. Its state of accumulation during the past tens of thousands of years had led to its current state of boundlessness. The accumulation of coldness here was terrifying. Similarly, the nourishing power it provided to the fleshly body was incredibly shocking. Meng Hao's body had reached a fearful state, and only continued to grow stronger and stronger. If I could keep this up, then eventually, I could have a fleshly body equivalent to the seventh anima while only in the first anima. Wouldn't that mean that I would have a spirit-severing fleshly body? Within the cistern waters, Meng Hao's eyes opened to reveal a bright, hair-raising glow. Meng Hao closed his eyes again as he floated there. Coldness poured into him, burrowing inside, fusing with his qi and blood, circulating through him. He could sense his fleshly body growing stronger. There seemed to be something strange in these waters, some heavenly power that could use gentleness to cause the fleshly body to be remolded. There was no pain, but the coldness from the cold currents gradually caused Meng Hao's body to grow stiff. After 15 or 20 hours, even his soul was showing signs of growing hard. It was at that point that Meng Hao, floating there in the middle section of the pond, suddenly opened his eyes. Without hesitation he shot up, bursting out from the surface of the water to appear outside. His body quivered, and white mist floated up off of him. Cracking sounds could be heard from the ground beneath his feet as ice began to stretch out in all directions, with him at the center. He sat down cross-legged to meditate. A few days passed before he opened his eyes. Within them could be seen a bluish glow, which came from the poisonous coldness inside him that he still hadn't dispelled. This place is excellent for tempering the fleshly body. However, it also contains a poisonous coldness, which takes time to dispel from within. If I don't dispel it, it would eventually cause grave danger to my life. Frowning, he sighed and then looked at his bag of holding. It's too bad this is an illusory world, so consuming the medicinal pills from here doesn't do any good. The only thing of value are the places here for training and cultivating the fleshly body. If I was able to consume the medicinal pills here, well, considering the Tao of alchemy in this age, my results would be exponentially better. After a few more moments of thought, he rose to his feet and left. He planned to return to the fourth peak to rest and wait for the poisonous cold to be completely expelled. Then he would return again to immerse himself in the cistern waters. As he passed back through the mists, Meng Hao was filled with a feeling like that when you can see a great treasure right in front of you, but have no way to take it. He was a bit depressed. Gradually, he left the hazy area. As he passed the two statues and the door of swords, he suddenly stopped in place. A brilliant glow could now be seen in his eyes. His eyes sparkled and his mind raced as a new idea suddenly began to form. The medicinal pills here are illusory, and therefore useless to me. However, there is an endless supply of medicinal plants, even types that are extinct in my time but are common here. In that case, what if I concoct my own pills? He began to pant with eagerness. Illusory medicinal plants can be used to create real medicinal pills. In fact, I've done that before. He took a deep breath, and his eyes seemed to shine as brightly as if they contained suns. His heart trembled from the shock of this new idea. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like he could do it. If he did, Meng Hao wasn't sure if he could actually influence the fundamental structure of this ancient illusory world. Back in the Violet Fate sect, I made something from nothing. During my Violet Furnace Lord promotion, I used an illusory item to concoct a medicinal pill made from nothing. I wonder if I can use a similar method here to concoct a similar pill made from nothing that conforms to the nature of this place. Meng Hao's fists clenched and his body trembled. This idea seemed almost like lunacy, and he wasn't sure if he could succeed. Speaking purely in terms of the Tao of alchemy, though it was possible, it is difficult to create something from nothing even just once, and even with my skill in the Tao of alchemy. A lot depends on destiny and luck. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they shone with determination. His body flickered as he shot toward the fourth peak. As he sped along, those who caught sight of him felt jealously pricking at their hearts. Because of what had happened at the Demon Immortal Pagoda, Meng Hao's reputation as a Demon Immortal sect silkpants had grown even beyond what it was before. After returning to the fourth peak, he found that Su Qing was still sitting there meditating. Compared to Meng Hao, Su Qing possessed a level of diligence that he could never attempt to overtake. However, every person's destiny and fortune is different. Techniques that suited Su Qing might not necessarily suit Meng Hao. The opposite was also true. Several days later, all of the disciples in the fourth peak knew that their young lord had apparently gone crazy. He unexpectedly had begun concocting pills, which caused a huge stir on the fourth peak. Eventually, word spread to the other peaks, and soon everyone knew about it. It didn't take long for all sorts of thoughtless gossip to begin to spread. Of course, no one dared to say anything openly. After all, the Silk Pants members of the Demon Entente were all very supportive of the matter. When Meng Hao mentioned his desire for mass quantities of medicinal plants, the Demon Entente sprang into action. Once the huge amounts of medicinal plants began to roll in, Meng Hao's entire life consisted of four things: Taoist magic enlightenment, medicinal pill concocting, body tempering in the Demon Immortal cistern, and dispelling the poisonous coldness. When it came to concocting medicinal pills, he used the Fourth Peak's pill concocting workshop, which belonged to Kuyun Hai. Once Meng Hao took it over, the entire Fourth Peak began to fill with the sound of exploding medicinal pills. The sounds might echo out in the dark of night or in the middle of day. Whenever they were heard, everyone knew that the young lord had once again failed to concoct a batch of medicinal pills. Meng Hao was a bit ashen-faced. This was not the outcome he had hoped for. His Tao of alchemy came from a time tens of thousands of years in the future. The current Tao of alchemy was different, and he needed time to adjust before he could unleash his full potential. Worst of all, Meng Hao found that so far, he could only concoct illusory pills, and was unable to truly create something from nothing. Perhaps it was because of the illusory nature of the world he was in. It almost seemed as if there was some force interfering with him, making it so that the medicinal pills here were eternally categorized in a different way. Unfortunately, Meng Hao's concoctions were outside of that scope, and were thus not permitted to appear. However, he didn't allow himself to become dejected, nor did he give up. He continued to experiment, trying to find that same feeling he had experienced back in the Violet Fate sect. Time went by, and soon an entire month had passed. By the end of that month, there wasn't a single person in the 7 peaks of the Demon Immortal sect that didn't know Meng Hao was concocting pills. The rumblings coming from the 4th peak became just another one of the sounds of the first heaven of the Demon Immortal sect. Considering how many countless times he had failed, and the unthinkable amount of medicinal plants he had wasted, it was good that the Demon Immortal sect had such vast resources. Such wastage would cause even most mid-sized sects to groan in complaint. That was especially so considering that he was using medicinal plants which were considered precious even in this age. Every failure of his caused other disciples to secretly feel stabs of pain in their hearts. Although he hadn't succeeded yet, Meng Hao had actually gained quite a bit. His Tao of alchemy was gradually assimilating into ancient times. Slowly, a new path appeared in the Tao of alchemy that consisted solely of Meng Hao. Furthermore, he had attempted so many concoctions that his proficiency with the process actually vastly improved. Also during that month, he gained complete enlightenment of the first level of the mountain-consuming incantation. It was firmly branded in his mind and could be taken away when he left the second plane. As for the poisonous coldness within him, it was now more than half expelled from his body. If it weren't for his continued immersions within the cistern, it would have long since completely vanished. Actually, his control over the poisonous coldness had reached the point that as long as he didn't have contact with the cistern water, it would naturally dissipate. During the month, Meng Hao's fleshly body experienced incredible changes. Even he was shocked by the outcome. The bizarreness of the demon Immortal cistern was thoroughly shocking. Right now, even when in the first anima, his fleshly body had the power of the fifth anima. According to his estimation, if he could reach a level of fleshly body strength equal to the seventh anima while in the first anima, then when he actually entered the seventh anima, his fleshly body would truly be that of spirit severing. If he encountered Patriarch Huyen in such a state, Meng Hao was confident that the battle would not be as difficult as before, and he would be able to destroy the man in soul and body. Unfortunately, to reach the level of the sixth anima with my fleshly body would involve sinking down to the very bottom of the cistern, after which I would need a month to recover from the poisonous coldness. Furthermore, if my calculations are correct, I would need to go through that process at least 10 times. Essentially, that's almost a year of time. Meng Hao continued to think about the matter as he walked through the various districts of the demon Immortal sect. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped in place. In that instant, ghost images sprang up from everything around him, the sky, the land, and the world. It lasted only for the space of a few breaths, and then everything went back to normal. That's the third time this month, Meng Hao thought with a frown. He could sense that the second plane was reaching the point of dissipation. When it vanished, all of the people from South Heaven would leave, and their journey into the demon Immortal sect would reach its conclusion. If it comes quickly, it will be within days. At the slowest, it might last 2 more months. Meng Hao felt a bit of regret. There simply wasn't enough time for him to reach the incredible strength of the sixth anima. His body flickered, and he reappeared on the outskirts of the demon Immortal sect. It was a relatively remote location, deserted and quiet, a place where few people ever came. He looked down at the ground, then glanced around the area again. Finally, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a wooden time sword. This particular sword was branded with multiple seals that he had used in recent days to reinforce it. He looked at the sword and then the ground. A gleam of decisiveness filled his eyes. If I don't give it a shot, then I'll always regret it. Although I'm 80 to 90% sure it won't work, there's always that slight possibility. With that, he waved his right hand, causing the wooden time sword to stab down into the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was buried deep down. Of all the magical items I possess, only the wooden time swords need to be immersed within the power of time. Even the slight chance of success would mean, when I return to reality, I might be able to have a sword with tens of thousands of years of time. With the power of such a sword, a single slash could cut away tens of thousands of years. Even slaying immortals wouldn't be difficult. A treasure like that is worth a bit of a gamble. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He turned and made his way off into the distance. In the end, he picked 3 other similar places in the demon Immortal sect where he concealed wooden time swords in the ground. Currently, he had a total of 10 wooden time swords, which he could use to unleash the first form of the Lotus Sword formation. To bet 4 of the swords on a possibility that was most likely impossible was a huge gamble for him. Each one of these wooden time swords represents a vast collection of spirit stones, he thought. Enduring the pain of it, he hid one sword after another. Every time he did, he buried his dreams and hopes along with it. Meng Hao selected the 4 locations very carefully. In fact, the 4 different locations were places that, according to his memories of the first plane, were still relatively intact. That way, just in case the swords really did appear in the third plane, then they would be easy for him to recover. As night fell, Meng Hao hovered in mid-air, looking out across the lands. He glanced at the 4 places where he had buried the swords, and the anticipation in his eyes grew stronger. If I succeed, then my path of cultivation can continue even more smoothly. If I don't succeed, Then at least I will have no regrets. He made one more final look to ensure that he had committed the various locations to memory. Then he made his way to the fourth peak. More time passed by. Another half-month was gone. The ghost images continued to occur with increasing frequency. The interval between the occurrences was shorter, and every time they occurred, they lasted for several breaths of time. In fact, on one occasion a few days ago, Meng Hao had been concocting pills when the ghost images sprang for a few dozen breaths of time. During that time, he almost had the feeling that he had left the illusory ancient world. He hadn't seen Ku Yunhai recently. Even when he went to pay his respects and wish Ku Yunhai good health, it was only through the closed door of the Immortal's cave. When Ku Yunhai spoke to him from inside, his voice seemed somewhat tired. He wasn't sure what Ku Yunhai was doing, but whenever he heard the man's voice, he felt calmer. Ku Yunhai was his father in this life, and as far as Meng Hao was concerned, the most valuable thing he had acquired in this illusory world. Su Qing still had not finished with her secluded meditation. However, she had clearly experienced success in her enlightenment. Every time Meng Hao looked at her, she was experiencing different transformations of the soul. She seemed completely immersed in Taoist magic. Although she was not consummately beautiful, there was now a vague air to her that was both unforgettable and fascinating. "It should be any moment now," murmured Meng Hao as he sat there cross-legged in the Immortal's cave. "The ghost images are growing more intense and more frequent. Everybody must be getting very antsy by now." He looked out at the evening sky and the dark clouds that were gathering up above. Recently, he had not of his own initiative sought out any of the other South Heaven cultivators. He had kept to himself, trying to concoct his medicinal pill from nothing, or achieve enlightenment of the Taoist magics. Of course, all of the cultivators from South Heaven were extraordinary individuals. Each one had inside information from their various sects or clans, as well as methods to evade Meng Hao. He was well aware of that. He could either mobilize the entire sect to try to find them, or just not look for them at all. He preferred the latter. Meng Hao was confident that they would come looking for him. When they did, it would be the whole group except perhaps for Patriarch Huyen, who Meng Hao would kill at first sight. Sheets of rain began to descend onto the demon Immortal sect. The entire world turned hazy, and as Meng Hao looked out at it, he had a strange feeling. He wasn't sure if the world he was in was hazy, or if the rain was hazy, or if it was both. It was much like how he viewed the future. The rain fell until the third night watch before it started to lighten up. The land was covered with coldness that transformed into fog. When the sun rose, the fog slowly began to grow thin and then dissipate, transforming the haziness into clarity. Everything looked like a beautiful oil painting. At dawn, a sword came. It was impossible to say where the sword came from, but it shot directly toward Meng Hao. None of the protective spell formations on the fourth mountain did anything to stop it. Apparently there was something special about this sword. The sword came to a stop a meter or two in front of Meng Hao, where it hovered in the air. A mottled glow emanated up from its surface. Just barely discernible on the sword were the traces of a mark made by a soul. It was one character, Fong. Meng Hao smiled. The people he had been waiting for were finally showing their faces. He made a grasping motion with his right hand, causing the sword to fall into his hand. He sent out his divine sense to sweep it over, and immediately, a message transmitted into his mind. After hearing the message, his smile grew even wider. After a long moment, he closed his eyes. Noon passed, and evening was approaching by the time he opened his eyes again. His body flickered, transforming into a beam of light that shot past the first peak and out of the mountainous region toward an area near the main part of the sect where the outer sect disciples resided. When Meng Hao finally arrived, no one was out and about. Everything was quiet as he headed toward a set of 3 connected residence buildings. As he neared a location between the second and third residence buildings, he waved his hand, causing a door to open up. Without hesitation, he entered. Instantly, dozens of gazes fell upon him. The residence was large and filled with dozens of waiting people. As Meng Hao looked around, he could see that they were separated into various groups. Even within those groups, There were various subdivisions based on whichever area the people were from. After all, even though some of them might wish to kill others, they knew that they had to look at the bigger picture, and the trouble that it would cause if something like that happened. The largest group of all, shockingly, was the G clan. They had 7 people, all of whom were inner sect disciples. Their eyes shone brightly, and although they didn't speak, they made no effort conceal their extraordinary demeanors, nor their arrogance and pride. Of the group of 7, 3 were women and 4 were men. There were 2 among them who were the most conspicuous. One was Xianxia, the other was a young man who had the glittering mark of a trident on his forehead. He emanated a sense of danger, and reminded Meng how a lot of the G clan member he had killed most recently, Ji Mingfeng. This young man was none other than G clan array member, Ji Mingkong. However, of the 7 G clan members, the one that drew Meng Hao's attention the most was neither Xianxia nor Ji Mingkong. Instead, it was an ordinary-looking youth of short stature who stood behind them, smiling. The youth seemed ordinary, but after looking at the 7 G clan members, that youth was the only one who caused him to feel a sense of danger. It was merely a sense of danger, though. Meng Hao could not detect any bone-deep hatred from any of them, the type that said they wouldn't rest until he was dead. Apparently, they did not have any idea at all that Meng Hao was connected to the death of Ji Mingfeng. He glanced at Xianxia. She looked back at him silently. In addition to the 7 members of the Ji clan, there was also the Fang clan. Fang Yu looked at Meng Hao with a slight, enigmatic smile. Behind her were 2 men whose eyes glistened with displeasure as they coldly measured up Meng Hao. Meng Hao recalled what Fang Yu had told him about 3 members of the Fang clan coming to the demon Immortal sect. Obviously, these were the other 2 from the Fang clan. What was most intriguing to Meng Hao was that, although the right hands of these 2 men seemed ordinary, he could tell that they were not. He was familiar with the usage of the diaphanous Fang clan glove. A single glance and he could tell that they were wearing just such gloves. In addition to the Ji and Fang clans, there were 4 or 5 others from the eastern lands. Most of them were grouped near the Ji or Fang clans, but were eclipsed by those blazing suns of that part of the world. They didn't look very extraordinary at all in comparison. However, their cultivation bases were clearly beyond ordinary. As Meng Hao looked them over, his gaze came to rest on a tall, slender man who stood next to Fang Yu. He was smiling, but within the gentleness of his look was a viciousness buried deep down. Inside, he was obviously an ambitious and ruthless person. As for who he was, Meng Hao wasn't quite sure. However, considering where he was standing, he could formulate some guesses. Don't tell me this guy is chasing after the explosive dragon? He thought. He suddenly felt a bit of admiration for the man's bravery. In another direction were the people from the northern reaches. From what Meng Hao understood, the northern reaches was a savage and uncivilized region. In some ways, it might be better than the western desert, but it was vastly different from the southern domain or eastern lands. Actually, Meng Hao knew that the so-called northern reaches were actually a land of exile. The cultivators there were mostly people that other locations couldn't tolerate, who eventually sought their fortune in the northern reaches. Of course, what the northern reaches proclaimed to have was freedom. Complete and ultimate freedom. Most of the sects there were rebel sects from other areas. The clans were usually formed from scattered remnants of other clans. One example was the so-called Imperial Bloodline clan. According to rumor, that clan had previously given rise to several immortals. Because of that, descendants had a strong foundation and were able to expand and grow. Eventually the group split. One half perished and the other half traveled to the northern reaches where they became this new clan. There were a total of 8 cultivators from the northern reaches. All of them looked very bizarre, and none of them grouped together. Each one remained isolated. The tyrannical and haughty air that they emanated was readily apparent. Of the 8 of them, 3 were women and 5 were men. Each one seemed like a viper, cold and grim. There was one of them, a young man who stuck out more than the others. He had the eyes of a phoenix and beautiful features. He appeared to be smiling, but it was a cold smile that made one feel as if a frigid wind was blowing through you. This was none other than the member of the Imperial Bloodline clan. There was another young man who had a strange birthmark that almost didn't appear to be a part of his body at all. It seemed to be slowly wriggling across his face, a shocking image that would make anyone who glanced at it look twice. Next to that group were the people from the southern domain. As he laid eyes upon them, Meng Hao's eyes softened a bit. The southern domain was his home. Most accurately speaking, he was someone from the southern domain. There were a total of 7 people from the southern domain. From the way they were organized, Meng Hao could quickly see which alliances now existed between various sects and clans. Wang Lihai and Han Bei were together, which meant that the Wang clan and the Black Civ sect were in cooperation. Song Yunshu was nowhere to be seen. If Meng Hao's guesses were correct, Song Yunshu had most likely met his fate at the hands of Ji Xiaoxiao. She surely had killed him to remove him as a witness. Eventually, Meng Hao's gaze came to fall on one of the women from the southern domain. Although her physical features were unfamiliar, as soon as their eyes met, Meng Hao gaped. It's her. Meng Hao's memories of her were somewhat vague. He had actually not interacted with her much at all. In fact, if he recalled matters correctly, they hadn't even met each other. There was only one thing connecting them, and that was the Song clan's search for a son-in-law. In the end, although they were clearly strangers, they were still connected together. Most accurately speaking, this was Meng Hao's beloved from the Song clan. Because she was a daughter of the Song clan, it was impossible for her to have a second beloved, not after the search for a son-in-law. Her reputation and the face of the Song clan could not permit that. After Meng Hao fled, the Song clan did not speak of the matter to outsiders. However, to the young woman, the entire matter came as quite a blow. She had always been a tender and delicate girl. Although she had outstanding latent talent, her heart was weak. That made it hard for her to be strong. She was like a flower in a greenhouse, who feared the rain of the outside world. That was how Meng Hao remembered Xianxia. She was beautiful and had gentle eyes, with a tender weakness deep within her expression. Now, however, 100 years had passed. Xianxia had changed. Her eyes were filled with strength, and the weakness that she had concealed deep in her heart all those years ago had been shed. She had grown up. She had been left with no choice other than to grow up. After the matter with Meng Hao, she had no chance to choose a new beloved. Strangely, the Song clan patriarch made no extra demands of her, and in fact treated her quite politely. It made her feel almost like she was an outsider. She hadn't understood it back then, but many years later she came to realize that none of it had anything to do with her. Starting with that search for a son-in-law, everything had changed. She had come to understand that in addition to her identity as a member of the Song clan, she had acquired some other mysterious background. The power of that background made it so that everyone in the Song clan trembled like cicadas in winter when they faced her. It was as if they didn't know what to do with her. All the resources of the clan came to be at her disposal. In fact, it came to the point where she seemed to be even more important than her older brother, Song Yunshu. All her demands were complied with, which led to increasingly intense jealousy on the part of her older brother. The more he pushed against her, the more she had backed down. However, by the time the primordial demon Immortal plane arrived, Song Yunshu had only become more aggressive than before. In fact, in the first plane, were it not for her being completely on guard, she might very well have died at his hands. That matter had filled her heart with intense pain. She immediately recognized Meng Hao. The complicated feelings in her heart had been knotting up there for more than 100 years. When their gazes met, she gave him a slight nod. Meng Hao gazed back silently for a moment and then looked away. When he saw Li Shiqi, he instantly thought of Wang Yukai, who joined the Reliance sect along with Meng Hao that year. He also thought of Little Tiger, who he hadn't seen after leaving the state of Zhao. Perhaps he had left along with Old Turtle Reliance. Before he realized what was happening, the feeling of the passage of time appeared in Meng Hao's heart. He sighed inwardly. Sometimes, it is only when encountering old friends that such a feeling will give rise to sighing and sobbing. Li Shiqi smiled slightly, looking very cool and collected. Meng Hao nodded, then glanced over the other cultivators from the southern domain. The rest were people he didn't recognize. However, one of them gave him a feeling that reminded him of the Li clan Dao child who had died at his hands, Li Daoi. This new man was tall and strapping, with a gaze like a blade. He stood there like a sheathed sword, ready to burst into action and split apart heaven and earth. This was the current generation Dao child of the Li clan, Li Tian Dao. There was another cultivator who didn't look very impressive. It was an old, gaunt man who appeared to be all smiles, but whose expression was one of envy as he looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't recognize him, but as he stood there among the other southern domain cultivators, he caused a feeling of loathing to rise up within Meng Hao. He didn't see anyone from the Violet Fate sect, the Solitary Sword sect, or any disciples from the other sects. He was a bit puzzled by that, but this was not the time to make inquiries. Finally, there were cultivators from the Western Desert, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say the Black Lands. There was Zhao Fong and Duolan, as well as two others that he didn't recognize. He didn't see Patriarch Huyen anywhere, for there were quite a few people he didn't know here. In contrast, everyone here seemed to know exactly who he was. He was Kujusi, son of a paragon, the number 1 silk pants in the Demon Immortal sect, one of the masters of the Demon Entente. He was famous, which of course filled everyone here with envy. That was especially so after the shocking events of the Demon Immortal Pagoda. The envy in some of these people was rooted deep in their hearts, and had transformed into deep jealousy. To these people, Meng Hao was the chosen of the illusory ancient second plane, brilliant and splendorous. Glancing over them all, he grinned and leaned up against the doorframe. With a smile, he said, "Hello, fellow Taoists. What matter is it that you wish to discuss here with humble old me?" He truly looked like a silk pants now, especially the way he leaned up against the doorframe. He seemed at ease, which caused everyone present to frown. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They were inner sect disciples, and the difference between their status and Meng Hao's was like the difference between heaven and earth. In fact, many of them would never even dare to meet Meng Hao in person. If it weren't for the fact that they were being forced by urgent circumstances, and faced with the potential of incredible profit that they couldn't simply abandon, then they would never be willing to allow Meng Hao to see them in such a position as they were. Some of them had even considering trying to hide their faces, or use other methods to attend this meeting. However, as soon as they got near to Meng Hao, he would be able to sense who they were, so any attempts at concealment would be useless. The only way to be completely safe was to stay far away from him. However, this meeting was far too important. They need to show the spirit of good faith, otherwise, there wouldn't even be the slightest chance of success. That was why the Fong clan and the Ji clan had joined forces along with all the others. Their alliance had only one adversary, Meng Hao. They would combine all their power and then bring it to bear in the negotiations to come. That was the only way they all would dare to meet with Meng Hao in person. Such frustration was something that blazing suns like them would find difficult to accept in the outside world. As Meng Hao's words echoed out, everyone was silent. Nobody responded. All of them began to exchange glances, until finally, the gazes began to fall onto the Ji and Fong clans. As for the Ji clan, they maintained their silence and looked over at the Fong clan. Fong Yu cleared her throat and looked at Meng Hao. "There's something we would like to ask you to go the trouble of helping us with," she said. "Of course there will be compensation, and a lot of it." It wasn't clear how Fong Yu seemed to understand Meng Hao so well, but as soon as the words came out of her mouth, his interest seemed to be sparked. "It's actually quite a simple thing," she continued. "You've surely seen the staircase floating above the pit between the 3rd and 4th peaks. All you have to do is climb that staircase to the top, and then leave this place. That's all. In exchange, each of us here will give you 100,000 spirit stones as compensation. Look, there are dozens of people here. Therefore, we're talking about millions of spirit stones. That's quite a bit of profit for very little work, don't you think? You really need to listen to your big sis here." She winked at him, after which he began to perform some calculations. I don't think so, big sis. I've been getting a lot of headaches lately. Also, my shoulder got twisted while I was practicing cultivation. And my legs. I think it might be that I just can't acclimate myself to this place. Every day they ache constantly." He rolled his eyes, pulling a long face. As soon as he said this, unsightly expressions appeared on the faces of the others present. Although no one spoke, they were murmuring to themselves. A cultivator getting a headache? Who would possibly believe that? A twisted shoulder because of cultivation? It's not like he was practicing the spider and toad skill. How could he possibly twist his shoulder? And then there was the expression, can't acclimate. This made them want to curse him. None of them had experienced anything like that, and yet Meng Hao had? Furthermore, all of them had entered here in soul only. Who had ever heard of a soul that couldn't acclimate? Look here at my neck. It hurts really bad. Right here? Massaging the spot, he sighed and continued. I think I need to go back to my Immortal's cave and lay down for a bit. I'll have my dad call some of the junior sisters over to do some massage and other blood flow invigoration techniques. As for this favor of yours, I'm afraid I really can't help out. Everyone else was on the verge of going crazy, but had no choice other than to suppress their fury. From their perspective, Meng Hao was brazenly showing off his own identity and the fact that he had a paragon as a dad. He was going to call some junior sisters to massage him and stimulate his blood flow? This caused all of the male cultivators to clench their jaws tightly. Next, Meng Hao said something that arose even more fury. Well then, it's starting to get dark out. Dad's waiting for me to eat dinner, so I should go. See you. Yawning, he turned to leave. Enough! Roared Fang Yu, clenching her fists tightly. Your constant yapping about my dad this and my dad that. Is Kuyun Hai really your dad? As soon as the words left her mouth, Fang Yu regretted speaking them. Meng Hao stopped in place. He turned to look at her coldly. Even though I don't actually know who my father is, he said, that doesn't have anything to do with you. Fang Yu truly wished to enter the third plane. However, she also was looking out for Meng Hao's best interests. The words she had spoken just now had only come out in the heat of anger. Look, she continued quickly, all we want you to do is climb a staircase. Then you can lead us out of the second plane and into the third plane. It's a simple thing for you. Besides, you can acquire a lot of good fortune in the third plane. In addition, it will put you on good terms with everyone here. When you get back to South Heaven later on, then your path. Meng Hao understood all of that. Furthermore, he felt no ill will at all coming from Fang Yu, and as such also felt no hostility toward her. His expression softened a bit. I can take you all into the third plane, he said coolly. However, 100,000 spirit stones isn't enough. I want half of what you acquire within the third plane. If all of you agree, then we can conclude this bargain now. All of you can swear an oath from your heart. If you break it, you will become one with the Tao. We cultivators place a lot of importance on oaths, especially ones that have to do with cultivation. You don't want to cause entanglements that will hinder progress in your cultivation base and eventually cause you to be destroyed in body and soul. If you don't agree, then I'll consider the matter ended, and we can just wait peacefully for the second plane to collapse. Whatever choice you make it quickly. With that, Meng Hao turned to leave. Don't you want to go to the third plane? Called out Wang Lihai. Without even looking back, Meng Hao said, what I've acquired in the second plane is already sufficient. It doesn't matter at all whether I go to the third plane or not. With that, he made his way off into the distance. Everyone left behind stood there silently, wrestling with their thoughts and emotions. Their fury toward Meng Hao might be raging to the heavens, but they were also left with no other alternatives. The staircase had appeared because of Meng Hao, and he was the only one who could climb it. They had tried, of course, all of them, but all they could do was see it, not touch it. A few days later, they all met again. Everyone stood in front of Meng Hao and swore an oath promising that after the third plane ended, they would give him the share that he had demanded initially. Oaths were made and witnessed, all based on the Tao. In the future, it didn't matter what these South Heaven cultivators acquired in the third plane, they would have no basis for complaint. If they broke their promise, the oath would still stand. Any hesitation on their part could influence their cultivation base. If it was just some words or an ordinary oath, it wouldn't be anything extraordinary. However, when the time came to speak the oath, Meng Hao unexpectedly produced a seemingly simple and yet also dangerous and vicious Taoist magic. It was something that anyone at the foundation establishment stage or higher could cultivate, called Tao certification. A few days ago, outside Ku Yunhai's Immortal's cave, Meng Hao had requested to have this very Taoist magic. It was specifically used in this ancient age to bind agreements using Taoist magic. With it in place, if the agreement was broken, the soul would be shredded, great Taos would be unattainable, and the cultivation base would decline. There was nothing anyone could do. In order to get into the third plane, they had to cautiously swear their oaths, using the Tao certification as a pledge, and then complete the agreement. There were some people who refused at first, but Meng Hao didn't need to do anything. All it took was some pressure from the others, and they finally gritted their teeth and accepted. After all, nobody was willing to be the one to pay a heavy price while others paid nothing. There was one thing nobody seemed to notice. Although everyone assumed that everyone else was present, Zhixiang and Patriarch Huyen were missing. Meng Hao also swore an oath. According to their requirements, he would climb the mighty staircase. However, he would pick the exact time. He also promised that in the coming days here in the second plane, he would not use his power and influence to exert pressure on them. They would no longer need to be so cautious and do everything from within the shadows. They had been waiting for such a promise for a long time. Many wondered if anyone from their sect or clan who had come here in the past had ever dealt with anything as frustrating as this. Up to now, they hadn't dared to make any public appearances or go anywhere near the fourth peak. In fact, whenever they saw any silk pants flying through the air, they would duck their heads for fear of Meng Hao showing up. Their days had passed in this manner for months now, and they had endured as long as they could. At long last they could relax a bit and enjoy sunlight of this ancient time. After the agreements were all formalized, Meng Hao realized that the time to leave this place was fast approaching. He would depart from this ancient, illusory world and return to reality. In truth, none of the things here were things he couldn't part with. The silk pants lifestyle, his identity, all of it was merely a dream. When waking up from the dream, it could all be forgotten. However, there was one thing that he wasn't willing to forget. His father from this life, Ku Yunhai. The fatherly love that he displayed made Meng Hao want to be immersed here and never wake up. He didn't want the dream to end, and didn't want to forget Ku Yunhai. In this illusory ancient world, he had finally experienced what it felt like to have a father at his side. That feeling made up for some of the sorrow that had lurked in his heart for so long. He gave up on Tao magic enlightenment. Other than concocting pills, he spent most of his time sitting cross-legged outside of Ku Yunhai's Immortal's cave. Although Ku Yunhai never opened the door, Meng Hao stayed, occasionally saying one thing or another. That was how life went on, peacefully and quietly. There were no shocking events. Everything was ordinary. Su Qing was still in secluded meditation, never having opened her eyes even once. Meng Hao was used to such a lifestyle by now. In fact, on more than one occasion, he thought to himself that if things continued on this way forever, it wouldn't be so bad. Half a month later, the ghost images were appearing just about every day. Meng Hao knew that he needed to leave. The unwillingness to part, and the complicated, embarrassing thoughts, all sent him into a melancholy state of mind. He looked up at the sky. He looked out at the lands around him. He looked at the 7 peaks of the first heaven. He looked at the 4th peak. He looked at Ku Yunhai's Immortal's cave. Then he closed his eyes and thought about all the things that had occurred here. In the very beginning, he had admitted that he was wrong. Later, he was whipped. After that, inside the demon Immortal pagoda, he was doted upon by Ku Yunhai, his father in this life. All of these things were unforgettable memories for Meng Hao. He suddenly had the strong desire to offer thanks to Kujusi. He wanted to thank him for sending him to this place. He wanted to help Kujusi achieve his aim and do the same for himself. The love of a father is like a mountain. Perhaps this new line of thinking influenced his Tao of alchemy. That night would be the last night he concocted pills in the second plane. As for what medicinal plants he used to concoct the batch of pills, Meng Hao didn't even remember. He was submerged in his respect for Ku Yunhai, in the beauty he had experienced in the past days, and in the emotions that existed between father and son. That was what he was thinking about as he placed the ingredients into the pill furnace. The flavor and aroma of these medicinal plants represented various shades of Meng Hao's heart. They mixed together as he began to concoct, and he completely disregarded any thoughts of success or failure. There were only memories. Memories of everything that had happened in his place. Memories of Ku Yunhai and his fatherly love. Memories of his own childhood, and the vague image of his own father. No moon hung in the night sky. Meng Hao concocted without even thinking about it. Soon, the pill furnace began to thrum with an indescribable sound. It sounded like a song of immortals, like a funeral dirge, sometimes cheerful, sometimes melancholy. The song contained reluctance to part as it slowly drifted out. It echoed about the fourth peak, causing everyone to suddenly lift up their heads and look toward the location atop the mountain from which the song originated. It was like a wind that swept over the hearts of everyone present. It caused ripples to appear that nudged the memories in their hearts, making them recall their past. Within the depths of their own memories, everyone was different. Some were like children who had just grown up. Such ones looked at the stooped figure of their father and realized that he was already an old man. And then, they felt pain in the depths of their heart. Others remembered how they used to be when they were young. When their father was strict, rebellious thoughts would bubble up in their hearts and they would grumble inwardly, "Would you just stop blabbering?" However, after many years passed, when they faced their white-haired father as he lay sick in bed, they would clasp his emaciated hand. Tears would stream down their face, and they would moan to themselves, "Father, please, just talk to me a little bit more, okay?" There were many people who subconsciously ceased to practice cultivation. As they recalled the past, they stared up at the mountain peak and began to weep silently. Su Qing opened her eyes. As she looked around blankly, pain rose up within her. She thought about her home and the vague image of her long-dead parents. "I want to go home," she murmured. The song echoed out from within the pill furnace to fill the entire fourth peak. Meng Hao didn't know it because he was completely lost in thought. Concocting pills is like making music or carving wood. One can take inexpressible thoughts and feelings and pour them inside the creation. The sound of the medicinal pills being concocted had started out ordinary and mediocre. But now it contained emotion. It contained Meng Hao's thoughts and feelings, almost as if it had a life of its own, a spirit. The music of it exceeded all the sounds that nature could produce. After all, the most moving thing of all is love. And although romantic love is beautiful, it pales in comparison to the selflessness of family love. Gradually, the disciples on the third peak and the fifth peak heard the song of the pills being concocted. The song needed no explanation. As soon as they heard it, they stopped cultivating and stood there mutely. Everyone began to think of their father. More and more disciples grew silent as the song washed over them, various images rising up from their memories to fill their minds. Father is right there, a pipe in his mouth, his face covered with wrinkles. As he turns his head, he smiles in a way that calms me. Then he tousles my hair. The sun is shining and I'm sitting on Father's shoulders, high up in the air, laughing happily. Back then, I didn't know that my laughter was my father's happiness. I don't want to see his strong, steady hands slowly grow thin and wrinkled. Wang Lihai heard the song and immediately stopped meditating. He looked off into the darkness of the night, and then thought back to his own strict father. Han Bei sat there silently, and her heart suddenly felt as if it were tearing into pieces. She lowered her head as she thought of her father, and how he had limped as they strolled together through the Black Sieve sect all those years ago. Soon, people in the second and sixth peaks also heard the song. It was filled with the love of a father, fierce and incapable of being dispersed. Even the most evil person in heaven and earth would begin to reminisce when they heard this song. "I remember when you raised your hand at me, sir," and I glared back furiously. I fought back, then left and slammed the door. I never saw your trembling body and the look of disappointment in your eyes. One rainy evening, I was sick in bed. I opened my blurry eyes to see you, your hair white, prostrating in front of the statues of the gods, praying for me to be restored to health. You bustled about, you sold everything, all to make sure that I recovered properly. When I saw that, my hands started to shake, and my heart tore. I wanted to open my mouth and say, Father, I was wrong. The song of the pills being concocted gradually reached the first peak and the seventh peak. All of the regions of the demon immortal sect's first heaven could hear it. Everyone was listening, including outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, conclave disciples, elders, everyone. Even the most powerful people in this world, the immortals, were affected by the song and began to reminisce. A resonance was created, and memories floated up. In this instant, the entire demon immortal sect was completely silent, except for the song. Everyone was listening to it and thinking of the past. The paragons of the first, second, third, fifth, sixth, and seventh peaks, 6 paragons, all heard the song. They looked up toward the fourth peak, their expressions mournful. They could see Meng Hao concocting pills, and they could hear Meng Hao's voice within. Even the paragon who hated Kujusi the most could do nothing more than sigh. He's finally grown up. Brother Yunhai, I wish you good luck on your journey. It was in this moment that another sound rose up within the demon immortal sect. It was the sound of bells, a death knell. On the second peak, Xianxia leaned up against a pine tree, staring blankly in the direction of the fourth peak. At some point, perplexity had filled her eyes, and tears had begun to stream down her face. The song of the medicinal pills echoed within her ears, giving rise to layer after layer of ripples within her heart. One scene after another rose up from her memories. She saw images of her father and images of herself. Some people call a daughter a pearl in the palm. From what Xianxia remembered, she was the pearl in her father's palm. The song of the medicinal pills echoed out, rising and falling, floating throughout the first heaven. 1,000,000 people heard it and were affected, even Feng Yu. She sat there silently, complex emotions filling her. She felt both agitated and reminiscent. She reminisced of her father, scholarly, seemingly gentle but also very strict. She also reminisced about her childhood, along with all the soft and sweet things that had happened. What made her most agitated was that within the song coming from the fourth peak, she could clearly sense a family love coming from Meng Hao toward someone that wasn't actually his father. Dad, she murmured, did you really make the right choice back then? At some point, her eyes had filled with tears. She thought back to when she was small, how she would often see her mother weeping, while her father stood at the window, looking off into the distance, a profound, complex look in his eyes. Within that look was a type of love that Feng Yu didn't understand back then. After growing up, when she thought back to it, she realized that it was love. It was not love for her, but love for someone far, far away, someone who existed in some unknown place. The love of a father and the love of a mother are completely different. The love of a father is more reserved, more silent, like a mountain. When you are a child, your father is your guardian angel. When you are a teenager, things change. He becomes an obstacle. After that, you come to view yourself as the superior with him beneath you. Once you reach middle age, though, you look at that mountain and you suddenly realize that he has been there all along, watching you proudly. However arrogant you were, however selfish and narrow-minded, he would forgive you. Forgive you without even saying a word. You will feel forlorn and will suddenly come to a realization. That is the love of a father. When you have it, you might not feel it deeply. However, once you lose it, you lose the heaven of your heart. When a child wishes to care for a parent only to find that the parent is no longer there, well, that is a sorrow that gives rise to the most profound of weeping. As Meng Hao concocted, the song of the medicinal pills echoed throughout the first heaven. Throughout the 7 great mountain peaks, 1,000,000 disciples were immersed in silence. Even the paragons were lost in thought. They listened to the song and recalled images of the past. In the past, I viewed myself as incredible. Sir, you said many things back then. You tried to involve yourself in my affairs, but at that time, I felt that you had changed from before. I felt that I was capable of flying on my own. But then, My wings were broken, and I became very exhausted. After flying for a long time, I suddenly looked back and thought of you, sir, and about all the things you told me. By the time I looked back, however, all I could see was your tomb. I stood in front of your tomb and wept. I wanted to say, Father, I was wrong. In the past, I looked down at you, then turned away, leaving you to prove myself. Years later, after I conquered the world, I came back to you in all my glory to look at your shocked face. Instead, what I saw was how proud you were of me, sir. Pain filled my heart. By that time, your hair had long since become white. I embraced my aged father and whispered, Father, I'm back. Tears rolled down Xiaoxiao's face as she immersed herself in her memories. She thought of many things. Within Li Shiqi's mind floated the image of her master. She didn't know who her father really was. When she had opened her eyes for the first time, the first person she saw wasn't her master, but someone else. However, at some point in her life, she had come to view her master like a father. She called him master, but in her heart, she called him father. She was adopted, having lost her parents when she was still wearing swaddling clothes. As she grew up, she became beautiful. However, from a young age, she had been cursed with a strange deformity. It was only because of her master's efforts over the years that she was able to live a normal life. Without her master, there would be no Li Shiqi. Once, long ago, he had taken her to look for clues about her hometown. After much searching, Li Shiqi finally spoke up, her voice soft. Master, there's no need to search anymore. In this life, you are my master. I hope that in the next life, you can be my father. The song of the pills being concocted continued to echo out. Every single person was moved emotionally. Everyone was affected, influenced. Meng Hao's expression was blank. These medicinal pills, this batch, this pill furnace and its song, were all filled with reluctance to part from Kuyunhai, as well as Meng Hao's desire for that love of a father. He was completely unaware that at some point, a white-robed figure had appeared behind him. The figure had long hair and was emaciated. His entire person emanated an aura of time and archaic ancientness. It was none other than Kujusi. He stood behind Meng Hao, staring at the pill furnace as if he could see into eternity. The medicinal pills were being concocted by Meng Hao. The song of the pills, though, contained the voices of both Meng Hao and Kujusi. Then the death knell began to toll. The sound rang out again, and again, and again. A death knell was not rung upon the passing away of every disciple. Even conclave disciples did not qualify for something like that, nor elite apprentices. Only people who had rendered incredible services to the sect would qualify to receive the death knell of the demon Immortal sect, as a means of protection on the way to the underworld. Other than such people, only when a paragon perished would the ringing of the death knell be heard in the sect. When the 9th bell tolled, Meng Hao suddenly trembled. He slowly lifted up his head, as did Kujusi. Bells, he murmured. Fear filled his heart, and suddenly he didn't care about anything. He didn't care about the pill concocting or the illusion or the ancient times. He didn't even care if this batch of pills really were celestial pills, nor whether or not he succeeded in concocting them. His body shook, and a realization as dark as night swept over him. Trembling, he rose to his feet. In that instant, a roaring sound could be heard from the pill furnace. The medicinal pills and the furnace itself suddenly exploded. Their connection to Meng Hao was broken, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The blood spattered down onto the exploded remnants of the medicinal pills. This was blood filled with his indescribable thoughts, thoughts that carried his unceasing love for a father. Dad! Without hesitation, Meng Hao rushed outside. He left the pill concocting workshop, completely unaware that within the shattered remnants of the pill furnace were 9 destroyed pills. However, the batch had been a batch of 10. All of the medicinal strength of the 9 destroyed pills had merged into the 10th pill. That 10th medicinal pill appeared, glittering brightly as it began to transform from something illusory into something real. The pill also absorbed Meng Hao's blood, which contained his true feelings and emotions. Because of that, the pill began to thoroughly transmogrify. This was creating something from nothing. However, it didn't matter that the medicinal pill was something from nothing, nor that it met all the qualifications that Meng Hao had dreamed of. Within his mind, there was no medicinal pill. There was only his anxiety, an anxiety so intense that he forgot who he was. He rushed out of the pill-concocting workshop, out of the Immortal's cave, out of the entire area he was in. He transformed into a beam of light that shot with incredible speed toward Ku Yunhai's Immortal's cave. The death knell sounded out throughout the 7 great mountain peaks of the first heaven. Dong! Dong! When the 13th toll was reached, Meng Hao arrived at Ku Yunhai's Immortal's cave. Seeing that the door was sealed shut tightly, tears began to pour down Meng Hao's face. He kneeled in front of the door. "Father!" His voice wasn't very loud, but it filled the entire 4th mountain. His eyes were wet. He wasn't sure when, but at some point, he had thoroughly immersed himself into this ancient, illusory world. Ku Yunhai had appeared to fill a void of fatherly love that had existed in his heart since he was young. That void was something that Meng Hao usually kept carefully hidden away. He did not want anyone to touch it, not even himself. But then, Ku Yunhai had appeared in this ancient illusion, and that void had been filled. Meng Hao's heart was being ripped into pieces. To him, heaven and earth had lost all color. An indescribable feeling surged over him. He felt like his body had been turned into a black hole that was consuming his soul and his life, his everything. "Father!" Tears streamed down his face as he looked at the door of the Immortal's cave. The death knell continued to echo about. It had now tolled 19 times. Every bell toll caused a green beam of light to surround the 4th peak. Currently, 19 glowing rings of light surrounded the mountain. As the tears rolled down Meng Hao's face to drop to the ground, the door to the Immortal's cave began to open silently. Ku Yunhai's exhausted voice could suddenly be heard from within. "Don't cry." Meng Hao's head shot up immediately, and his body began to tremble. Without any hesitation, he rushed inside. The Immortal's cave was dark, but he could still see Ku Yunhai sitting there cross-legged on his stone bed. Ku Yunhai was even more ancient than before. He seemed to emanate an aura of complete decay. White nodes of light pulsated out from him. It seemed his body was currently in the processes of passing away into meditation. As for the lamp next to him, the oil was exhausted and the lamp was dry. Its light was weak, as if the slightest wind could blow it out. An enormous coffin rested off to the side, its surface carved with auspicious beasts. It seemed ordinary, but if you looked closely, you would be able to see how incredible it was. "Juicy, don't cry," he said hoarsely, looked at Meng Hao with a tender expression. "You've grown up. Daddy can't stay with you forever. From now on, you'll need to rely on yourself. However, there is one last thing I can do for you. Before I pass away into meditation, I will give you the precious treasure of a lifetime, forged personally by me." The death knell outside had reached the 57th toll. When it reached 99, the soul would disperse. Along with the 99 rings of light created by the bell tolls, it would return to heaven and earth and enter the underworld. With the soul divergence incantation, you can cultivate an undying soul. Unfortunately, the difficulty level is too high for you. However, this coffin can help you to cultivate the art. With it, even should great calamity arise, you can continue to live. He only spoke a few sentences, but even that left Ku Yunhai gasping for breath. His face was pale, and the white nodes of light flying around him grew more dense. They circulated around his body, making it look almost like a glowing halo surrounded him. He looked kindly at Meng Hao, his gaze filled with doting kindness and the reluctance to part. And love. He feared the child he left behind might be bullied, might be lonely or taciturn. Meng Hao bit his lip as he kneeled wordlessly in front of Ku Yunhai, tears flowing. "There's no need to cry," said Ku Yunhai. "If men cry too much in our day and age, then their Tao becomes unstable. Come here, kid." He raised a shaky hand, and Meng Hao, tears dripping, walked forward to stand in front of him. Ku Yunhai's hand, covered with so many wrinkles, gently patted Meng Hao's head. "You've grown up, Dad." Meng Hao looked at the pervasive death aura and withered Kuyunhai, and his heart felt as if it were tearing into pieces. His body trembled as his heart suddenly filled with the intense sensation that his father was about to leave him. He had long since taken Kuyunhai to be his own father. Everyone dies eventually, that is something we can't change. Lord Li returned the mandate to the masses. I am a paragon of the first heaven. I must respect that decision. Why? Murmured Meng Hao, the tears pouring down. Why do you have to respect it? We cultivators practice cultivation to gain eternal life, don't we? What's the point in abandoning eternal life? Kuyunhai was silent for a moment before raising his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate out of the Immortal's cave to some distant place in the future. The death knell outside had reached the 69th toll. The sound of it echoed out endlessly. We cultivators don't just practice cultivation to gain eternal life. No, we pursue the Tao. For those who strive after the Tao, life is a morning and death is an evening. For those who seek the Tao, when evening comes, of what use is longing? Kuyunhai lowered his head to look at Meng Hao. Death and life are not important to me. Without Lord Li, your father would have long since died countless times over. I do not fear death. The only thing I am uneasy about is you. Kuyunhai tousled Meng Hao's hair. He was already running very low on energy, but his eyes were filled with kindness and an increasingly strong doting indulgence. I should have perished many years ago, he continued. But I was worried about you, so I put things off until today. If it were possible, I would accompany you a bit further, just like in the Demon Immortal Pagoda, me in the lead, you following off into the distance. He smiled, but his face was pale. More and more white nodes floated around him, making his smile seem somewhat distant. Dad, said Meng Hao, pulling at Kuyunhai's hand. All of your brothers and sisters have already gone. Now that I'm leaving, you won't have any relatives left in the world. I hope that in the future, you will learn to be a bit more sensible. As Kuyunhai gazed at Meng Hao, the kindness in his eyes grew stronger, as did the reluctance to part. It was exactly as he said. What he was concerned most about in his life was the child who kneeled in front of him now. If there were even a little bit of hope to buy more time, he would seize it and watch Kajusi truly grow up. Meng Hao wasn't able to give voice to what he was feeling deep in his heart. He felt stabs of pain, as if his world were falling apart. It was as if there were a vortex inside of him, sucking in all of his thoughts. He could only clasp Kuyunhai's hand tightly with his own. He could only cry. He opened his mouth, but no words came out, not even one. Don't be sad. Your brothers and sisters are waiting for me. I'm their father too. I need to spend some time with them. Also, Juicy, Daddy hopes that one day, when I'm in the underworld, you'll make me proud. Outside, the bells had tolled 89 times. Kuyunhai's body was now completely surrounded by spinning white nodes of light. The hand that Meng Hao held began to grow faint. The only thing that was clear now was Kuyunhai's kind smile. His eyes had begun to fade. During the last 10 tolls of the death knell, they would lose all of their brightness. They would transform into countless dots of light that would then vanish into the air. Meng Hao's heart felt as if it were being torn into pieces. His body quivered as he attempted to hold tight to Kuyunhai's disappearing hand. Dad? Suddenly, Kuyunhai's fading eyes once again seemed to focus, as if he were using all the last bits of his life force to look at Meng Hao. He looked almost as if he were in a daze. There in front of him, he saw a figure slowly materializing behind Meng Hao. It was a man in a white robe, whose features looked completely different than Meng Hao's. He had long hair and looked young, but also seemed to be filled with an endless ancientness. This was none other than Kajusi. Kajusi looked at his father with tears in his eyes. He slowly kneeled down, his body superimposing with Meng Hao's. A smile appeared on Kuyunhai's face. He had long since put all the pieces of the puzzle together. He nodded, and slowly reached his hand out to touch Meng Hao's forehead. Or perhaps he was touching Kajusi's forehead. In that instant, images appeared in Kuyunhai's mind. He saw the destruction of the demon Immortal sect and Kujusi's shocking final battle. He saw how Kujusi returned to life and watched over the demon Immortal sect alone for tens of thousands of years. Kujusi looked at Kuyunhai. Tears streamed down his face as he softly said, "Dad, I learned to be a bit more sensible. I'm sorry for everything before. I'm sorry. Father, everything was my fault." At long last, he was able to see his father again. At long last, he was able to say those words to his father. The words were Kujusi's, and they were also Meng Hao's. Two people, one set of words. It was hard to tell if Kujusi was borrowing Meng Hao's mouth, or Meng Hao was borrowing Kujusi's soul. "Dad, I've grown up. You can stop worrying, sir. I will always make you proud." Kuyunhai looked at Meng Hao and Kujusi for a long moment, his face filled with a kind smile, a smile filled with admiration, and even more so, deep content. "Thank you," said Kuyunhai, his voice hoarse. "You also are my son. We are father and son in this life." He gave Meng Hao a profound look, and within that gaze could be seen doting indulgence and kindness. It was in that moment that the innumerable white nodes of light completely surrounded his body. Meng Hao trembled as he realized that the hand which had been holding Kuyunhai was now holding nothing. The final lick of flame in the oil lamp was extinguished. "Dad!" Tears rained down Meng Hao's face as he watched Kuyunhai fade away. Outside, the 99th bell toll of the death knell could be heard. One less than 100. Perfection was not permitted. The death knell protected the path, guarded the way. Could not have one too many or one too less. 99 paths to the underworld. That is the death knell which tolls when a paragon perishes. The sound of the death knell continued to echo about throughout the 7 great mountain peaks of the first heaven. In that moment, the million cultivators in the 7 peaks were kowtowing toward the 4th peak. Everyone, including the other paragons, bowed deeply. On the 4th peak, the sounds of weeping rose up. All of the disciples turned toward the direction of Kuyunhai's Immortal's cave and began to kowtow on bended knees. Kuyunhai had perished. As Meng Hao watched Kuyunhai vanish completely, the sound of wailing drifted in from outside. He knelt there silently for a very long time before finally rising to his feet. Clutching his chest, he walked out of the Immortal's cave. Outside, he saw that all of the 4th peak disciples were present, looking in his direction. As he looked back at them, an expression of profound grief filled his face. He looked up into the sky, and the sunlight poured into his eyes. For a moment, he thought he could see Kuyunhai's shadow. 99 beams of light swirled around him, escorting him away. As Kuyunhai made his way off into the distance, he turned his head slightly to glance at the lands below, and at Meng Hao. As the sunlight poured down onto Meng Hao, he saw the image of himself when he first arrived in this illusory world. He remembered the first time he saw Kuyunhai, and the kindness he had seen in his eyes, a kindness that could forgive anything. After he killed Ji Mingfeng, he was whipped. He remembered hearing Kuyunhai's voice transmitted into his ear, asking why he hadn't cried out yet. His heart had trembled. Then, there were the magical items and talismans personally forged with Kuyunhai's life force. In the Immortal Demon Pagoda, Meng Hao reached the point where he was sure he was defeated. It was then that a figure appeared in front of him, tousled his hair, and then kindly said, "I'll take you the rest of the way." Meng Hao saw all of these things, and they transformed into a final image of parting. Now, he finally realized that Kuyunhai knew all along that he wasn't Kujusi. In the end, he had even thanked him. That proved everything. Then he had said that Meng Hao was also his son. He approved of Meng Hao. All of it seemed like a dream, but it was a dream that Meng Hao wanted. "The old man is gone," he murmured. The light in his eyes turned into darkness, superseding everything else in the world. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then collapsed onto the ground. Meng Hao was in a coma for 2 days. When he finally awakened, he saw Su Qing watching over him anxiously. He didn't say anything. Su Qing accompanied him to Kuyunhai's funeral. The tomb was in a valley in the 7th peak, a tomb that contained no corpse, only an extinguished oil lamp. Meng Hao was no longer an ordinary disciple. Nor was he an elite apprentice. He was now the lord of the fourth peak, although he was a lord who was not a paragon. He did not concoct any more pills, nor did he seek enlightenment of Taoist magic. He sat outside his immortal's cave looking out into the darkness of night and the bright sky of day. He wasn't sure what he was looking at. He just stared. Several days later, the ghost images were appearing multiple times per day in the ancient illusory world. Meng Hao knew that this place was about to vanish. Living and dying. It can be a departure, but also a beginning. Meng Hao felt as if he had experienced a flash of insight. He closed his eyes and did not open them for a long time. When he did, he decided to head to the great staircase that led up into the sky. Before leaving, he happened to notice the medicinal pill which had been created from nothing. It brought him no joy. He gazed at it blankly for a moment, then carefully put it into his bag of holding. As he stood before the great staircase, he looked back at the fourth peak one more time. In that glance he placed the image of the fourth peak firmly in place in his memories. Then he turned and stepped onto that staircase which none of the other disciples of the sect could see. He began to walk up one step at a time. As he did, all the cultivators from the great lands of South Heaven watched him. They were waiting for Meng Hao to reach the very top of the staircase. Then the second plane would reach its conclusion, and the third plane would open. Meng Hao walked slowly, higher and higher. Soon he was high up in the sky and almost at the top. He stopped just before he reached the final stair, looking down at the mountain peaks of the demon immortal plane. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, they were filled with resolve. "Dad, I'm leaving now," he said softly. Then he strode forward onto the final stair. A shocking rumbling sound filled the air, and the entire world began to shake. Meng Hao could see and feel the shaking, but all of the demon immortal sect disciples who weren't from South Heaven had no clue at all that such things were occurring. The South Heaven cultivators could feel it, of course, and their faces began to fill with excitement and intense anticipation at the prospect of seeing the third plane with their own eyes. When it came to the demon immortal sect, the first two planes always appeared. The third plane, however, had only appeared a few times throughout all history. It required great destiny or good fortune to make it open. To be able to personally see the opening of the third plane made their hearts burst with passion. Of course, the only one who could most truly witness the disappearance of the second plane and the opening of the third plane was Meng Hao. As of this moment, he was the only person who stood up in mid-air, looking down at all the people in the world below. When he reached the pinnacle of the great staircase, he looked down at everything, at the increasingly intense shaking, and the ghost images. The ghost images would only appear for a moment before disappearing. An invisible, imperceptible, illusory wind sprang up from nowhere. It did not cause anyone's hair to lift up. Instead, it stimulated time. Meng Hao watched all 7 peaks of the first heaven pass through 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. The lush vegetation on the mountain peaks withered and then bloomed again, completely changing in appearance. He saw more extravagant buildings erected on the peaks, and he saw countless lives, people being born, growing old, dying. 10,000 years. Then he saw everything go pitch black. An enormous hand appeared, covering over the entire world. Within that hand, he could just make out an old man in a gold robe. He waved his sleeve, and the heavens changed. The land was bathed in redness, and the stars tumbled about. The ground shook. Meng Hao couldn't see much within the darkness, but he could see the 2 holy lands collapsing. The 3 greater demon mountains shattered. The 7 peaks of the demon immortal sect's first heaven split and cracked. Although the mountains were still in place, many parts were destroyed. Buildings fell to pieces and disciples died. Meng Hao witnessed a great war that shook all of the 9th mountain and sea. The war was fought in the pitch black, so he could not see things clearly, he could only sense them. Soon everything faded away. After a long time, Meng Hao caught sight of a coffin on the 4th peak. A man emerged from within the coffin. He had long black hair and wore a white robe. He stood silently on the 4th peak, as if he were watching over the lands below him for an eternity. All of this was tens of thousands of years of history, all passed in the blink of an eye. Meng Hao eventually closed his eyes, and when he opened them, reality had been restored to the world. There were corpses everywhere, just like before, and ruins. Everything was back to normal. Meng Hao quietly closed his eyes again for a while. When he opened them, he was no longer up in the air, but rather, reclining in the coffin on the fourth peak, looking up at the sky. The sky was broken, just like he remembered it had been when he first lay down into the coffin. It was like everything had been a dream, and now he was waking up from the dream. Quietly, he recalled the images of everything that had happened in the ancient illusory world. Eventually, tears began to seep out of the corners of his eyes. Was it really all just a dream? He wasn't sure how to tell. He slowly sat up and then crawled out of the coffin. As he began to walk away, he suddenly looked back, his mind trembling. The coffin was familiar to him. It was the exact same coffin that Yunhai had made for him back in the illusory ancient times. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that he made it for Kujusi, the precious treasure to be able to cultivate the soul divergence incantation. Meng Hao looked a bit absent-minded as he stood there. After a long time passed, he turned and looked over the fourth peak. As far as what the place had looked like when he first arrived, he couldn't quite remember clearly. Now, even though everything was in ruins, it was all familiar to him. Every little thing was something that existed in his memories. Unforgettable. He silently walked to the edge of the top portion of the fourth peak, to the place where he had first seen Kujusi. He stood in the same place, his back to the first peak, and gazed toward the seventh peak. It wasn't the first time he had stood here. Back in the first plane, he had wondered what Kujusi was looking at. Now that he stood here looking out in the same direction once again, he knew all too well. You were looking at Father Ku's tomb. In the seventh peak was a mountain valley where one of the most powerful experts in the history of the demon Immortal sect had been buried after he perished. It was none other than Yunhai. Meng Hao looked away, and then began to walk down the fourth peak. All the various details weren't exactly the same as they had been that year, but even still, Meng Hao was able to find places that he was familiar with. As he walked, his face flickered with an expression of reminiscence. His heart felt heavy. He was like someone who had just awoken from a dream, a bit distracted, somewhat unsure of what was real and what was not. The fourth peak was filled with ruins, and there were many areas that still had the restrictive spells from before. Just such a place suddenly appeared in front of Meng Hao. Gentle, warm light drifted out. It didn't look like much, but if he ignored it or tried to enter it without using the proper method, then it wouldn't matter how powerful his fleshly body was, he would perish without a doubt. The restrictive spell blocked Meng Hao's path. On the other side was a narrow mountain path filled with corpses. Meng Hao was very familiar with this path. It was none other than the way that led to his Immortal's cave on the fourth peak. He stood outside the restrictive spell, his expression growing more complex. After a long moment, he closed his eyes. When he opened them, he lifted his right hand up and performed an ancient sealing incantation. Ghost images appeared, and he pressed out lightly up ahead of him. There was no sound. The light of the seemingly eternal restrictive spell suddenly began to flicker rapidly. Gradually it grew thin until finally an opening appeared. Meng Hao sighed and stepped inside. A melancholy expression appeared on his face as he looked around at the corpses that littered the path. At the end of the path was the Immortal's cave in which he had lived for so many months in the second plane. The door to the Immortal's cave was collapsed. The inside of the cave was empty, filled with dust. The wooden soldiers that Yunhai had given him in the second plane were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they don't even exist anymore, he thought to himself as he sat there in the Immortal's cave. This was the spot he usually meditated in the second plane. From here he could see the sky and the lands. He sat there for a long time. He knew that the other South Heaven cultivators were using every method at their disposal, including methods gained in the second plane, to dig up treasures that remained in the third plane. You could say that the third plane was like a treasure pavilion that had been broken open. Anyone who came here would be certain to have chances to acquire good fortune. After a long time passed, Meng Hao finally stood up. He left what had once been his Immortal's cave and began to walk toward Ku Yunhai's Immortal's Cave. There were now no restrictive spells here. All of them had been destroyed in the Great War. In fact, the door of the Immortal's Cave hung in fragments. Except, the sight of the interior of the Immortal's Cave left Meng Hao gaping. The layout of the Immortal's Cave looked exactly the same as he remembered it being from the second plane. However, the entire place was untainted by even a speck of dust, as if someone came frequently to clean it. Meng Hao stood there looking at the Immortal's Cave for a long time, almost as if he wasn't even aware that time was passing by, and he had forgotten that this wasn't the illusory second plane. 3 days later, he finally clasped hands and bowed deeply. He bowed for the dream. He bowed for the father during that lifetime. He bowed for having fully awoken from the dream. The feelings for his father during that life were ingrained in the depths of his heart, and were now a part of him. They could not be cut away or lost. He rose to his feet, his eyes filled with determination as he walked down the fourth peak. After leaving the mountain, he took a deep breath and then flew into the air. His heart had now recovered by more than half from the experience in the illusion. His eyes glittered as he shot off into the distance. Rumbling echoed out as he increased his speed. Then, when he was far, far off, he suddenly stopped in place. He looked down at himself, for the first time sparing a moment to examine his body. So, the results of the fleshly body cultivation in the ancient illusion are still there. His eyes flickered with a bright light. His time spent cultivating his physical body had not been wasted. As of now, even in the first anima, he had a fleshly body that was as powerful as the fifth anima. I gained the most in the first plane. In the second plane, I also exceeded everyone else, leading to my superiority and advantage. Well then, I think that in the third plane, I also need to be the biggest winner. With that, his body flickered, and a screaming sound filled the air. Before it could emanate out very far, Meng Hao was already nowhere to be seen. If my fleshly body cultivation remained in place, then, he shot forward, his gaze coming to rest at stop-off in the distance. He didn't realize it, but a bright glow had appeared in his eyes. Within his gaze could be seen anticipation, as well as a bit of nervousness. Well, I wonder if my plan of burying the wooden time swords has succeeded? He took a deep breath. If his plan had succeeded, then the rewards he could acquire would definitely be a defiance of heaven. Taoist magics and fleshly body cultivation were all good, and in fact, Meng Hao was quite content. However, what he looked forward to even more were the wooden time swords. If he had succeeded, he would be in possession of a precious treasure that could slay immortals. If he had succeeded with the swords, then Meng Hao would have a much deeper understanding of everything that had occurred within the ancient illusory world. He would then be able to determine whether or not he really could change the future. Although he was aware that the possibility of success was small, he was still filled with expectation. His body flashed as he shot off into the distance at top speed. It didn't take long for him to find one of the 4 locations where he had buried a wooden time sword. The locations he had selected were all remote corners of the demon immortal sect, places he had noticed in the first plane, which he was sure would survive. As he neared the first location, he began to grow more nervous. Moments later, he arrived. He looked over the ruins in the area, and then took a deep breath and descended downward. After looking around for a while, he looked down at the ground beneath him. He lifted a foot up into the air and then stamped down again and again. Booming could be heard as the surface of the ground was destroyed. Countless bits of dirt and rock exploded up into the air as a huge crater appeared beneath Meng Hao. Unfortunately, nothing could be seen within the crater. Meng Hao's face was unsightly as he turned and began to search the entire area. It didn't take long before he had turned virtually everything upside down, and yet still hadn't found a single thing. It appeared as if from the very beginning there had not been any sort of wooden time sword buried here. I failed? He thought, his eyes flashing with an unyielding glint. He flew up into the air and shot toward the second location where he had buried one of the other swords. After arriving, he searched the area thoroughly, but the result was the same. No matter how he searched, he could not find any trace of a wooden time sword. Next he went to the third area, but the result was the same. His heart had now sunk down into his chest, and a bitter smile could be seen on his face. He was now very much certain that the idea he had come up with in the ancient illusory world had failed. Sighing, he headed to the last of the areas where he had buried a sword. It was an area relatively close to the seventh peak. Back in the illusory world, the path to this place had been easy to follow, but now things were different. Danger lurked in all directions, even for Meng Hao. It took him several days to reach the seventh peak and the place where he had buried the fourth wooden time sword. At one time it had been a mountainous forest. However, the forest had long since been burned into ash. After searching the ruined remnants of the forest for some time, Meng Hao finally found the place where he had hidden the sword. After overturning the area, he found nothing but an empty pit. He let out a long sigh and finally gave up all hope. He knew that this time he had thoroughly failed. He suddenly frowned. Well, if I failed, then where are my wooden time swords? He opened his bag of holding and, sure enough, there were only 6 wooden time swords inside. The 4 swords that he had buried were definitely gone. There was something very strange about the whole matter, something that exceeded his imagination. There were many possible explanations, but the one that made the most sense was that although he had succeeded in burying the 4 wooden time swords, someone else had come along and taken them before him. He shook his head and was about to leave when suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the very edge of the deep pit he had just made. He saw something there that instantly caused a tremor to run through his body. He immediately began to breathe heavily as he stared at what appeared to be an ordinary, fingernail-sized fragment of wood sticking out of the mud. That fragment of wood appeared to be rotten from the passage of time. It looked completely ordinary, stabbed as it was into the mud. That's... Meng Hao panted as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Exercising great caution, he picked up the wood fragment. It was irregularly shaped, but the tip was actually sharp. It was almost like a sword tip. This is a spring and autumn tree. This is the tip of a wooden sword. His breathing grew more ragged, and his mind roared chaotically. Although he desired nothing more than to succeed, he wasn't even sure how to tell if he had. Right now, his mind was spinning as he closely examined the sword tip resting there on his palm. No. It looks like... This isn't the wooden sword I originally buried here. As he examined the sword tip, he realized that shockingly, it contained 30,000 years of time power. However, the wooden fragment was too small, making the power of time unstable. Meng Hao could tell that if he tried to wield it, it would gradually fade away. If I had succeeded with my wooden swords, they would have been buried here for almost 100,000 years. However, this wooden fragment only has 30,000 years. Also, the physical appearance seems a bit different. Meng Hao wasn't quite able to determine exactly what was going on. Now he suddenly wasn't as certain that he had failed in his attempt. Without being able to look at the entirety of the sword, there would be no way to make a final determination. However, he did know that there was absolutely no sensation of the brand he left on his own wooden swords. He carefully put the tiny wooden fragment away. It was impossible to determine if the fragment was part of the sword he had left here to pass through the years. However, considering that there were 30,000 years of time power collected inside the tiny fragment, it could still be regarded as a precious treasure. If I truly failed, then all I lost were 4 wooden time swords. By spending a few spirit stones, I can make more copies. If I succeed, though, then even if someone else took the swords away before I could, they were still personally created by me. If I ever run into them again, I'll know no matter how many times other people try to refine them. The heart of the swords contains my time power. I will always be the original master of those swords. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. Although he still didn't understand exactly what had happened, he didn't want to spend any more time thinking about it. Looking up, he saw the 7th peak, and a sentimental look appeared in his eyes. That's where Father Ku's tomb is. With that, he transformed into a beam of colorful light that shot off toward the burial location of the powerful experts of the various generations of the demon Immortal sect. Along the way, He heard the sounds of explosions coming from various districts within the demon Immortal sect, as well as the occasional din of battle. To the South Heaven cultivators, the third plane was like a storehouse of treasures. There was good fortune to be acquired everywhere. However, that good fortune was not the same for everyone. It depended on how well prepared each individual was in the second plane, who had the greater understanding, and who had mastered more techniques to open restrictive spells. Those were the keys to success. However, considering treasures were involved, it would be difficult to avoid friction and fighting. Therefore, fierce battles were to be expected. Meng Hao ignored all of that. He didn't actually need to do anything. Thanks to the oath-enforced agreement, whatever the others acquired in here, he would acquire far, far more. As he proceeded forward, the sky gradually began to grow dark. Outside of the seventh peak was the demon Immortal sect's graveyard. As he neared, a bright beam of light shot out from the middle of the seventh peak. At first, it wasn't heading toward Meng Hao. However, at some point it seemed to realize who he was, then changed directions and headed toward him. Meng Hao stopped in midair, his expression normal as he coldly watched on. The beam of light moved with incredible speed and emanated a potent aura. It screamed through the air toward him, and as it neared, a young man became visible inside. It was none other than the cultivator from the Imperial bloodline clan of the Northern Reaches. His eyes flashed like lightning, and his face was filled with an expression of ferocity and coldness. He shot toward Meng Hao and was upon him in the blink of an eye. He flashed an incantation gesture, causing 6 illusory black dragons to suddenly shoot forth. Their shocking roars filled the air as they intertwined with each other. A terrifying pressure emanated out, slamming down toward Meng Hao. Each of these 6 black dragons exceeded the great circle of the nascent soul stage. When they merged together, the pressure they emanated was similar to a cultivation base half a step into spirit severing. This young Imperial bloodline clan cultivator clearly had an incredible cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, the 6 dragons neared, filling up the entire world in front of Meng Hao. Each of the dragons was hundreds of meters long. Rumbling filled the air as their combined power shot toward him. He gave a cold snort, and did nothing to dodge them or retreat. Instead, he strode forward and lifted his right hand up. His fleshly body seemed ordinary, but suddenly it exploded with a power equivalent to the 5th anima. Such strength was also the same as being a half-step into spirit severing. A fist descended, and a thunderous boom filled the air. The roaring of the 6 black dragons suddenly ceased as the shocking explosion rolled over them. Meng Hao's fist seemed to have kicked up a tempest capable of ripping them into shreds. In addition, within Meng Hao's fist could be seen an illusory mountain. This was none other than manifested power of the first level of the mountain-consuming incantation that Meng Hao had gained enlightenment of. The fist shot out, a tempest raged, and a mountain descended. Boom! The 6 black dragons were ripped into pieces. The face of the Imperial bloodline clan cultivator from the Northern Reaches instantly fell. His eyes glowed with astonishment. He obviously had never even considered that Meng Hao could possibly be so powerful. His original plan had been to kill Meng Hao in one decisive attack. If he failed, at least he would be able to feel Meng Hao out. Currently, though, when he saw Meng Hao's cultivation base, his heart sank. He immediately fell back in retreat. "Elder brother Meng, this was just a misunderstanding," he said, his eyes flickering. "First anima," said Meng Hao coolly. His body roared as it exploded with the fearsome power of the first anima. His fleshly body was now similar to the 6th anima. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's battle prowess exploded by double. He took a step forward, then transformed into a green mist, within which was a black moon. He appeared directly in front of the young man, who he then punched without hesitation. A boom could be heard. The young man from the Northern Reaches tried to block with both hands, and a black glow appeared around him. However, the black glow immediately collapsed, and he was sent tumbling backward, blood spraying from his mouth and a look of astonishment filling his face. "You doubled your power in an instant?" This young man from the Imperial bloodline clan of the Northern Reaches was named Lu Zichuan. Normally, he was wildly haughty, but at the moment he was shocked to the core. Not a scrap of arrogance could be found in him. Coughing up more blood, he forced himself to a halt. His eyes filled with ferocity as he wiped the blood from his mouth and glared at Meng Hao. "Whatever," he said. "You're most likely already at your limit. To explode with double battle power is pretty incredible. You qualify to be my opponent. Well then, allow me to introduce you to something that's called the Imperial Body." Before Lu Zichuan could finish his lofty speech, Meng Hao coolly interrupted him. "Second anima." Boom! Meng Hao's body instantly became even more shocking. His fleshly body was now equivalent to the fearsomeness of the seventh anima. His explosive battle prowess caused the sky to dim, and a fierce wind to spring up. Lu Zichuan's eyebrows shot up, and a roaring filled his heart. His mouth went dry, his mind spun, and his eyes went wide. He looked at Meng Hao with complete disbelief, his scalp completely numb. Damn it, this guy's cultivation base is freakish. This is definitely some Taoist magic from the second plane. It might even be one of the top 10. Shocked, Lu Zichuan retreated without hesitation. He fell back quickly, but Meng Hao was even quicker. He took a step forward and then waved a finger. Instantly the image of a mountain appeared, to shoot rumbling toward Lu Zichuan. Lu Zichuan coughed up some blood, and his body nearly exploded. A profound sense of deadly crisis filled him. He was scared witless. He pushed his hand viciously down onto his chest, causing a pearl to be vomited up. The pearl transformed into a wide net that quickly enveloped Lu Zichuan. There almost seemed to be some power of the underworld fueling the net as it wrapped around him and shot off into the distance. Because of that, Meng Hao's illusory mountain only grazed past, and didn't completely smash into him. Even still, Lu Zichuan coughed up some more blood. His heart was in chaos, and filled with terror as he shot away. Meng Hao didn't pursue him. Instead he stood where he was and coolly said, "You now owe me 80% of your gains. If you disagree, I'll kill you." As Lu Zichuan fled off into the distance, he heard what Meng Hao said. If Meng Hao hadn't made a move against him just now, he surely would have laughed coldly with disdain. Right now, though, he could unquestionably sense Meng Hao's killing intent deep in his bones. It didn't matter what type of identity he had. If Meng Hao said he was going to kill someone, he would kill them. The words Meng Hao had spoken just now were filled with the intent to slaughter, and left Lu Zichuan's mind trembling. All of a sudden, he regretted trying to feel out Meng Hao. "Damn it," he thought, suddenly depressed. "It's not like I'm the only person he made an agreement with. Everyone did. Why did I have to pick him to test out?" He did not dare to do anything to cause Meng Hao to question him. Here in the Demon Immortal sect, if he dared to disrespect Meng Hao, he would be dead for sure. What if I could form an alliance with him? Thought Lu Zichuan. His eyes glittered for a moment, but then grew dark. He suddenly realized, based on the short battle just now, there was no way for him to know Meng Hao's true strength. He knew that Meng Hao was unfathomable, and had not unleashed his full potential. As for how much of it he had revealed, it was impossible to guess. The smartest thing to do is never provoke someone like him. As Lu Zichuan fled into the distance, Meng Hao retracted his gaze and left the third anima, returning to the first. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. They shone with the brilliant glow of a powerful expert. It's difficult to judge how weak or powerful I am exactly. However, if I could achieve the fleshly body strength of the seventh anima while only in the first anima, then when I entered the seventh anima, I would definitely have a spirit-severing fleshly body. That would be a complete and thorough spirit-severing fleshly body, compatible with my cultivation base. I could definitely slaughter someone of the first severing. His eyes flickered and he took a deep breath. With that, he continued to fly on toward the graveyard. It didn't take much time before he arrived at a large stretch of ruins. This was the graveyard. There were corpses laying about everywhere, and the tombs of many of the past experts had been transformed into nothing but pits. Funerary objects had long since been disturbed and taken away. There were few restrictive spells here now. As Meng Hao looked around, His heart throbbed with pain. He continued on forward until he caught sight of a familiar location up ahead. The glow of a restrictive spell could be seen glittering, and Meng Hao's heart calmed down a bit. It was the tomb of Ku Yunhai, the tomb of a paragon. Inside was no corpse, only a small bronze lamp, long since extinguished. Outside of the tomb were layer after layer of restrictive spells. They filled the entire area with flickering light and would prevent any outsider from entering. Meng Hao landed just outside the restrictive spells and looked at Ku Yunhai's tomb silently. An indeterminable amount of time passed. Tears rolled down his face. After a long time, he kneeled down and gently knocked his head against the ground 3 times as he kowtowed to Ku Yunhai's tomb. Then he looked up and murmured, "Thank you, sir. You're not really my father, but in that ancient illusion, you allowed me to feel the love of a father. You allowed me to be your son during that life." Finally, he stood up and turned around. He no longer felt melancholy, but rather, his face glowed with the unswerving determination of a cultivator. As of this moment, Meng Hao was now fully awakened from the dream. "Come on out," he said lightly. "You've been waiting for a while now. If you don't reveal yourself, then I'll just leave." As his voice echoed about, a completely ordinary area not too far off suddenly began to ripple and distort. A woman appeared. She was incredibly beautiful, with bright eyes, and a way of moving that exuded feminine charm. It was none other than Xianxia. "I guessed that you would come here to offer your respects to Ku Yunhai," she said with a smile. "Waiting here saved me a bit of effort in tracking you down." Meng Hao didn't respond, but looked toward the area behind the 7th peak. Past the graveyard was the area that previously had been enveloped by boundless mists. Now, though, there was no mist to be seen whatsoever. The 2 enormous statues were also gone. The only thing visible was an enormous bright shield that shot up from within the ground and emanated an imperceptible glow. This was a restrictive spell that covered a massive area. It might seem ordinary, but it was powerful enough to eradicate immortals. The area it protected was so important that the restrictive spell was fearsomely powerful even down to this day. In fact, throughout all the years in which the primordial demon immortal plane had been opened, no one had ever been able to enter the area beyond. That was a truly forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter inside. Anyone who tried to do so ended up dead. "Let's go," said Meng Hao coolly. As he began to move forward, Xianxia smiled and then sped off into the air with him. As they shot forward, Xianxia felt a bit proud of herself. Back in the 2nd plane, when they traveled the same path, she had been filled with incredible excitement. Now that they were in the 3rd plane, she was sure that she wasn't the only one to be feeling excited. Thinking about this caused Xianxia to smile. She increased her speed, passing up Meng Hao. He watched her as she passed, but didn't say anything. The 2 of them proceeded on in that way, moving at top speed until they reached the glowing restrictive spell shield. This was actually the same location where the statues and the Door of Swords had been located previously. Xianxia's face was solemn. She took a deep breath as she pulled out her 3rd-class qualification command medallion from within her robe. She cautiously extended the command medallion forward until it touched the glowing shield. Suddenly, the shield in front of her began to flicker. Ripples spread out, which then turned into waves that spread out across the entire restrictive spell. A droning sound could be heard, echoing out in all directions. At the same time, a faint, low-pitched voice could be heard, filled with weakness and exhaustion. "3rd-class qualifications. Where do you intend to go?" The rumbling voice sounded incredibly weak, and yet still awe-inspiring. "The demon immortal cistern," replied Xianxia immediately, taking in a deep breath. "According to the regulations, you may travel 30% of the paths in this place, and may stay for no more than 38 hours. The wording was exactly the same as before. Xianxia was nearly exploding with excitement as a wide fissure appeared in the shield in front of her. She took a deep breath and then looked over at Meng Hao with a look of complacency. In accordance with his agreement with her, Meng Hao followed her into the fissure, his expression the same as ever. His expression was normal, but inwardly he was on guard, unsure of whether the method being used by Xianxia would actually work. As soon as she reached the fissure, Xianxia passed through effortlessly. However, as for Meng Hao, a beam of light from the restrictive spell shot toward him. It instantly enveloped him, almost like a bubble, locking his feet in place. He was stuck inside the light, incapable of moving, but able to speak. His eyes cold, he said, "Xianxia, what is the meaning of this?" Xianxia turned back suddenly, her expression one of shock and worry. "Impossible," she said. "You left a mark inside, plus I have third-class qualifications. I should be able to take an extra person inside, especially one who left a mark. Could it be that your mark was somehow erased?" Meng Hao's eyes glittered. It was at this exact moment that the weak voice suddenly could be heard again. "Paragon's qualifications. You may go anywhere you wish, and stay inside indefinitely." As soon as the voice could be heard, the bubble popped. His body returned to normal, and he walked forward through the restrictive spell as easily as if he were walking down a level path. Xianxia stared, her eyes wide with disbelief. She took a few steps back and looked blankly at Meng Hao. "This is impossible. We're in reality now, not the ancient illusion. In the ancient illusion, you had the identity of Kujusi, but here in the third plane, you're you. How could you be a paragon?" Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, but inside, he was filled with great waves of shock and confusion. It was exactly as Xianxia said, and yet what had happened just now really had happened. He was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "We were able to leave marks here. Apparently, leaving vestiges of an identity isn't that hard either. It's just something special that you can do in the second plane, right?" "But this is different," said Xianxia, her eyes wide. "The ancient illusion is night. It's illusory. The marks are like memories." Suddenly she gasped and looked at Meng Hao with a complicated expression. "I understand. It's night. Night remembers you." "Night?" asked Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. He had long since come to the conclusion that Xianxia knew a lot more about the demon Immortal sect than what she had told him. For example, night. Meng Hao thought back to when he had first entered the second plane. He had heard someone on one of the mountain peaks giving a sermon about the Tao. He had mentioned a true spirit whose name was Night. "It's not that I was trying to hide something from you," she said. "According to sect rules, we aren't allowed to divulge such information to outsiders. However, since Night remembers you, then it doesn't really matter if I tell you. In heaven and earth, there are true spirits. As to how many exactly there are, I'm not sure. I only know that they are very, very uncommon. In fact, there are only 10 or less. True spirits are completely unique in all heaven and earth. There is one whose name is Night. According to the legends, when it closes its eyes, the world is a dream. When it opens its eyes, the dream is shattered, and everything returns to the void. There is some destiny that exists between it and the demon Immortal sect. Therefore, it took up residence within the sect, and became its true demon guardian." Meng Hao was shaken inwardly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Where is it?" "It is beneath our feet, within the lands of the first heaven. As for what it looks like, I don't know. All I know is that according to the stories that have been passed down from ancient times, true spirits are inauspicious. Some people have even said that the reason the demon Immortal sect fell was because of it. When the sect was destroyed, no one could kill it, not even Lord G. Although, even if he had the power to do it, killing a true spirit is an extreme taboo. Therefore, Night has been in the demon Immortal sect all this time. Occasionally, it will reminisce, and that is the origin of the ancient illusion of the second plane." Great waves of shock roared through Meng Hao. He began to breathe heavily as he looked at Xianxia. "You're telling me that the ancient illusion we experienced was simply Night's dream?"